Is it working?
Well, let's see. No, it's still giving us support. Even though it's changed, it must not allow it for a meeting that's already set up. That is just so crazy. Let's see if I can get a help ticket in, because I got about 4 hours to actually fix it. See if we can do anything. If not, we'll put everybody in gallery and we'll go around. I mean, that's what we can do. Make sure everyone has everyone's contact information, stuff like that.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, we're getting back here.
Cross your fingers.
Yeah.
So when you're recording now, it's going to have all of this part of it?
Yeah, I'll be able to cut all that out, so. Get Sean in to co-host.
Dr. Karen, you and I are competing for power of the print. Ah.
Oops.
And it's both black too. Great minds think alike. Huh?
Yes, yes, they do. I like yours. I think I'll have to come and steal it, only lose a lot of weight first. But yes, it's pretty.
Thank you.
Yes, you're pretty too.
Co-host, co. Got everybody. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10.
And I'm going to take a picture. Everybody smile. Jennifer, you're looking down. Let's do it again. Hold on. Takes a second. Okay, look at the camera. 1, 2, 3, go. Oh, shoot. That didn't work.
Third time's a charm.
I made myself go out. Or the camera go away.
It shows Jackie's in the waiting room.
Zaccoli is, I don't think she's
here now.
All right. Can we try that again?
She is a guest.
She's a guest.
Everybody smile. Look at the camera. Perfect. Got it. Snag it.
Can you all hear my air conditioner blowing in the background?
No.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
We're good. Everyone looks good. Marisa is just has a pickup right now, but I'm sure she's fine. Last time we looked, no one's changed. Jacqueline, welcome.
All right, I'm going to do a Facebook Live real quick and let everybody know we're doing it. So I'm going to put you all in the background.
Ooh.
So.
Turn off your phones, everyone.
Except me, for a second.
Okay, somebody come fix my hair.
You look gorgeous.
Yeah. I aspire to look like you.
You are sweet. I love your necklace. Gorgeous.
Thank you.
We're not letting people in yet, are we?
I can. Are you, ladies ready?
I say let's do it.
Okay, and then about 9:05, I'm going to switch to the first video, Jennifer, and then there'll be a second video that will be Don McGrath and Kimberly, and then it will roll over to you, Jennifer. You'll be live. So let me sure you have your mic ready for that. And thank you for your patience. We'll look at the breakout and see what can be done. I've put in a word to Zoom to see if they can do anything. I've
So
set
Mike,
the
you said there's
settings.
2 videos?
You know.
Sorry. 2 videos, okay. 2 videos.
Yeah, there's kind of an opener video after the music's playing. This is just a single slide, and then there's an opener video.
Hey, hello, speakers. You're on Facebook Live. Woo! All right, they're getting ready. They're so excited.
All right, I'm going to switch over and start letting guests in. So get her going here.
She's a girl and she's on fire, hotter than a fantasy, lonely like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire, filled with catastrophe, but you know she can fly away. Oh, she got both feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Oh, she got her head in a cloud, and she's not coming down. Girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. She's like a girl, but she's a flame. So bright she can burn your eyes. Better look the other way. You can try, but you never forget her name. She's on top of the world, hottest to the hottest girl, saying oh, saying oh. We got our feet on the ground and we're burning it down. Oh, we got our and she's on fire. She's just a girl and she's on fire. Hotter than a fantasy, lonely like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire. Filled with catastrophe, but you know she can fly away. Oh, she got both feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Whoa. She's just a girl and she's on fire. She's just a girl and she's on fire. Hotter than a fantasy, lonely like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire. Filled with catastrophe, but you know she can fly away. Oh, she got both feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Whoa. burn your eyes. Better let me other way. You can try, but you never forget her name. She's on top of the world, hottest to the hottest girl, saying, oh, we got our feet on the ground, and we're burning it down. Oh, we got our head in the clouds, and we're not coming down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. Everybody says when she comes by, she can see the flame that's in her eyes. What she wants is lighting up the night. Nobody knows that she's a lonely girl, and it's a lonely world. But you can let it burn, baby, burn, baby. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. Shake it down, come on. She's just a girl and she's on fire. She's just a girl and she's on fire. Hotter than a fantasy, lonely like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire. Filled with catastrophe, but you know she can fly away. Oh, she got both feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Oh, she got her head in a cloud and she's not coming down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire.
and I understand it hasn't been an easy road. And I'd love for you to share with us some of the most important lessons that you learned on that journey that are relevant to the people here at your summit today.
You know, Don, it has been a really bumpy road. What I call it is a bunch of lined up adversities. Is that one adversity after another, where just when I thought that I was out of one, it seemed like another one was there, and then it just kind of went on and on and on. And if there's one thing that I can bring to all the guests that are here today, is that the biggest lesson is to learn what your worth is. When you learn what your worth is, there's decisions that you wind up making that wind up coming from a different place than when you don't have your worth. And then you can find your way in a different path, and decisions that you make seem to come from a much different place. And so you create different situations around you that are a much more conducive, much more prominent. There's much more prosperity. There's much more buoyancy in your life. You know, it's that can be created when you have self-worth. And the biggest thing that I can offer our guests today is that in a little insight as to where they are in their journey of finding their self-worth, is that so many people like myself, is that I was continuously struggling with feeling that somehow my worth was defined by the adversities that I went through, by the flaws that I felt like I had, and that during those particular things that somehow that meant that I wasn't able to get anywhere in life, that somehow that people were making evaluations about me, making determinations of what I did or didn't have the ability to do. And myself feeling like I wasn't putting myself out there in career choices that I absolutely could have put myself in. Had I had enough self-worth within myself. And so today is the day that we can look at every single one of those types of self-worth issues that so many of us as women tend to put on ourselves on a regular basis. You don't even have to wind up having adversities wind up coming in your life to feel like your worth is being questioned within yourself. And so my hope today is that that transformation starts to take place with myself or with the 11 other amazing speakers that are here today.
Go ahead, Jennifer. You're ready to go.
Are you ready? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome, one and all. I'm so excited to be here. Welcome to the Envision You Own Your Purpose Women's Summit. I am excited to be here. Are you all excited to be here? I can't see all your faces, but give me a woo woo if you're ready. All right, this is going to be an awesome day. I'm really excited. My name is Jennifer Phelps, and I am your MC today. In my other life, I am the Chief Reinvention Specialist at Jennifer Phelps, Organize, Design, Reinvent. I am a personal coach with a penchant for organizing and design. So I love helping women's spaces match their transformations. So today I am, it's my honor and privilege to share the stage with all of these incredible and extraordinary women. And just like you, I am here to soak up the wisdom. Who is here to soak up the wisdom? Yes? All right. Okie doke. So the range of speakers that Kim Miner has brought to us today is mind-boggling. Today I'm excited the topics that we're going to hear about. embracing yourself, embracing you without apology. How many of us have a little problem embracing ourselves without other people's input, squelching ourselves? We're not going to do that today. And we're going to put our finger on that nagging dissatisfaction in your life and heart. I know sometimes I want to feel like everything's perfect, but something's not quite right. Today, we're going to look at that. We're going to reclaim our story and speak our truth. We're going to talk about nutrition and energy, financial sovereignty, career joy, business principles that transform not just business, but your personal life and success as well. We're going to reject the limits from others. Who needs to reject some limits that others have laid on us? Anyone? Can you relate? Yeah, absolutely, right? And we are going to talk today also, we have speakers just talking on every topic imaginable. I am so excited. So physical, mental, emotional, and sexual health. Yes, today we're even bringing the ooh la la. All righty. So what's more, you're going to have strategies to continue transforming yourself and your life after you leave here today. That is the whole point. We're all coming here together from different spaces with different purposes, but today we're going to own our purpose, and we're going to have transformative experiences that we can take with us from here on out into our lives. Who's ready? Ready? Show of hands. Who is ready for this? Okie doke. So personally, my personal intention for today is to help make this, to help coordinate this beautiful day, help everyone flow smoothly, and I want all of the guests to enjoy the day today and get a really beautiful sense of the extraordinary caliber of speakers today. So now, are you ready, Kim?
I am ready. Absolutely.
All right. Oh my goodness. Okay. So the woman of the hour, it's my privilege to introduce the woman of the hour, Kimberly Miner, the woman who is crafted with care and concern this entire day. She's the one who's brought together all of these speakers, created this enormous spectrum of awesomeness to share with each and every one of you, so that each and every one of you has something that touches your heart. She knows that in this day that she's made, someone will find something that will click, that aha for their own transformation. Right, Kim?
Absolutely.
Yes? All right.
Absolutely, Jennifer.
Yay. All right, so hey, that's not all there is about Kim, because Kim is a transformational speaker, and she has a podcast. She has a podcast that reaches over 9,000 listeners with her Kimberly Miner podcast. She has been featured in more publications and been on more stages than I could even possibly list here. I mean, you'd fall asleep listening while you were super excited and amazed at the same time, right? So today's the day she created this because she wanted others to have a space where they could envision themselves and begin to imagine the life that they want. And she shares her own story of her own time of adversity and how she envisioned her new life and how she made that happen. And that is the heart space that she comes from to share with all of us today. She wants us to be a space of inspiration and possibility for others to do the same for themselves. She is a former ballet dancer, and she is a lifelong athlete, and I did not know that about her. But what I do know about her in the time that I have spent with her is that Kimberly Miner she's just passionate. She's passionate and caring, and she's dedicated to helping women free themselves of these limits, to have joy and energy in their lives. She wants to help. She generously shares the wisdom of others with her audience, and that is what she's doing here today. Now, Personally, she loves people. You might notice that. She's an outgoing, awesome, lovely human being. It'll be so clear to you as you spend more time with her today. But she loves people. She loves to laugh and play. And she's a really down-to-earth and approachable person. And that is something that I really appreciate in the world of transformational speakers, because sometimes they feel so far away that we cannot relate. And that is not the case with Kim. And you're going to get a big, healthy dose of that side of Kim today. She values her deep friendships, and that's something that I've experienced in the time that I've known her. She's just an extraordinary friendship maker, and she values those friendships and she nurtures them deeply. And if any of you do know her, you will know that she also really enjoys her glass of wine. Yes? There we go. So Kim's passionate about transforming the lives of others through the power of resilience, buoyancy, and reflection, all of which she's going to give us today. Let's give it up for Kimberly Miner. Yay, Kim! Thank you for today.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I'm not sure that I am all of those accolades that you have given me. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I just want to welcome every single person that has come here today. I also want to welcome all of my speakers that I have here today. Can we give a warm welcome to every single speaker that is here? Let's give a shout out to all of our speakers and all of our guests that are here today, because you have invested in yourself today. Give yourself a warm welcome, because you know what? You didn't have to wake up today and be here all day today. You took a chance to invest in yourself today. That is a major step in saying today's the day that it is going to be different moving forward. So give yourself a pat on the back for being different, stepping up and being in your true self today. I just want to acknowledge that, because I know for myself that when I decided that today was the day that it was going to be different, that life began to be different starting that day. And nobody was around to acknowledge that for me. And I want to be the first one to acknowledge that for you today, because I want to be that person that makes life different for you. And that's why I created the Envision You, is because I wanted to be the person that made life different for you. So welcome to the Envision You, Own Your Purpose here today. I also wanted to make it very well known that in this space today, that this is a place that is a safe place today. This is also an opportunity that you get to open up a space in your heart, in your thoughts today, that is a space where you can speak clearly, you can speak openly. It's a space that you can open up your thoughts that will not go in any other space. So know that anything that you divulge does not go outside this space. Anything that is said within the Envision You Summit, that it is understood that it does not go outside this space. I want to make that very well known. That is taken very seriously. Anything that is done in any breakout session or anything that's said. So I want to make that very well known up front. With that being said, you know, I myself, when I created the Envision You, it came from years and years of struggling so much myself of adversities. You know, my amazing friend Jennifer Phelps was so right when she talked about that. I myself struggled for so many years of adversity. There's been so many times that I have talked about that. I think that I have covered every, maybe not all of them, but I have very much, I think I've covered every asset of mistakes and adversities for just about everybody. There probably is no room for, I think I've covered everything where nobody else needs to make any more mistakes. I think I've covered them for everybody, so that there's no need for everyone, you know, you can, I can cover them all so that I can tell you all what they are, so that you don't need to make them. So don't worry about it. I'll just tell you what they are so that you can make sure that, you don't make them. So you're welcome. Uh, I just thought I would cover them all. And then when I got to this point in my life, I'd be able to have the summit and then just tell you what they are so that you could check it off their list and go, oh, no need to cover that one. I can just circumvent that and not have to do that. Cause like, look at that woman. She just, she did this, this, and this. Cause I remember so many times as I was going through my life and stuff, and people would say, oh my goodness, it just seems like, you've had so many different things happen. And I would be so embarrassed. And because people would talk about how many things I had been through. How many of you feel like you've had so many struggles in your life? And I felt like I had no worth and I had no self-esteem because of the fact that I had so much adversity in my life. And the more that adversity that I felt that I had, the more self-worth, lack of self-worth, and the lack of self-esteem that I had, that my ability that I had to make better decisions for myself. And that led me to making more and more bad decisions for myself. We struggle as women to do what is the right thing for us because we're so busy trying to do the right thing for ourselves all the time. We're so busy being silent of, doing things for other people, whether it be in our business career. How many times do you find yourself of just, uh, uh, taking care of the family, taking care of what your boss tells you to do. You're going from early in the morning till late at night. Where do you take time for yourself during that day or in that evening, or in your personal life? How many times do you take time for yourself within that relationship? You're so busy taking care of everybody else that you don't make right decisions for yourself. And then you wonder why it is that you are not happy or that you make a decision that isn't the right decision for yourself, and then it manifests itself. This continues to happen over and over and over again as women. And we wonder why it is that we wind up in our 30s and our 40s and we're going, why is it I'm not happy? On the outside, it looks like I should be happy, but I'm miserable. Or we wind up in relationships that are abusive, or that we are self-sabotaging, or I can name number of things. I have suffered from being in abusive relationships. I was in a relationship that should have ended so many years ago. And I continued to stay in it because I was too afraid of getting the help I should have gotten. I always envisioned myself being in a different spot, and I never took the opportunity to open my mouth. I never allowed myself to speak, and I kept creating more and more adversity in my life. We as women stay silent for so long. We don't own our own truths, and we speak other people's truths. We speak other people's stories, and we just keep marching along. How many of you, this is your story in some way, shape, or form? You're not living your own truth. When we don't live our truths and we don't own who we are, and when we want to actually move forward and we don't actually own our past, one of the biggest things of why it is that I didn't move ahead is because I didn't own my past either. I kept thinking that if I kept blaming it on the circumstances of the past or different people and things like that, that it was them, instead of taking accountability for my own accountability of situations. That kept creating different obstacles in my life. We have to own our past too. So when I finally got to the point where I owned my past, I was able to get to a point where I was able to finally create intentions in my life and start moving ahead. And when I was able to create intentions, I was able to start taking actions. And I was able to start opening up opportunities in my life, and things started opening up. And I was able to start moving ahead in my life. How many of you feel that things are just dead in your life? And it could be very easily that maybe it is that you're just not getting the promotion that you're looking for. It's because there's things in your life that you're not taking accountability for. Maybe you're just not feeling that you are finding your voice. You're not being truth to yourself, where you're not opening yourself up of feeling that you're good enough or that you value yourself enough so that you can go and saying, yes, I deserve that new position. So that you go and say, yes, I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, yes, I deserve, I'm going to go and I'm going to apply for that advancement or for that raise. How many of you are in that position? Or how many of you are going to say, I'm done with this relationship because it's either abusive or self-sabotaging, and you're going to walk away from that? How many of you feeling of that? How many of you are feeling that you don't feel like you have enough worth in yourself or you own your truth? I have felt every single one of those. I've seen it in others. Here today, you will see every single speaker that I've chosen have all felt every single one of those things that I've talked about. They talk about how is it that you are going to leave a legacy. It's important to have a legacy for yourself because you're an important person in this world. How do you show up as your best self? I have a woman here today that teaches you how you show up. It's important how you look. You show up as your best self every single day. I have another speaker to show up. How do you interact with people? There's a certain way that they have codes written of how you interact with people because it's important how you talk to people. There's another speaker that talks about that we're in a space right here and now that, gosh, how many of you are feeling that you're burnt out? Well, if you are not owning your truth and owning your past, my goodness, I can imagine you're feeling burnt out. So how can you walk away with some mechanisms so that you can feel like you have some tools available to you so that, my goodness, we can help you with that burnout that you're feeling? I have today somebody that can help you with how do you successfully network. I have a woman who knows how to teach you how to network. She is amazing. She knows how to be a CEO of major companies, how to bring them to be successful companies, sell them, and then start another company, make them successful, and then teach you how to network all over again. I have, another speaker that I tell you what, she will have you on the roof with the amount of energy she has. Get ready for it because she is amazing with the amount of energy she has. She has me on the roof every time she calls me on the phone. There's another speaker today that is going to have us talking about the importance of your health and taking care of yourself. It is so important that if we don't take care of ourselves, where do we have the foundation to do what we need to do every single day? We have another speaker that talks about that, if we don't take care of our body, how do we show up to do what was that we were wanting to do? All these things are so important because when we put all of those together, it becomes about owning our truth. It becomes about being able to own our past. It becomes about being able to set an intention for yourself. It becomes about being able to actually put an action plan together. Imagine what you could accomplish for yourself to be able to know between now and the end of the year of what is your vision. What is it, your goal that you're looking to accomplish? My goal for you and my goal in accomplishing of setting up Envision You is that when I was in a place of diversity, is that I always envisioned myself being in a different place. And my goal for Envision You is that I wanted a place where when you were here today, you could start envision yourself starting today, being in a different place, starting now. So hold on to your seats because let it begin with our speakers. We're going to start the circus with speaker one. And I am so excited to have every single one of you here today. From my heart to every single one of you, thank you for entrusting us and entrusting me with your hearts. And I hope that we are able to bring a new vision to each and every single one of you today. I know what it's like to be in your spot because I was there once too. But I'm going to tell you that it can be different starting today. So thank you.
Yay. All right. Thank you, Kim. I am so grateful that you set the tone for today. I think everyone really gets the sense of where your heart is and the purpose of this gathering and the sort of people that you brought together and why you wanted to share these extraordinary people with the audience today. But you did say that we're starting the circus. So does that make me like the carnival barker or the ringleader or what?
I know.
Am I in the middle with the whips?
I know. Let's start, Jennifer.
Making the speakers jump through the rings of fire.
Here we go. I know. Do we need the carnival music too?
Exactly. Well, I just wanted, there's a couple little housekeeping bits which I forgot to mention, and one is that if since we don't have official breaks today, and if you need to take a little personal break, just make sure you've muted and maybe turned off your screen, because remember, it's Zoom and we can see you and hear you, but take breaks as you need, right? More than one person has been caught off guard by that. And yeah, so I am excited about our next speaker. Here's a question that I have for you, and I'm sure you'll be pondering this. First of all, what is the definition of insanity, right? It's doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results, right? So how often do we find ourselves craving the things that are wrong for us, the things that are bad for us, habitually just doing the same things over and over again? Like we're hungry for that insanity. Now, what if we could develop, we just have all this insanity. What if we could develop an appetite for sanity? Oh my gosh, what a transition that would be. I mean, just thinking about that flips my brain on edge. And I will tell you, our next speaker is hot, 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 and she is going to start our day and light our fire. So Michelle Malo. Okay, Michelle Malo is our first speaker. She's just incredible. And she's not only a best-selling author and speaker, she is what she calls herself a restoration specialist. I could use some restoration on some structural things. I'm looking forward to hearing from her. So she's the Chief Success Officer at Michelle Malo Consulting. She identifies, strategizes, and advances businesses by breaking down barriers through branding, team development, communication, and marketing. So she also, she has 18 years of Fortune 500 corporate experience. And she has 8 years now of being a successful entrepreneur in the field of wellness, consulting, and speaking. Now, she's one of those people who is taking business principles and translating them into systems that we as individuals can use for our personal success. So she's here today and she's going to share her personal story, and she's going to talk about relationships, business, health. We're going to have actionable tools and takeaways. And now, I suspect that this is going to be pretty funny because Michelle herself is a sincere, compassionate, and funny as heck person. And I am excited to welcome a woman who we are as likely to find jumping out of an airplane as speaking on stages worldwide. Join me in welcoming the woman who wants us to restore our life spark so we can start living life like our hair is on fire, Michelle Malo.
Ooh, hey everybody, how are you? Oh my gosh, what an insane time we're in, right? An insane time. And I just want everyone to understand that sanity is possible. And it could be in different places. One thing I always ask, because one of the things that especially women we battle with is our weight and our image. And I have the solution to how you lose 185 pounds in one day. Does anyone want to know how to do that? 185 pounds in one day. It's called divorce, because that is something that is weighing you down, right? If it's a relationship, whether it's a husband, wife, friends, family, whatnot, sometimes you have to break the cord in order to get rid of what's weighing you down. But also what it is doing one decision at a time, right? Because you can't always break everything down that quickly. You need to literally take it in little chunks. It's sort of like picking from a menu. Everyone has different tastes and everyone has different strengths. But I don't know about you, but if you're ever in a restaurant and you order something, right? Then all of a sudden the waiter or waitress comes around and you're like, what's that? Especially like in a Mexican restaurant. And all of a sudden the fajitas come out, they're sizzling, you smell it. You're like, oh man, you have like a fear of missing out. And I wish I had done this. Or you lose your voice where you're not, the dessert cart comes out, but the table's like, oh, we'll just do sorbet. And you're like, no, I want the chocolate molten pudding, or cake. But you are so afraid of the judgment of others, or that you don't have your voice, that you just go with the group. And what happens is you find yourself unhappy. You find yourself in this rut and figure, but I have these great friends, I have this great career, I have, wife, husband, kids, whatnot. But you're not happy, you can't figure out why. Well, I'm going to tell you why. It's that insanity, because you keep trying to find joy in things that are just bringing you down. People who do not have your best interests. And you're also self-deprecating, because I will tell you, I have lost that same 100 pounds at least 5 different times. So I am the last person to ever judge. I was a personal trainer. I know what to do. But when you get overwhelmed, when you are surrounded by the insanity of doing the same thing and you don't know why it's not working, or why you keep gaining weight, or you keep bringing it back, that's what happens. One of the biggest forms of insanity right now is social media. I'm just going to throw it out there right now, because if it's okay, I'm going to tell a little story. And about 4 years ago, believe it or not, I actually ran a marathon. But the year up to that, while I was training, I ran a race every weekend. And people on Facebook would be like, oh my gosh, I'd like to run with you. How did you run the race? What time did you finish? And I said, I finished upright and smiling, because I am on the Turtle Marathon team. People could probably walk faster than I actually run. But the whole idea is that you put your foot on the start line and you get to the finish line. What's in between that is your journey and your journey alone. Don't let anyone else judge you for however you do that or how quickly you get done. Because again, on Facebook, I look like this athlete runner, and I am, but like I said, I'm not a runner, but I just play one on Facebook. because people's stories and things that you're seeing are not always the honest truth. If you keep comparing yourself to what you're seeing, that's just going to completely lead you down to that road of insanity, which is what we don't want to do. You need to build on your strengths, not what everybody else thinks they should be or what you should be doing. Because quite honestly, I never had kiddos. Everyone's like, you're so motherly. You're like Mama Melo. I was like, and I do, and I do that with my clients and my friends and my family, but it wasn't in the cards for me, and that's okay, right? And accept where you are in life and not what everybody else thinks of you, because I did that for years. I mean, Kimberly's message, and I thank you so much for that, is so what I went through. I was 310 pounds at one point. I had to call in fat to work because I literally threw my back out getting out of it. And how do you do that? At that time, I was 28 years old. So that was that moment where like, I have to do something different. But I was also in a very narcissistic relationship and always felt bad and had no self-esteem and no self-worth. And when I finally did lose the weight and I would look in the mirror, all I saw staring back at me was still 310 pounds, even though I had gotten down to 150. I don't know how many people have ever done that, but you keep seeing your old self, even though you have made changes to go forward. And that breaks my heart when I see people doing that, because it is absolutely heartbreaking to me. And that's where I got into the restoration, okay? The restoration specialist. Now you can reinvent yourself because some folks need to do that. But when I was at Kellogg's and Kraft and doing the branding for those brands, all I kept saying was, they kept putting me on these brands that were dying, like Oscar Mayer, like hot dogs. And my big one was like crackers. Like, you're now gonna do Townhouse and Cars crackers in a totally declining category. But you know, in adversity, the biggest thing you say is, what is the new voice, or what is the new thing that you do to bring new life? If you've ever watched American Pickers, you know, Rusty Gold, you know, they pick rusty stuff out that other people be like, where's there value in that? There is value in that, as long as you can go down to the core and bring back that sparkle, that majesticness that is only you. That is the beauty that is always there. Just sometimes you need not only the wherewithal within yourself, but sometimes the people around you, the people that are your accountability folks, to really help you do that. So that's why I always say I want to restore, I want to bring back your sparkle, I want to see your beauty in all its absolute glory. So right now is a really critical time, because again, I mean, just the last couple of weeks, I mean, I know there's an earthquake in California today. I mean, you know, it just seems like you wake up every day and you're like, oh my gosh, you know, where are the murder hornets or whatever's going on? But it's truly a place that you can, I hate the word pivot and all that, it's so canned, but what can you do different to shine your voice? So again, I'm a speaker. I do events, I do workshops, team consulting. Well, offices are closed down. There's no real events happening right now unless they're virtual, and I miss people and hugging and all that kind of stuff. So I'm struggling there. But I have shifted where now I'm still able to help and bring my true self forward, because now I'm helping people who have been displaced by this. And I'm a career counselor now for folks, where I'm helping them get back in the workplace and really deciding what it is that they want to do next. Because right now, you can make the decision of, I want to start my own business. Maybe I don't want to go back to what I was doing, and instead of marketing, I want to be a trainer, or I want to go into health and wellness because I've let that go for too long. And this is the time to really think about it. And if I may, I'm going to tell a quick story. I have a client, Melody. She is absolutely one of the most beautiful women I've ever met. And she was talking to me, and she was an educator, and she left. And I said, well, why did you leave? She said, Michelle, I sat down with my kids going through the photo album. And she goes, I wasn't in any pictures. And I said, well, why weren't you in any pictures? Were you behind the camera? She goes, I wasn't even there. She goes, I was so busy writing papers, this, that, at these events and that event and networking this. She goes, that I lost at least 7 years of my kid's life because I was not present. That next day, she quit her job. And then she was like, well, what do I do? Well, it was so funny is all this happened, and now she's a virtual educator. So it actually worked out great. But she's still trying to find exactly what it is. And what I told her is that moment, that mindset that you were in when you quit that job, that's the mindset I want you to be in when you start to look at what your next step is. Because then your true values are where your decision's going to come from, and what's truly going to make you happy, and that's family. But more than anything, because we talked about overwhelm, and I'll be the first one to say I have been face down on the couch going, I just don't even know what to do at this moment. And also I've, got the COVID-20, and I'm the first one to admit that because I've struggled during this. And I want everyone to embrace that it's okay. And I want everyone to also embrace the fact that you don't know everybody else's struggles. Again, on the news, Facebook, all this stuff, you got to hustle, you got to this, you got to that. And you don't know where everybody's at. So just give them space and a moment to get their grounding, but be there when they're ready to stand back up and hold them back up. Because taking action is something that is going to be very quick for some people, but for others, it might take a moment. One of the big things is what I call the flip or flop syndrome. I don't know about you, but I love HGTV. It could be cooking shows. It could be Travel Channel. It could be whatever it is. But those shows are horrible because they're half hour and you got to see what happened in the show, right? Because they have all these problems. Do they solve them? Do they get that open house on time? How did it turn out? And then it rolls right into a next episode and the next episode. And the next thing you know, a couple hours are gone and you don't know how time went, and you never have time for anything, but you're still exhausted even though you got nothing done. But goodness gracious, as long as they sold the properties, right? But what I'm trying to say here is what you prioritize gets done. So if you even write down 2 to 3 goals that you want to accomplish, and it could be the laundry, it could be getting up at a certain time. It doesn't have to be majestic, but it just needs to be something that either you put in your calendar or you have an accountability buddy kind of, whether it's taking a walk, whatever that is. Then if you do anything else beyond that, that's gravy. But the biggest problem is a lot of folks will put 20 things on a list and they just look at that and don't even know where to start, and then nothing gets done. So just really, again, look at that point is what is important. What do you think really big? And when I say that, that's where goal setting comes in. I had another client, again, strong single mom. She was on American Idol, top 24. All the, pop in circumstance, all that stuff. And then the lights go down, right? Because if you don't really win or get in top 5, it's hard. And she's been playing her whole life, big stages all over the world. Then she found herself working in a relocation place and as a truck driver, just making ends meet because she's going to do what she needs to do because she is a strong mom and her kids are first. But in all this adversity, she kept working towards her goal. There was times that she told me she hadn't gotten out of bed in a week. And we just slowly gave her small incremental steps to get her to where she felt like she was actually making progress. And then there's no concerts or no venues or anything happens. What happens? She uses her voice in a different way. She's now the voiceover for Walmart. So if you listen to those commercials, that's my girl. Because she was able to change and still use the beautiful voice that she has, but just in a different way, inspiring people in a different light. So even though one door closes, others open, but sometimes you have to have someone there or a really good, strong group of people like, I don't know, the people on this call, on the Zoom call to help you get there because we've all been there. And also take a look at, who, if it's midnight and your friend calls or they call, what are they calling you for? What is your superpower? What is it that you can solve that nobody else can, and you're the person they go to? And then I move that towards, okay, what are the type of people that you'd like to work with? Or who you'd like to work for, or an organization because you love what they stand for? What are those pain points? Realize what that is. Ask people what that is, because sometimes it's so obvious to everyone else. It's like, duh. But you don't see it yourself because you're in the weeds. And that's why I love events like this. I love people like this to surround, because we can actually figure out and help you get there and then work towards that. Just a really compelling argument or story. And then if you have any knowledge gaps, heck, we have a little bit of time right now, go get them. Go on these virtual calls, maybe go back, and there's all kinds of free courses now, with college and things like that. Or maybe it's a time to really just go find yourself or regain your health. Because I'll tell you, this girl, enough was enough. So I'm seeing a nutritionist next week. I'm getting back. I'm actually going to start martial arts, because again, we can't look back, because if you keep living in your past, you're doomed to repeat it. You need to continually move forward, accept it, love what it is. What did you learn from that? And then be able to absolutely move forward. And I know what I loved, but again, I ripped my shoulder 3 different times, because I used to do CrossFit and boxing and all that kind of stuff. And then the last time I did it, I kind of went into a funk, because I'm like, are you kidding me? I actually am here again. But what are things that motivate you? And I found out, what, I need to get back at least into that arena a little bit, so that I feel proud of who I am. Which I struggle with, that self-worth, because again, was in a very narcissistic relationship where he would actually come upstairs if he heard the refrigerator door open and just stand behind me and ask me what I'm eating, what am I doing? And I can't explain that. And I still have triggers that, as I move forward and have moved from Chicago to Arizona and changed everything, is it's okay to be there, but then get past it. And don't let your future relationships suffer because of your past. And if you find someone to talk to. Therapy is always an option, whatever you need to do, but definitely find like a coach or a mentor, or like I said, or an accountability buddy. So right now I'm going to restart running again, or like I said, fast running or walking, or whatever you want to call it. But I have a virtual run walk because of my past. I threw all of that pain into a nonprofit that's for domestic violence. So where can you find your outlet to take that pain and help others get through it for them? Because right now I feel like our entire world is a little bit scared of living right now because of everything we're hearing. And as Jennifer said earlier, I live life like my hair's on fire. And I don't mean that like crazy. It's very focused and purposeful. It is living life with purpose, because I'm an adrenaline junkie. I drive a Harley. I jump out of airplanes. I drive fast cars. It's what I do. But I also slow down enough, because living life on fire is also focused for self-care, self-worth, and surrounding yourself with people who are absolutely there. So what I want you to really think about and take away from this is figure out what those goals are. What do you want? And I'm talking think big and then break them down. And if you need help with that, you can talk to any of us and we would help you do that. And also, like I said, live life like your hair's on fire, but I want you to think of 3 R's. And they're what is the risk? What is the reward? But more than anything, I want you to live without regret. Because with those 3 R's, that makes you roar, ladies. Roar. Roar! Right? Because that is what deep down, sometimes you just got to scream, you just got to roar, you just got to do something to break you out of the insanity. Because what I want you to do is have an appetite for sanity and look at your life like a bunch of menus. I call my program what's called the success menus, right? Because not everybody needs, career, not everyone needs relationships, not everyone needs wellness, but there's definitely a menu of what you can pick and choose from so that you can get what you need at that moment. Because if you're thrown everything, it's kind of like if you go to Cheesecake Factory, it's a little overwhelming. And next thing you know, you order the same dang thing because you know what, I don't even want to bother. So definitely take a look at like, where do you feel like the biggest change needs so that you can move forward and then you can work on something else. And a lot of times I start folks with what I call the mindset menu, because mindset and getting you to a place where you can accept the fact that you are so okay with yourself. You're so okay. You don't need to change a whole lot. I just want you to dig deep and again, restore the beauty and the sparkle so that you shine, so that your energy, it just plays off and just continues to get brighter and brighter and brighter. And so for that, because I'm so passionate about that, I am offering actually 2 60-second coaching sessions for free for anyone on this call. You'll see it in the swag bag. It's at themindsetmenu.com. You can sign up for the free appetizer. And because I really want to coach, I don't want to sell you. I don't want to do anything like that. What I want to do is I want to really spend some time to get to know you, because I know right now everyone on this call is dealing with something, and I want to truly be of service to this community. And I want to also pay homage to Kimberly and all the beautiful people she's brought together. And I want to add value to your life in that moment, and hopefully get you on a path to the fact that you'll have an appetite for sanity, to get away from the news, get away from social media, actually get outside, because life has not been turned off based on what we've been going through these days. So with that, I want to thank you so much for your time. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask them now.
All righty. So Michelle, do you want to look at the questions? So everybody, think of your questions, put them in the chat.
Yes.
Are you gonna look at the chat and pull your questions? Awesome.
Got it.
There were so many comments about people who could relate to your story. I'm sure there's lots of folks stuff.
Yeah.
Who's got a question? Type it in your chat.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Do we have any questions?
Well, I have a question.
Yes.
You know, the whole thing about having an old image of yourself and not being able to get past that somehow, that is something that I deal with in my work as well, but in the environment, because it's a reflection. So why is it that we just have, that's insanity? Why do we keep not allowing ourselves to see ourselves fresh and new?
I think it has a lot to do with, like Kimberly said earlier, our self-worth. I think we have, as a lot of ladies on here, excuse me, gentlemen, I call you the righteous brothers, so thank you for being here. I really think that we've been programmed to help everybody else, that we put ourselves down so far that it's not a matter of not wanting to do it. It's just a matter of not feeling like there's too many other things that you have to pay attention to. And then when you start to look at yourself, you're like, oh my gosh, how did I get here? Because I'll tell you, when I was 150 pounds and I was an athlete in high school, and then all of a sudden I look and I'm 3'10" and a size 28. Oh my gosh, what in the world? But then again, as I started to make changes, I had programmed myself that I wasn't worthy so much that I couldn't even process the fact that I was actually finally taking care of myself for once. And I think we all need to take a moment to realize, and some people, and sometimes just folks to slap us into into today and go, you are worth it. That's why community and networking is so important with the common like-minded individuals. Awesome.
I think Alicia had a question for you there.
Alicia. Oh yeah, the 3 R's. Basically, I like that, because if you're taking a look at a decision, right? And again, what is the word, again, another way to say it, what's the worst thing that can happen? But what's the best thing that can happen? And a lot of times you fall in between, but we get so scared of the worst case scenario that we're fearful to live and move forward. So that's the one thing I will say. My relationship, it was 20 years. I was in a 20-year marriage. It wasn't, that's one of my biggest regrets. I feel like I lost half my life. But then I look back and go, wait, no regrets, because it wasn't all bad. Don't do that. Don't poo-poo. Because there was good times. He was a good, I think, person with a lot of demons. I just wish I had more strength in myself to have saw what was on the wall and realize what it was doing to me, in order to have cut that off at least 10 years ago. But it's okay, because you know what? Now I'm in Arizona. Now I've got a whole new career and I've got wonderful new friends. So it's amazing what can happen in just a couple of years, even just a couple months.
And now you're using the power of that experience here to help us, and it's awesome. So question here, what step can we take today? It's Saturday. What can we do today and not put off till Monday? And you've got 4 minutes. We
No
got
problem.
time for
This one,
questions.
I actually would love for you to go and just be quiet, be still. It can be for 5 minutes, it can be for half hour, whatever you feel you need to do, and just write. Like, what are you feeling? What are you struggling with? And be honest with yourself, because this is just for you. And then let that sit and marinate for a day.
Uh-huh.
And then on Sunday nights, I like to do this on Sunday nights, is then take a look and say, okay, what is one major goal for the week? If I get that done, and it doesn't have to be a task, it can be just an idea that I was able to get up earlier, or I had a different mindset. And then you like I said, smaller goals to there, because actually I'm writing a new book, and it's called, one of the chapters is called Monday Never Comes.
Okay.
Because that's weight loss. That's a lot of things. Monday never comes because things get in the way, or you're like, I've got something else going on. So sit down and try to do that today. 'Cause I'll tell you, it feels good sometimes just to get it out of your brain and on paper, because then you can deal with it versus it constantly turning like the insanity. It's constantly there and you're rehashing it. And then instead make sane decisions based on what you really need to look at and develop.
So there's another question. I think we're going to want to hold till the breakout session. I think this is an excellent question. It's about, why do we stay with people? Because we're afraid they're going to fall apart if we leave them while we're falling apart inside that. We don't have enough time to really answer that fully. If you could give us a quick 1 minute, but I really feel like that's something that could be great in the break room if someone wants to pop in and hear more.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the small answer to that is, it's fear. But
We're afraid they're going to do something to themselves if we leave. We're afraid they'll fall apart.
Yeah, but it's also a fear of, are we going to fall apart because we become addicted to their tendencies? There's two different ways to look at that. Yeah, that's a much bigger conversation. But I'll tell you, for me, it was a lot of fear of, I've known him since I was just graduated college, and now I'm almost midlife, and I didn't know what to do. Like, I lost myself. But then I was a little afraid of him too. Not just him falling apart, but he was a little scary at times too. So I'm more on a personal note. But yeah, please come to the breakout on that, because that's a really good question.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. Okay, so let's see. We have a beautiful comment here. A beautiful comment here from Mia. We all want to refine our roar so that we can be that lioness who not only nurtures her cubs, but self-worth is about first nurturing ourselves. We tend to take care of others before we take care of ourselves. Yes. And when the oxygen mask is not on you, how can you truly give to others? Isn't that awesome?
Amen. I appreciate you all, and thank you for taking the time to listen. And like I said, I'm here if you need me, because we're all in this together, ladies. Let's get that appetite for sanity.
Appetite for sanity. What?
What?
I don't know how that would taste.
It tastes like dessert that's fabulous with no calories, girl.
Is it the sort of thing that the first time you really taste that, then suddenly you have no taste for anything else, but maybe we just haven't gotten that tasty nibble yet?
That's it. I'm telling you. Hey, 20 or 18 years in hospitality and food don't lie. So.
Well, hey, thank you so much, Michelle.
Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it.
All righty. So thank you, everybody. We've had Michelle Malo, who thought that was amazing and got stuff out of it. Yes. Thank you. And I'm sure you have more questions for our speakers as we go on. It'll be hard to choose. So now we have, Mike, are you introducing her? We have our vendor presentation. Jessica Hood is popping in here. Mike, are you taking that away? Oh, your mic.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
Yes.
I just want to say what an incredible conference. I'm enjoying it so much. It is so important that women empower other women. And I thank you, Kimberly, for putting this and us all together. Today, I'm Jessica Hood, and I am an independent brand ambassador for the Savvy Lifestyle Company, and exciting new clothing brand that you may or may not have heard of. And so if I I'd like to share a little bit with you on that. This is a company that was created for the same reason this conference was, and to much so to lift women to new heights. And so anyway, it has been a perfect storm for many of us that are involved right now, because Savvy in 2020, let's face it, it's perfect timing with this COVID era. We are all spending most of our time dressed casually, and even in, you know, for me now, I'm in my leggings and casual clothing. And so fitness clothes and casual wear have really been booming. The sales across the board have. At the same time, this pandemic has shaken things up economically for many of us. So many women have lost their jobs. I have friends that have their hours cut back significantly. Some of us have been looking for multiple streams of income. I know that I had when I got involved. And times like this also get us thinking about the direction we are heading. And do we love what we're doing? It got me thinking that. Do we enjoy the people we are working with? And do we have control over our earnings? And are we building something for the future? With residual income, that was what I had in my mind getting involved with this. Those are some of the questions I asked myself, and Savvy has been a blessing. First, the products. The quality is amazing. It's Lululemon quality at a much, much lower price. We are empowering women and a few smart men, and by giving them an opportunity to own their own business. Some of us are working part-time. I know I have, and it's become my favorite thing to do, but some of us have, like some in my immediate group have dived right in and are working it full-time. And we have women that are using this to fund charitable endeavors, and others that are just working with their daughters. I have some amazing friends in this community that have brought their daughters, their relatives in, and making a legacy here. And so this has been exploding. Sales doubling month after month, and women are adding thousands into their bank accounts every month, tens of thousands for some of the lucky few that are already doing so amazing with this. It's not surprising, because Savvy was founded by a very successful businessman, Ken Porter, and he has a wife and 4 daughters. And largely he did this to empower women. It is a woman empowerment movement, because he himself wanted his daughters and his wife to have a remote business that they can do from anywhere. And so that's the beauty of this, that this is involved myself with my children, my 10-year-old twins, boy and girl, who I already see. I have had more time to spend with them, especially with this pandemic, and being able to do more homeschooling with them and helping them online and have the flexibility with this business. And so it sounds like something, if it does sound like something you or someone you know would like to know more about, let me share my screen with you and show you how. There are 3 ways, and I'll show you that here, that you would let, if I don't know if my screen's cooperating, I'm sorry. This is like, one second. But anyway, first, you may buy some of the cute clothes that you might absolutely love, or if you just want to support.
Jessica,
Yeah.
We're just out of time, but
Okay, sweetheart. Okay. Do you want me to share? Okay, sweetheart, I was going to share a few things, but no problem.
We got a 5, but do you want? Why don't you go ahead and run through? Just run through. We got. I'll give you just another couple minutes here.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay.
No, that's okay. It happens all the time.
So I was just going to say in a few words or less, coming in on the 3 ways, just being able to wear the cute clothes and just enjoying that. And then, or if you wanted to, and just mention it to someone who wants to support women that would like a small side business, a flexible business, then maybe you can, after the show, reach out. I've left some information here where you can reach out to myself. And there is a link that links them back to Envision You and the Envision You mission. So anyway, I'm sorry to cut this short, but thank you so much for having me on, and love to share more with you after this. Thank you.
Awesome. Hey, thank you so much, Jessica. And people will be able to pop in and ask you some other questions during our breakout. And I'm sure you have something in the swag bag. And we'll make sure that people can connect with you because Savvy is great and you are just lovely. So thank you so much.
So are you. And thank you for having me. Thank you.
Yeah, you're awesome. Thanks.
Thank you. You are too. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. Well, everything's awesome today. I just say awesome too much because that's me. But hey, I get to introduce a truly awesome person, Karen Miller-Wise. Now, Karen is, she has an MBA and 20 plus years of experience in marketing, communication, sales. Mike, can we shift the screen there? Oh, he's working on it. Okay, well, I'll get to keep talking about Karen while we get to look at Jessica's lovely clothes there in the background. So Karen applies her MBA and 20 plus years experience in marketing, communication, sales, and coaching to help her clients close more sales in less time. She's the co-founder of Shift World and is a certified bank code trainer. I don't know who knows about bank code here. If you do, you know it's an extraordinary personalized sales technique that helps you use the language of your clients to really connect with them. She's, in addition, okay, now here's how I know Karen.
This will take a moment. There's a little glitch here.
Okay, Mike, you're our master. You will manage. So Karen, this is how I know Karen. I know Karen through eWomen Network. Now she is the managing director of the Phoenix Scottsdale chapter, and now I'm down in Tucson and a member here, but I've had so much fun going up to Phoenix Scottsdale. And Karen is just an amazing human. She attracts people to her magnetically because she's a magnetic leader. She's a generous person. And she's always on the lookout for ways to help her clients improve their business and their sense of self. And there aren't a lot of people who have both sides of that coin working for them. And Karen really, really, really does. One of the things about eWomen Network is that we lift as we climb and we give first and share always. And those are things that Karen embodies in every aspect. So I am really excited to introduce Karen, and Mike will tell us when we're going to switch over.
I was just thinking back.
There we go. Now, yeah, I am so excited to introduce Karen Miller-Wise. Please join me in introducing the woman with the coolest hair on the planet, Karen Miller-Wise.
Oh, well, right back at you, Jennifer. I think you're the woman with the coolest hair. Every time I see you, it's got some like 20s look or 30s look. And yeah, I don't have the patience or the inclination to do what you do, but I always love how you do your hair. I was just thinking back when we first met a few years ago at another event and how we just immediately connected at that event, and we've been friends ever since. And I'm grateful for your friendship, Jennifer.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to MC some of your events.
Yes, Jennifer emceed my summit with eWomen Network here in Phoenix, Scottsdale in February, just before the COVID hit at the end of February. That was one of my last events, but well, thank you. So Scott, can we share my screen? Nope, I got to get my PowerPoint up first here. Let's do that. Okay. All right. Can you see my screen with my slides? It says why they buy. All right.
Yes, ma'am, it's beautiful.
Okay, awesome. I'm just going to organize my screen here so I can see faces a little bit here. That's awesome. Okay. Well, I am so excited to be here today. Thank you so much for inviting me, Kim. And I'm going to share with you a revolutionary idea called Bank, and it's going to help you increase your sales up to 300%. Now, how many of you, with a show of hands, would want to increase your sales by up to 300%? Raise your hand.
Yeah,
right?
We got hands raised here because who wouldn't?
Yeah. Thank you. And I can see people's faces now. I didn't think I was going to be able to, Jennifer, so this is awesome.
Okay, great.
Got 3 screens going, so I appreciate that. Thank you for your help there. So I'm going to unlock the secrets, the science, and the systems that will help you supercharge your sales to increase your sales up to 3%. Again, the bank system is designed to help you close or increase your conversion rate so that you can increase your sales. On top of that, I'm going to introduce you to technology, artificial intelligence, that will help you accomplish those goals more quickly and easily. So I'll get to that later in the presentation. But in the beginning, I want to spend time helping you become an ultra high performer. So I'm going to show you some secrets on how to do that as well. According to Salesforce.com, 60% of you salespeople have missed their quota by 67%. That's nearly 2/3. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Or that's terrible. I mean, that's that's terribly awesome. I'm taking your word, Jennifer. Anyway, it's 87% of people are not adequately prepared. That's almost 1 in 9 people are not adequately prepared for their sales presentation. And then beyond that, I think the worst of them all is that 66% of your customers or your prospects are turned off by the sales presentation. So I'm going to talk to you about how you can turn those numbers into your favor, where you can have 100% of you making your quota, where you can have 100% of you being adequately prepared for your presentations, where you can have all of your prospects or your customers ready to receive the information that you're presenting to them so that they're willing to be influenced by you and want to say yes to whatever it is you're trying to sell to them. How many of you would be interested in that? Awesome. Well, I love this quote by Robert Kiyosaki, the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. He says that the ability to sell is the #1 skill in business. Not the #2 skill, not the #3 skill, but the #1 skill. That's really important. So I think the biggest challenge that we've all found in sales training is that we've all been taught that the biggest lie ever been told is that sales is a numbers game. Have you ever heard that sales is a numbers game? Well, I would like to flip that and say, have you asked yourself, have you ever been told, it takes more no's in order to get more yeses, right? So what if I told you that that doesn't have to be true anymore? And I'm going to show you how. What if I told you today that that is one of the craziest things I've ever heard? Because the truth is that in order to get more yeses, you have to get more yeses. Now I'm going to show you and reveal you exactly what that looks like and what that means. I'm going to reveal to you a way that you can do that and get more yeses every single time. So here's the secret. I want you to write down and get prepared to take some notes because I'm going to give you some more information. The secret is that sales is not a numbers game. Sales is not a numbers game, it's a people's game, right? Because it's more important now than ever that we're in the people business. So let me introduce to you something that's a very powerful concept, and it's in fact revolutionary in nature. It's called bank. Bank, B-A-N-K. Now what is bank? Bank is a personality-based system, meaning that it was rooted in the principles of the 4 personality types from thousands and thousands of years ago. Yet it has a very powerful twist that when applied today in today's sales practices, you'll be able to create extraordinary results. And I'm going to show you how. Bank is people-focused and it's profit-driven. It's profit-driven because I'm going to show you how to make more money more quickly with it. Bank was devised by a woman named Sherry Tree. And she devised this because she wanted to have a way or a system to understand how to make more sales and increase her revenue. And the history a little bit about bank is that once she discovered this phenomenal game-changing technique that she developed herself, she's been presenting this technique to over 100 countries. She's also taught it at Harvard. She's taught it at UC Berkeley. She's trained Google Corporate. She's been featured in Forbes magazine, and she's been featured in Entrepreneur magazine. The bank system is extremely powerful, and I'm going to get into it in a little bit. That's how her story got started. In fact, she has written a book. It's called Why They Buy. It's a game-changing concept, and in fact, it's the only methodology in the world that is scientifically validated to predict buying behavior in 90 seconds. So how many of you would like to increase your ability to predict buying behavior in 90 seconds? Awesome. Well, that's why I'm here, because I'm going to teach you a little bit about how to do that. And I love this quote by Einstein. He says that any fool can complicate things, but it takes a genius to simplify them. And that's the truth with the bank system. What I'm about to introduce to you is a genius concept that will revolutionize your sales techniques and from this point forward, really. That you can take to the bank. So the idea here is not really rocket science, it's personality science, and it's people science. Becoming a top producer is what you can do by using the bank system. And I'm going to show you a little bit about the science. Sherry Tree did not invent this personality science. As I mentioned a minute ago, it was first developed by the Greek physician Hippocrates. Hippocrates used this to practice medicine thousands of years ago when he discovered that the entire human race could be divided into 4 distinct and different groups. And he learned that he could treat them with his medicine in each of those different groups differently based on the group that they were in. Well, he called this the theory of the 4 temperaments. And since then, there have been dozens and dozens of other personality assessments that have been developed, much like the Hippocrates 4 temperaments. Perhaps you've heard of them. There's the DISC, the MBTI, color code. There's things like with animals and astrology. I mean, literally, there are all kinds of systems that have been in existence since then. Now, with a show of hands, how many of you have ever taken any one of these personality trait systems, these personality analysis, right? Now, look around. There's usually a vast majority of people who have taken at least one of these systems. And why do we take these personality assessments? It's because we want to know more about ourselves, right? We're curious about ourselves. Well, Sherry True was curious about herself too, and she was fascinated by it. But her fascination grew into frustration after a while because she wasn't able to make more money because of it. She wasn't able to close more sales or get more yeses and fewer no's. So Sherry thought to herself, well, wait a minute. There must be missing something. What's the missing link? And the missing link is really that there are the 4 different personality types, but if the behavior of one, there must be something would get one personality type to say yes, and that same thing might get another personality type to say a no. And that was the aha moment. That was the beginning of bank, was deciding or understanding what would help get someone to say yes instead of a no in the various personality types. So a lot of times people will ask me, what's the difference between bank and MBTI, or bank and Kiersey temperament, or bank and DISC? Well, basically, they're all, if you take any one of those systems with the 4 acronyms or 4 codes, and you take the bank system and you line them up side by side, they're basically exactly the same, except they're completely different. And the reason that they're completely different is the other systems are based on psychology, and the bank system is based on biology, the science of buying behavior. At the end of the day, Sherry didn't care about the personality that other people were having or that another person had, but it was more about what triggered people to say yes and what triggered them to say a no. We call those triggers are for things that get you to say yes, and tripwires are things that get you to say a no. So Tony Robbins has a quote that I think is really relevant here. He says, let your prospect determine your presentation. So Sherry thought, well, wait a minute. If there are 4 types of people, shouldn't we have 4 different presentations? 4 different ways to approach each customer? Because how many sales presentations do most people have? Just one, right? Because we speak from our own perspective. That's all we know, unless you know otherwise. But that's the great mistake. The great mistake is that we think that you're speaking, that everyone else wants to hear what you're telling them, right? We're all from our own perspective, and that's not wrong, but awareness is the first step to change, right? So for example, if there are 4 personality types and you're speaking from only your personality type, and you speak to that same person, then you have a 1 in 4 chance of speaking the same code or personality code and being able to connect with them and influence them to get to say yes to whatever it is you're trying to sell with your product or your service. Or also, I've been saying sales here, but it also pertains to your personal life as well. You might be trying to persuade a loved one, a spouse or a child to do a chore or to do something they don't want to do, and you need to speak in their code to be influential, right? So the other aspect of this then is that if you're speaking to your own code 1/4 of the time, then that must mean that when you're speaking your code to the other people, the other personality codes, 3/4 of the time, or 75% of the time, you're speaking not their code. So you're not connecting. And that's possibly when you're not making the sale or you're not closing the deal because you're not speaking their code. So I want to do a little exercise with you. So I want you to think about the revenue that you earned last year, your total revenue. Just put that number in your head. Okay, now take that number and multiply that number by 3. So if you made 50,000 last year, the number's 150,000. If you made 100,000 last year, then that number is 300,000, right? So just have that number in your head for a minute. That's the number that you left on the table, not knowing the science of bank. So how many of you would like to be able to get back that 75% and put that money back in your pocket? You want to learn how? Okay, awesome. So let's do that. This is the power of bank. Okay, so bank is designed to help you increase your sales up to 300%. I talked about that because you're learning to speak the right language, the buying language of your customer. So think about if you're trying to win it, or you're trying to talk to somebody, and each of these colored blocks represents a different language. So we'll start with the blue line of blocks. Say that's English. I speak English, my prospect speaks English. I'm having a sales conversation with them, we connect, and I'm more likely to get them to say yes because we're saying the same language, right? Easy. All right, let's say that I'm now speaking to, I'm blue, I'm English, and the red line represents French. I'm speaking someone in French. They don't speak English, I don't speak French. And I'm trying to convince them to buy my sales or my service. But we're not speaking the same language. Do you think I'm gonna make the sale? Probably not, because literally we're not speaking the same language. They don't understand me, right? So let's take that a step further. Well, so now suddenly I learned how to speak French. Now I can speak French and I'm able to communicate them. I've just increased my ability to influence them and the probability of getting to a yes 100% of the time, right? Are you tracking with me about the math there? Okay, so now the third line, the yellow line, the N, that now is Spanish, we'll say. I speak English, I speak French, but I don't speak Spanish. My Spanish prospect doesn't speak English or French. Am I likely to make the sale? Probably not, right? Because we're literally not speaking the language unless I learn how to speak Spanish. And then again, we have the chance to connect again. And so now I have a 200% chance of connecting with them and influencing the sale and making the probability of making the sale. All right, just carrying this through. Now the fourth line, the green box represents, we'll say, Korean. Now you're probably thinking, I've not even been to that part of the world, right? Well, even so, what if winning the entire deal, winning that deal, closing the sale and taking to the bank was based on your ability to close that person? Do you see how important it would be to be able to speak Korean, to learn how to speak their language so you can connect with them? So when you speak the code of that person, now you've increased your ability to close the sale up to 300%. So that's how influential this can be. That's the power of bank. So I want to introduce you to the system now. Let's get to the meat. This is the fun part. The system, I like acronyms, right? So system stands for Save Yourself Time, Energy, and Money. Who here would like to save yourself time, energy, and money? Right? I would. Everybody does. It's a no-brainer, of course. So I'm going to introduce you to bank, B-A-N-K. And at the end of this, if it's not obvious how important it is to speak someone's code, then it will be at the end. So we'll start with B. B stands for blueprint. I like to use the analogy of a box. People that are blueprint like to think inside the box. Like the name implies, a blueprint is like an architect. The people that are blueprint, they often like stability. They like structure and systems, planning. They like to color code things. They like predictability and responsibility. They also have a sense of duty, like a police officer, or staying within the rules. They're impressed by credentials, or they look for credentials and titles in order to have credibility for something when they buy, and tradition. These are all very particular types of behavior for a blueprint. So let me ask you a question. Do you think that a person that's a blueprint would ever show up late, or likely show up late for an appointment? Probably not, because they're rule followers. The people that are blueprint like to follow the rules, and they often point out when other people aren't following the rules, right? We all know someone like that, the people that are saying, oh, that person's not staying within the lines, right? Well, these are things that you may or may not know about the blueprint. They're like unspoken rules. And that's why we call them tripwires. They're things that can cause you to get to a no and you won't even realize it, right? It's like an unspoken thing. So that's one of the examples of the things that we teach when we do a deeper dive into bank in our classes. And I'll tell you more about that later. All right, let's go to the next one, action. Action people, see the rocket coming out of the box? Literally, if blueprint people like to stay in the box, action people like to get out of the box. You can't keep them in the box. They're the type of people that drink Red Bull for breakfast. So they love to be treated like VIPs. They're the movers and the shakers and the millionaire makers. The values that are most pertinent for action types of people, they like freedom and flexibility and spontaneity. Action, they like fast cars. They like to have opportunity and excitement. They like to have attention drawn upon themselves and to be stimulated. They don't like to do the same thing over and over. They like to have change. They're very competitive and are often involved in sports. They like to win. They like to win. And they like to have fun. And then they're all about the image, right? They might have fancy watches or fancy cars, fancy clothes. So the type of people and the values that action people have are very different than the type of people that have blueprint values. So do you think punctuality is a thing for action people? It's kind of the opposite, actually. They would prefer to be late. They would prefer to be fashionably late. They like to have the attention on them. So they're less inclined to want to be late, and they're often, or to be on time. They want to be late. They often show up with excitement, enthusiasm. They're the life of the party. They often are, very anxious and vivacious. So who do you think spends more money, an blueprint or an action? An action, yeah, absolutely. So how do you win the business with an action? Because they're very picky about who they do their business with. So they have triggers and tripwires. So if you show up and you're dressed kind of frumpy, and an action is about impression, about the watch and that kind of thing, then they look at those kinds of things. They like to be impressed, and they want to be associated with people that are impressive. So again, they have triggers and tripwires that you may know and that are unspoken that action people have.
You got about a minute.
Okay.
Make it 2.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, we have nurturing types. They are the honey, the sweet, the people that are, we like to say they recycle the box. I'm going to go a little faster here. Oops. These are the values. They're about community and connection. The knowledge people are all about, they like to engineer the box. They're all about the technical aspects of creating things. So I want to get to the meat about how you can learn this. So I was thinking I had a little more time, so that was my bad on that. So there are 3 different ways you can crack a code. There are these cards that we have. They're like business cards, literally. And when I'm in person, I have someone come up and I have them crack their code. You can do it in 90 seconds. But what I'm going to have for you is, you can get your cameras out in a second. I'm going to give you an opportunity to get your own personal report. It's worth $99, and it will be emailed to you directly. So literally, I'm going to give you a code here in a second. Go to www.crackmycode.com, code me now, take a picture here, and it's going to show what you see on the screen there, the 4 cards. And you're going to drag the cards into position 1, 2, 3, and 4, and you can code yourself. The position 1 is the card that's most like you, and the position 4 is the card that's least like you. what that will do, it will give you information about the triggers and tripwires, not only for your code, you'll learn about yourself, but more importantly, equally importantly, you're going to learn about the other personality codes as well. And then lastly, I have a special bonus for people to learn about the artificial intelligence. For the first 5 people that text the word Karen to 64600, I will do a Codebreaker AI artificial intelligence on your website or on your competitor's website, so you can code, or I can teach you how to use artificial intelligence to code people in your world. And so what that means is when you take the bank code class, and I'm going to offer one next, when you text Karen to 6400, you send me an email if you're interested in taking my Why They Buy class. It's a free 1-hour webinar where we're going to do a deeper dive on all of this information so you can learn more about the triggers and tripwires. And what I do is I like to help people understand if you have someone in a relationship in your life that you're struggling with, we can code that individual and I can help you learn how to communicate with that person.
Hey,
So,
Karen,
yeah.
I know you have so much to say about it. We have just a couple minutes left for questions, and I think that some of these questions will lead into some of the answers that you're going to give in your workshop. So
Okay.
can you see the chat? There's a couple people wondering if they can be more than one, and people are excited to see what kind they are. What do you think?
Okay, let me come back out here so I can see everybody. Hey,
Just
Angel.
a couple minutes here.
Glad to see you here. Okay, let me open the chat.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So I have an ideal client. I don't work great with everybody. Can this help me narrow down my ideal client so that I don't end up accidentally choosing people who I really am not best at serving?
Yeah, absolutely. There are certain personality types that really you don't get along with, not you, but different personality codes. So for example, people that are blueprint really don't like to live with action people sometimes, because blueprints like things to be organized and action people would rather not. But yet action people like to have blueprint people in their lives because they keep things organized at home and they keep food in the refrigerator and things like that. So there's a symbiotic relationship about opposites, but over time they can also go like this. So having an awareness of that. And the same thing goes with your customers, right? People say, how long does it take to close a knowledge? Forever. Because knowledge people they don't want to make the wrong decision. They're all about analysis. They don't want to make the wrong decision. So they're the type of people, when you're giving a sales presentation, that won't make a decision. They have to sleep on it. If they say they want to sleep on it, they could be a knowledge, right? Yeah. So,
Awesome.
okay, I have the chat here now.
Yeah, I think we only got a minute here. There's a lot of people talking about know, like, and trust. And I think you can probably answer this in about 30 seconds. We think know, like, and trust would be contrary to the bank code, but does this help you be more authentic when you're meeting with people?
Well, yeah, because you're giving the person the information that it's like when I start a sales presentation, I say, I'm come prepared today to talk to you about X, but before we do, what is it that you need to know? And so if I know that they're a nurture, I know that they're going to be interested in certain types of things like connection. If I know that they're knowledge, I'm going to give them scientific facts and tradition and credibility and the white paper, things of that nature. I see someone asked, I think I'm both the combination of A and N. Yeah, well, we are all 4 of the codes. It's just a matter of priority. And I have an assessment that can teach you that. So in the breakout session, we can go into this a little more, or come to my free workshop. It's in another 10 days. And we can go into this in a deeper dive, and it's so much fun. Yeah, it's about why they
spend more time with Karen. That's a win.
Text Karen to 64600 646.
Why don't you put that in the chat, Karen?
I will.
Perfect.
And it's a way to connect me there. Yep.
Hey, thanks, Karen.
Thank you so much.
I'm confused. I have no idea who I am, even though I've done it. Awesome. Okay, so here we go. We're going to move. Is everybody having some great ahas already? I suspect there are people with some great ahas. Nod, raise your hand. So far with our speakers, has something clicked? Something started your curiosity? A little spark? Or is your hair on fire with enthusiasm? Are you curious how to communicate better? Well, I'm excited to introduce our next speaker. Now, Alicia G. Now, I just spoke to her on the phone, and she's just such a delight. So her topic hits close to home for a lot of people. I know that it does for me, but I believe that Alicia is the perfect person to guide us through this. So she's going to help us today lean into uncomfortability. Does that make you squirm in your seat a little bit? Well, the whole point of this is about reclaiming our truth and speaking our story out loud rather than allowing people to squelch what's true for us. Yeah, anybody have that feeling? So Alicia is an abuse coach and speaker for women who have been through abuse or painful past experiences. She's created the Rise Up framework, which is release, reclaim, and rise. How about that? Another 3 R's.
I love it.
Release, reclaim, and rise to help women all over the world release their past so they can live the life they've always dreamed of. And she does this through finding a routine that helps you wake up every day with purpose, moving your body, and introducing mindset tools that help you unlearn what your abuser, our abuser, I'll include myself, and society has said about us, so we can start healing and finding freedom after abuse. So Alicia grew up in China and has supported women all around the world throughout their healing journey, because Alicia says it's a healing journey, not a healing sprint. So awesome, something that we can all use today. Let's soak in the wisdom of Alicia, and drum roll please, I'm turning it over to Alicia G.
Yes, thank you guys for being here today. You don't realize how huge these conferences are, because this right here is what supported me in continuing on my healing journey, is actually showing up for myself, because I believe movement is the best way to fight for yourself after abuse, after painful life experiences, because it's not just movement. It's not just like we think like fitness is in the gym. It's like five hours in the gym every day. But it's actually moving your body and taking action. And so I'm so excited to be here today. So in order to really get started, I need you to take action. I need us to get up. I don't know where you're at. Video's on. I'm not even doing the screen thing because I'm like, let's get up and move.
I hope everyone's got their pajama bottoms on, Alicia.
Know, right? I was like, I actually wore pants this time because I do. Now I like moving on the screen. So I'm like, good. So like, get like some stretches in, squats, whatever you have to do. Get moving, okay? Oh, stretch. Yes. Okay. Awesome. I love it. If you need more, keep going. You can just listen to me while you're stretching, doing whatever. I love it, because I believe movement is the best way to fight for yourself after abuse. How do I know this? Is because I myself had to learn how to move after going through 16 years after the abuse of not wanting to show up for myself, putting on a mask, and not being who I was meant to be. And so I want to take you back, but first of all, I want you to, and if you, I know some of you guys are at work, and I know some of you guys are doing other things, but lean into the uncomfortability, turn on your camera, even if it's like an awkward view of you. I want to see your faces, because we are here together for a reason. You are on this call for a reason. And it might be to hear something I'm saying right now, it might be someone else, but we get to show up powerfully by showing and being uncomfortable with having our face on the screen, with being here and actually answering this next question I have for you. Because 1 in 3 women have experienced some kind of abuse. And unfortunately, that might even be higher. But I want you to lean into the uncomfortability, and I want you to type yes or no in the chat if you yourself have gone through abuse. And this part gets me teary-eyed every time. But the reason why it is so important that I ask that question is because we have to say it out loud. We cannot go through life alone anymore. All these yeses. And what's important to remember is that while these yeses come in, it's important to remember that you're not alone. and that you're not broken from your past. You're actually stronger. So I want to share my story of going through abuse. Like she said, I grew up in China. I had this amazing childhood, traveling around the world. My dad was a doctor and a missionary. I absolutely loved my childhood. I got to see new people, new experiences all the time. But what really changed for me was when I was 11 years old, when we moved back to the States, and I had a family member start treating me differently. It used to just be games, and then it started being more physical. And I remember just being like so confused what he was doing. And this was someone that I looked up to. This is someone I expected to protect me. This is someone that I had around me all the time. And so deep down, I knew what he was doing was not okay. Every time he touched me, I knew it wasn't okay. But he would tell me things like, this is what you do with family. This is normal. This is okay. And it moved on to really feeling guilty and shameful about what was happening. It moved on to me trying to ask friends like, hey, what do you do with this family member? What do you do when you're alone? And they'd be like, why are you asking? And I'm like, oh, no reason. Let's change the subject, right? And I would go to school with a smile on my face. I was on the volleyball team, basketball team. I had friends all around. I was always dating somebody. If anyone would have looked at me, and even my best friends now, who are still some of my best friends, were like, Alicia, I looked up to you. I thought you were happy. I didn't know. I'm sorry. And that wasn't the burden to carry. But what I'm trying to say is on the outside, I looked like I was doing amazing. And some of you right now might be like, no, I'm fine. But here's what happens when you say that. What happened in my story was it continued for 2 years. He started manipulating me into, hey, if you tell your parents, then I will tell them that you drink, or you cut yourself, or you do stuff with other guys. And he would use some blackmail. And at that time I was like, oh, I don't want them to know I drink. I don't want them to know I cut. But of course, that would have been amazing for them to know that so that it could have stopped with the abuse. But it happened for 2 years. And my story is a little bit different because I never actually ended up saying it out loud. But someone came to me after seeing an email from my abuser. And it was very inappropriate. And they asked him about it, and he told them everything. And he apologized, and he went to counseling, whatever. But what happened was my mom came to me, and she asked me, what has been happening? And I couldn't even get the words out, barely. I was like, this happened, and I wanted to be small. I was in an office chair. I was like spinning in circles. She's like, stop moving, tell me what happened. But I couldn't. I didn't even know what the word sexual abuse meant. I never heard about it. I never had my family talk about it. And so I didn't know what was really going on. And so when I shared what little I could, she came to me and looked at me and said, well, Alicia, it takes two. And so when she said that, that reaffirmed that it was my fault. That reaffirmed in my mind that I should have told someone if I wanted to have it stop. And so for 16 years afterwards, I didn't talk about it. I went to counseling for a little bit. She helped me realize it was, I kept on saying we. She's like, it's not we, it happened to you. It's not your fault. And while I was like, yeah, that's not my fault, my actions said otherwise. Because for 16 years, I would party and drink. In high school, college, I drank every night until I didn't remember the night. No happy person does that. I had lots of friends, not any close friends, because I didn't want to actually have to share my story. I don't want to get close enough for them to be like, how are you? What's really going on? Because I didn't want anyone to know. And at that point, I had my emotions cut off for so long almost that I became so numb that I thought that I was doing okay. Even to the point after college, I was like, okay, I'm working with these girls who've gone through sex trafficking. I related to their stories because a lot of them had gone through abuse, but their abusers led them to sex trafficking, or they had run away like I had and they got kidnapped. And so I related to these girls and I was like, I'm doing great, I'm serving, I'm showing up for others. But I would come home and I would complain to my fiance now, I would complain to him. I was like, I'm exhausted. I'm not getting paid at all. I'm tired. And I would complain because I was going to school. I was working with these girls who'd gone through sex trafficking. I was bartending, and I was trying to have a relationship because I loved being busy, because that allowed me not to check in on myself. Until that moment where he looked at me and he said, you do not get to complain about this anymore because you have never taken the time to check on yourself. So how can you serve these girls? And I was like, oh, who does he think he is? Telling me that at first. Yeah, I was livid because for 16 years, like I said, I was like, oh, I'm fine. What do you mean? And I wanted to say that. But everything inside me was screaming like, just say you're not okay. Because that is okay. And so finally, after 16 years, I looked at myself and I was like, no, I don't even know my favorite color. I don't even know who I am anymore. And I know some of you on here can relate to just being like, where is Alicia G? Where am I? And so what was that at that point in my life, I stopped working with the girls who had gone through sex trafficking. I decided that I can no longer live like this anymore. I have to do something. And for me, that was actually taking action. I went through a period of sharing my story. Yes, I had counselors, I had mentors, and I was sharing my story, but I was like, man, like, why am I not healed yet? How many of you guys have been like, why am I still talking about this? Why am I still doing this stuff? Why does it still affect me? Some people are like, I work with, they're like, it's been 30 years. So what? If you have never confronted your past and unlearned what your abuser has said about you and society has said about you after the abuse, then this is your year to take back your life. Because you can't move forward until you actually unlearn what your abuser has said about you. So for me, what I had to do was realize that I was not broken from my past. So I took action on that. I started working out in the gym. For me, I love the gym. That's where I went even when I was going through abuse. It was my one place that I got away. It was my one place I felt physically and mentally strong. But what it did for me in that moment was it showed me that I was not giving up for myself. And so movement and fitness doesn't have to be just going to the gym. Just because that's my thing does not mean it's your thing. If 5-10 minutes outside every single day supports you and showing up for yourself, amazing, do it. It doesn't have to look any other way. We don't get to compare our stories to anybody. We don't get to compare our journey to anybody. We get to just take action. And so when I started unlearning that I was broken, because how many of you guys have heard in society like, oh, you've been through abuse? Oh no, you're broken. And the reaction's like, oh, I'm sorry. And while yes, of course, and when you get those responses, you also don't get to be angry about them because that's what they've heard in the past before too. So you don't get to be mad at them, but you do get to realize that's not true. You do get to realize that you are so much stronger from your past. And so when I started unlearning the things that my abuser had said about me, like that I was broken, that I would never find love again, that I was stupid, that I was not enough, I stopped being a people pleaser. I stopped saying yes to everything and everybody. And I started showing up for myself. So what I want to remind you guys today is that it doesn't matter how long it's been. Because until you can truly unlearn what he said about you, and I want to remind you guys, sometimes we compare our stories. We might be looking at Kim's story and be like, oh gosh, she's been through all of it. Oh, my stories, I'm not as bad. I wasn't as bad as that. Oh, it only went for 2 years. Okay, that's not as bad. Oh, it was only because this person, wasn't that bad. Oh, I only got bullied. Oh, I only had parents who didn't like love me the way I needed to be loved. At least it wasn't sexual abuse. No, we don't get to compare our stories. We don't get to compare our stories because, well, like Michelle said, like that's living in the past. that's living in the past, and we only get to go forward. And when we're comparing our stories, when we're still looking at our past and being like, well, why didn't I show up? Why didn't I tell someone, Alicia? Like, why? I asked myself that for years. But until I could stop asking myself those questions, I actually had energy to fight for myself in the future. Because when we focus on our past and when we don't take time to actually unlearn what our abuser has said about us, and we take it on as who we are, well, oh yeah, I've been through abuse, and so like, so I'm gonna go to this interview and they're gonna ask me if I'm really capable of doing this job, and I'm gonna be small. I'm gonna be small because I'm supposed to be small. And as women in general, we're taught to be small sometimes. We're taught to like talk with our voices nice and calm. But until you can unlearn those things and realize, no, you get to have a voice. Just because in the past, maybe somehow you didn't use your voice in the way that you wanted to, doesn't mean you weren't fighting for yourself. Because beating up on ourselves from the past and talking about things like, oh, well, I wish I would have done this. I wish I would have done that. I should have done that. You're spending all of your energy over there. And so when people are like, hey, you should, work on yourself. We should do all these things. You're like, I don't even have the energy to start. I don't even have the energy to start. And so right now, if this is speaking to you, you get to realize that you are so worth fighting for. Not because you have kids to show up for, not because you have to do speaking engagements, not because everyone else needs you. You need yourself, and more than ever, we need powerful, strong women rising up into who they're meant to be. And it starts with actually writing out what it is that you're believing about your past. Writing it out. All of us can agree on this. All of us speakers, if we don't tell you to write it out, we're lying, because you have to get it out. And pen and paper is powerful. It is such a powerful thing. And so when you're taking this time to reflect on what has been said this weekend, take the time to really write out what your abuser has said about you and get it out. Because what we resist, what we keep in the dark, persists, it grows, and it gets worse. But until you can say it out loud, and that's why in the very beginning, I know it's uncomfortable, and maybe for some of you, you said no. And now you're looking back and like, maybe actually it is a yes. Because sometimes it's really hard to even admit that we have gone through hard things, because for so long you focused on other people. But this is your year. Not 2021, 2020 is your year. We don't get to act like this year has been terrible. We don't get to act like this is like, oh, we'll scratch this year. Because all the memes are saying that right now. Everyone's saying about, hey, let's just get to 2021. No, we have plenty of time to start now, to take action, to start showing up for yourself. And so on that note, you get accountability and support. You're not doing life on your own. I could not be here speaking on stage if I didn't have accountability, if I didn't have support in life, if I didn't have someone checking in on me and be like, Alicia, like, how are you today, actually? Mm-hmm. Actually, how are you? And so reach out to any of us ladies on here. Reach out to somebody who you're like, oh, I saw her online. It doesn't matter if it's online, doesn't matter who it is. If you feel a connection to somebody and you want to finally share your story, go reach out and share your story. It doesn't have to be public, doesn't have to be on social media, doesn't have to be at speaking engagements. Say your truth out loud and unlearn what your abuser has said about you, and cross it off, burn it. You need to have a crazy, like Michelle will come over with a torch and fire and all that, and really burn it and realize like, that's not who you are. That's not who you are anymore. And you get to move past that, because honestly, what I want for you is not just to unlearn what your abuser has said about you. I want you to rise up and to create the life of your dreams. I want you to use bank and make money and have a successful career and do all those things. But until we can really start with unlearning what our abuser has said about us, then we can't move forward. So I want to leave you with that. And if you have any questions, I would love to hear those and see where you're at on your healing journey. I see comments coming in, so I don't know if I missed anything, but I would love to really just open this up for question and answer, because at the same time, I can share everything that I've done. I can share all these tools, but we need openness and honesty. And so if there's anything that's coming up for you in this, say it out loud, ask. You're in a safe environment, and we get to speak our truth. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to the questions.
We have a little time. One of the comments that's here that could be a great question is, she said, I realized I was abused when I heard Alicia's story. How often does it happen that we have suppressed so much that we don't connect with our own abuse until we hear someone else's story?
Yes, so often.
That's why it's important to tell our stories, right?
Yes, that is why it's so important to share our story. I remember, guys, when I first wanted to share my story, and I want to remind you guys, I started this company a year and a half ago now, and I shared my story for the very first time last August, publicly. And so why I share that with you is because sometimes I think we look at people and we're like, oh, they can do it. They can speak out loud. They can share their story online. And by the way, you don't have to share it online. That's not what I'm getting at. But we look at other people, we're like, they can do it. But when I asked myself, I was like, hey, if I could share my story and I could serve one person, would I do it? And the answer was yes. And so I did. But I talked to one of my best friends first, and her name was Sarah. And I'll never forget this conversation. And long story short, she had heard my story in high school, never shared anything about herself until that moment when I said, I'm going to share my story publicly. She was like, Alicia, because you have the courage to share your story publicly, I feel comfortable enough to share with you now that I've also gone through abuse as a child. And that is the power of saying it out loud, because I don't know who just wrote that you heard my story for the first time and you realized, but yes, that is the power, because you never know who's watching and you never know who needs to hear your story. And I just talked about this earlier this morning, but it doesn't have to be here. It doesn't have to be on a speaking, it doesn't have to be social media. What if you went to your daughter, your son, your family, your aunt, your uncle, somebody in your life that you're like, oh, I know that they're going through a hard time. Maybe if I share my story, it might support them.
Alicia, you and I have twice now have gotten together and done my show twice.
Yes.
And our comments have gone through the roof.
Yeah.
And people making comments and stuff in the power of the silence.
Yeah.
That the silence is so great. That people live in silence. And so if I can add anything to this conversation is that you don't even realize that you live in silence as you continue to stuff it, is that you just do what you do and you live in pain.
Yeah, exactly. Because sometimes, I was so far out of my emotions that I needed someone to take a stand for me. And that was my fiance for the first time. That was my coach for the second time. That was people in my life taking a stand for me. And that's why we're here speaking to you today, because we're willing to take a stand for you. And so you're not doing this alone. I know it can feel lonely sometimes. I know we're in quarantine. I'm not ignoring everything that has happened in the world. There's a lot of pain, but I know that right after pain, there's so much healing and freedom if you choose it.
The moment that you open your voice, the lighter you get.
Yes. Hey, 187 pounds lighter, right? In some cases, you have that weight on your shoulder, okay? And it's not your burden to carry anymore. And I used to not want to create urgency, but there is an urgent time right now to release your past. We can't put it off anymore. I used to want to just be like, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead and say. I have a question for you. I know everyone's going to want to know the answer to.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I used to want to just be quiet, be like, hey, I have this thing to support you with abuse. I have these programs, da, da, da. But I'm like, I'm doing it a service if I don't tell you that this is your year right now to take action. because we don't get to put it off. We don't get to say, hey, we have kids. Hey, we're trying to do this online schooling. Hey, we're trying to get back into work. No, you are so important. You are worth fighting for. If anything that this quarantine has taught me is that I had to check in on myself. Yes, this quarantine was hard. I gained weight, did all the things that I'm sure all of you are struggling with, but it taught me so much to realize I had to check in on myself.
So Alicia, I know that and we'll have the breakout room, but I know there are an awful lot of people who want to reach out to you. And so you still have about 4 minutes, and I would love to hear, as would everybody else, what is your business? What do you do? And how do you structure what you do?
Yes. So we get accountability and support in life. So ultimately, I won't know if this is the right program for you if I don't get on a phone call with you and see where you're at. But what I do is come alongside of you and give you tools to stay actionable and to keep going. So I have things like my Abuse Is Not Your Name course, because it is not your name. It is something that's happened to you. I'm not telling you you're going to forget it. Everyone sometimes asks, like my clients are like, when am I going to stop crying? When am I going to stop having to heal? It's like, no, it's like I said, it's a healing journey, not a sprint. And so you get people in your life to support you through it. And so you get to realize, like, you get to take these actionable steps. You get to go in this course if this is for you. Abuse Is Not My Name, 5-week course, 5 modules, 5 journal prompts, and a community on a Facebook group where you have support and a community of people actually taking action. Because that's what's important, guys. You have to surround yourself with people who aren't just going to maybe, and there's a power. Don't get me wrong in this. There's a power in saying it out loud. There's a power in sharing your story. But at some time, you have to be willing to go, hey, what's next? Mm-hmm. What's the next step? How do I actually take action after this? If you're having realizations right now and you're like, oh my gosh, I haven't maybe healed from my abuse. Thank goodness that you had that realization. It's not something that's like, oh gosh, like why am I still? It's like, this is an exciting next step of your journey on how to take action. I do one-on-one coaching, I do group coaching, but ultimately, like if this is speaking to you, you get to hop on a phone call. And I would love to hear your story and see where you're at, because you are not alone. And I had so many people taking a stand for me. And so that is what wakes me up every single day. And that's why I get to take a stand for you, is because we are not meant to do this on our own.
So Alicia, what's the name of your company?
We Lift to Rise.
Contacts, and I know that Mike will repost the contacts and the swag bag, but tell me the name of your company.
Yeah, it's called We Lift to Rise. So I do a lot of trainings, guys, too. And so if you follow me on Facebook and Instagram, I do lives and trainings all the time, because there's steps to take. And you don't, like sometimes we feel overwhelmed. We're like, what do we do? What do we do next, right? But you get to keep going, and it doesn't have to be, they talk about consistency all the time. And I think this is like a word that's used all the time. If I can leave you with this message, the only thing you can really truly stay consistent in is getting back up. Write that down, because really at the end of the day, we beat ourselves up for not taking enough action, doing enough. But the only thing we can really stay consistent in is showing back up even after hard days.
Awesome.
That's
hey,
what we do. Yeah, of course. Thank you guys.
All right.
I'll definitely read the comments and stuff, and thank you for all of them. So.
Yeah, it's interesting. There seem to be more comments than questions. I think we still, no matter we're in the safe space, it's sort of hard because we feel, we feel like if we ask a question, we have to ask for a friend, sometimes. And I find that interesting, but I think all those comments have a question wrapped inside them.
Yes.
So, hey, thank you so much, Alicia.
Thank you.
Alicia G, everybody. Thank you. All right. I am, I always say I'm excited, but I actually, every single speaker just is another gem. And I have just, is everyone really soaking up here and just finding, everyone's finding something for themselves, aren't they? And maybe a lot. So, write down everything that you're, that's sparking for you with all of these speakers. And I suspect that if you run them all around at the end of the day, they're gonna point to a little nugget that's just yours to manage. All right, so our next speaker, well, before I introduce our next guest speaker person, I'm gonna ask you a few questions. And I would like you to raise your hands. So could you use ideas to rock Your first impressions? Yes? Hands. Would you like tips to revive and refine your image? Yeah. Are you ready to create a personal brand that promotes success for all of you business people? Also, personally, we are a brand. People know us in a certain way, right? So if you answered yes to any of those questions, you are going to be, oh, there's somebody's mic on here. If you answered yes to any of those questions, you are going to be glad you are here. If you didn't answer yes to any of those questions, I'm going to call you out. You might just be in a little bit of denial because we can all up level just a squinch, right? So our speaker, our next speaker has over 2 decades of experience as an international brand strategist and professional speaker on impression management. She maximizes the ROI, that's return on image, of business professionals, from the very helpful person that you see at the front desk all the way up to the head of the boardroom. She believes in she also has her values and lives her beliefs and values. So she believes in giving. Is that me? Yeah, she believes in giving back to the community. She was the 2013 and 2014 international president of a service club, Cosmopolitan International. And now she serves on the board of a nonprofit organization. And I want to share this, it's really awesome. Simon Says Give. And it gives birthday parties to kids whose family otherwise couldn't afford one. I know, amazing. So she's a trained professional model, which you will get immediately as soon as you see her lovely self and poise. And she was named first runner-up in the Mrs. South Dakota America pageant. Yeah, so when she's not speaking or developing image icons, she's messing up a Pinterest recipe. And her guilty pleasure is cars, and that would be really fast cars. I think you and Karen Miller-Wise need to spend an afternoon together. But helping us cultivate an image of success, please join in welcoming consultant, speaker, woman who knows how to rock a pair of eyeglasses, and lover of all things vintage, Sheila Anderson.
Hello, I'm so excited to be here with you. Oh my gosh, we've had such amazing speakers. This has been phenomenal. Wonderful. Alicia, really hard to follow you. Wow, really touched my heart. So I'm going to start with a question for you all. If I were to ask 5 of your closest friends what one word comes to mind when they think of you, what would they tell me? And if I were to ask the person in the frame next to you, maybe you haven't met them, that very same question, what one word comes to mind when they think of you, now that they've saw you and interacted with you a little bit on the Zoom call, what would you want them to say? What are those words you never want used to describe you? My main question to you is this: how do you want others to experience you? And if you're like most people, you probably haven't given it that much thought. So you are the chief experience officer of you. And being with you should be an experience, and being in your presence should leave people yearning for more. Now, we interact with about 80,000 people in our lifetime. Research indicates that. Or it says that we meet 20,000 to 50,000 people in our lifetime. And so the point is not that exact number. The point is this: I want you to understand the thousands of impressions that you've already made and the thousands of impressions that you're going to make. And Karen, I'm the A. I am all about brand. I'm all about image. The blueprint part of me, that's my husband, the CPA, thank goodness. So everything communicates. Everything you say, everything you do, and everything you wear sends a message. And it's either strengthening your brand or it's diminishing your brand. And a lot of you are thinking, you know, do I have a brand? I don't know if I have a brand. Well, the good news is you all have a personal brand. The bad news is we all have a personal brand, and it's up to us to own that brand. So what is a personal brand? It's more than just what you wear. It's how people interact with you online. It's how they interact with you out in the public. It's when they're talking about you or thinking about you or referring you to somebody else. It's those words and that reputation and that interaction they've had with you that comes back into their mind. And you need to own that. So there's several ways that we can own that. But I'm going to start with a story. When I was growing up, which was the 80s, I'm 53 years old, I used to dance around my room to Madonna. And during that time, dancing around my room, I had these photos that I had cut out of fashion magazines that I had taped up on my wall. And I had created this collage of all these women that inspired me. And maybe it was their hair, maybe it was their makeup at the time, probably in all likelihood it was their clothing. And that formed an impression in me of what I thought the perfect woman should look like. I was always chubbier in grade school. I was always a little bit chubbier in high school. Michelle, I can relate to you. The largest I've been is a size 2X in the 1990s. And I remember standing in a clothing store in the 1990s with tears in my eyes, frustrated at the fashions that people had in a plus size clothing store. Now it's much better than it used to be, but I was so frustrated and I felt so defeated. And I remember they're just bawling in this clothing store. And I thought, how come I have to look frumpy? How come at my size I can't look better? And maybe it wasn't the people creating the clothing, maybe it was me personally. And I felt invisible. And being invisible really wasn't maybe about not being seen, it was about not loving who I was. And not loving the fact that I didn't really know who I was. I didn't have self-confidence in who I was. And so that was a turning point for me when I went, you know what? I am very artistic by nature, and I'm going to take my artistic talents and I'm going to learn how to dress this body at a 2X, a size 22, and do the best damn job I can, right? I'm going to put myself together. I'm going to probably break every fashion rule, and that's going to be okay because it's going to be authentic to me. So that's what I do with my clients. I help them figure out who they are internally, taking that inner persona and catapulting it outside so everybody can see who you are in your spirit. I dress your spirit. That's what I do, is I dress your spirit. I bring that out. Okay, so our brains are lazy. As humans, we're wired to interpret things visually first. So let me explain about brains being lazy. 99% of the time, our brains are in automatic mode. They're in that subconscious level. And it keeps looking at things throughout the day, and it goes, that looks normal, that looks normal, that looks normal. Seen that before, automatic mode, until it sees something different. And it catches it, and the brain goes, that catches my eye. And now it switches to my conscious mode. And so why does that matter in your image and how you present yourself and your personal brand? Because in that sea of sameness, when the brain's on automatic mode, you want to be memorable. You want to stand out. You want people's brains to shift and go, I want to get to know her. I want to, she seems interesting. There's something about her. And it's not just always what you wear, it's everything about you, how you present yourself. So there's some reinvention strategies I'm going to share with you. And you write down the word step. And so the S in step is your signature style. I want you to think about dressing with intention and not out of habit. Right now we're in the COVID, coronavirus. I gained 20 pounds, right? As an image consultant, a trained professional model, I keep thinking to myself, oh, you know what? I can camouflage it. I know how to hide it. I know how to pose. just perfect to hide a few little pounds here or there. I went to modeling school, for goodness sakes. At age 39, I walked into my husband and said, I want to go to modeling school. And he went, why? You're 39. And I went, I could have asked for a fast car, right? Could have been my midlife crisis. But I wanted to go to modeling school because, number one, self-confidence. I still lacked it. Number two, I wanted to know how to carry my body and have better posture. I wanted to learn how to pose in photos. And I just wanted to feel better about myself. It was something that I've always wanted to do as a little girl. I always wanted to do it, but I felt too fat, right? Felt too fat to be a model. And I thought, screw it. I'm 39 years old. I'm a size 14 at that time. I'm going to modeling school. They're going to accept me and I'm just going to do it. And I did it. And it was the best 9 months of my life. I loved it. So coming back to the S in the reinvention strategy, signature style, create a signature style for yourself. It could be a color that you wear all the time. If you think of Mark Zuckerberg from Facebook, he always wears typically a hoodie. If you think of former First Lady Barbara Bush, always had a strand of pearls. If you think of Hillary Clinton, always wore a pantsuit, right? Come up with that signature look. Whatever it is, it could just be a piece, it could be your eyeglasses, right? That's my signature look. It could be your eyeglasses. It could be a color that you always wear. Maybe you always wear red. You know, come up with something that's you and that shows that you care. And creating a signature style, look at quality versus quantity. Again, we're in COVID. We've learned to live with less. Right? We've learned to live with less. Your favorite place to shop should be your closet. You should have everything in there. You should be able to put on and come out and look in the mirror and go, whoa, she is hot. Look at her. Oh my goodness. We all know when we put on clothes and we're like, I feel good. I feel good. This is amazing. Woo-hoo-hoo. My partner or my husband or whoever, man, I am their best accessory today, right? You got to feel good about yourself. And if you put on something in your closet right now and you don't feel that way, get rid of it. It's dead weight. Get rid of it. It's time to clear it out, right? So your closet should be your favorite place to shop. Fill it with beautiful things. It should be a boutique-y, like, I don't care if your closet's this big. And again, with COVID, you know, so many people said, well, I'm just living in my yoga pants and my stretch pants and, you know, I'm putting on weight and I just barely can get a t-shirt on. And I'm like, I dress up every day. I dress up every day because it makes me feel better. It affects my mood for the day. It affects my mindset. And ultimately, ladies, it affects the money you make. So dress up. And I think what's going to happen with COVID now is that I'm calling it the pregnancy factor. You know, for 9 months, you wear those maternity clothes. And at the end of 9 months, you're going, I cannot wait to get back into my normal clothes. I can't wait to wear my favorite pair of jeans again. I can't wait. I think that's what's going to happen now that COVID's done. Or getting, you know, it's after 9 months of this, we're going to be like, okay, fine. I've had enough of yoga pants. You know, I need to do something to make myself feel better. So create a signature style for yourself. T is for talents. You know what? You guys all have amazing talents and nobody knows what they are unless you shout them out. Right? I mean, on LinkedIn, your business women, one of the first places people look for you, we all Google each other. I Googled all the speakers. I'm sure they Googled me. I hope they did. And what do we find out about people online? One of the first places we looked is their LinkedIn profile. Make sure your LinkedIn profile is filled out. And on LinkedIn, we look at the recommendations of what people said about them. You know, we want to know what talents they have. So don't be afraid to shout out your talents and have other people do it for you. And then the E is executive presence. We've all seen that person walk into the room and they command a room and they all go, who's that? I want to get to know that person. And they walk in and they have confidence, they have poise, they speak well, because executive presence is about that gravitas, that confidence. It's about your communication skill, how you speak, being decisive how you speak, and your body language. Pay attention to how you carry your body. And it's also about your appearance, but we've talked a little bit about that. And the P for step is your posture. And your posture is certainly how you stand up. In modeling school, this is one thing they taught me. You put your hands on your hips, put your shoulders back, you drop your arms down, that's where your shoulders should really be. That's how you should be carrying your body, right? So posture in your body, but posture in your mind, right? You belong in a great space. You belong where you really want to be, right? You have to have posture, and it's not that it, when you walk into sometimes conferences or businesses and you're like, man, I am way out of my league, right? I just want a seat at the table. I just want to feel like I belong with all these amazing people. And you need to get to a point where you're the one setting the table. Instead of wanting to have a seat at the table, you need to be the one setting the table. You need to start, you belong, you have posture in who you are. There's a quote by Earl Nightingale and says, we become what we think about. And this conference is filled with powerful women. And some of you don't feel powerful, but you are. And you need to own it. And you need to take that back. And I'm going to close with this. I want you to celebrate the energy, passion, and power of you. I want you to have peace in knowing exactly who you are and focus on being present wherever you are. I want you to bring your intellect and, more importantly, your heart to others by being intentional with who you are, being consistent, showing up consistently, and being you, being authentically you. Because once you have yourself put together, you take your focus off yourself, and now you can focus on other people. Because personal branding isn't all about you. It's about that value that you bring to others that nobody else can. Nobody has your skills. Nobody has your looks. Nobody has your heart. Nobody has your spirit. And whether it's God or another believer that you believe in, they made you the way they thought was perfect, right? They made you the way they thought was perfect. So I'll close with this. I want you to be turned on with who you are. I want you to light yourself up. It's about alignment, that proper positioning of who you are at your very core that exudes through every touch point people have with you. It's about owning that experience every person has with you and whatever they say about you when you are not in their presence. It's about bringing forth your values and strengths and sowing them into the lives of others for the better in a way no one else can. And it's about never sacrificing your individuality when others think you should be someone else. And it's about standing firm on your beliefs. It's about a polished outward appearance that exemplifies your internal persona. It's about positioning yourself. It's about being visible. And when you have all that together, the world's going to stop and say, I see you. Which brings me to my book, I See You, which is a guide for personal branding. It's about an 80-page book. And it takes you through what I call the ICU. So being intentional, being consistent, and being you. And being intentional takes you through a deep dive of figuring out your values and your strengths and who am I and how do I bring that out, and being consistent in how you do it.
and then being you.
Great. Hey, thank you, Sheila. That is absolutely wonderful. And we have a few extra minutes, and I am hoping that people will pop some questions into the chat, but I have a question to start.
Okay.
So I know that not all of us really have a sense of ourselves. We don't always really, maybe it's just not our real skill set, you know, to see that for ourselves. But so could you tell us a story or two about clients and their little transformations and ahas? Oh, and then there's, after that, ask, where do you find all your fun outfits?
Yeah, okay, great. Those are two great questions.
Some aha stories that we can relate to.
Well, I've had, oh gosh, I've had a couple politicians, which have been interesting, to come up with their personal brand, but also with what they're wearing, because they have to be really careful, because every color sends a message. You know, so you have to be really careful about what you're wearing. So I can't go into a whole deep dive with that, but they did win, so that was exciting. They did win. I had one lady who came to me who was really lacked a ton of self-confidence. Was an employee at a company. She felt invisible. I worked with her for about 6 months. She left the company. She went to a bank, and she started as a supervisor, moved up to a manager, and now she's a VP level. And she also owns her own business. And when she first came to me, she could barely like say her name. So that was a cool thing. And then I had another lady who is now our I probably can't say it, but she is in government here in a local area that she was going to be very highly visible, but she couldn't overshadow who she was going to work for. And she was used to being in the spotlight. And so that's kind of the reverse, the reverse thing. Now, how do I take somebody that's really used to being in the spotlight and the focus on them, and their personal brand is really built out big in the community, and now how do I have to like pull it back a little bit, you know? So we had to pull it back with some clothing, the colors she chose to wear, where she stood by that person at press conferences. Some different things like that. So, and where do I find all my fun clothes? I go to LA shopping once a year.
We can't all go to LA, and we don't have the coolness that matches our coolness in the shops near us. What do you suggest we do if we're trapped in a boring zone and we are not boring?
Yeah, well, and so we are having to do a lot of things online. And what I tell people now is don't try clothes and brands that you're not used to. That's something new, because you don't know how they fit right now. But building your wardrobe, pick 3 colors, 3 main colors. Pick a dark neutral. For me, it's black. Pick a light neutral. For me, it's white, because I love the contrast of black and white. And then pick 1 pop of color, and for me, that's red. And once you build your wardrobe around those 3 colors, then everything starts going together. And don't be afraid to take a chance. And like Karen talked earlier about the different personalities, one of the things that I teach my clients is there's 7 universal styles, there's 7 personalities, and every personality has a different clothing style associated with it. And you know, we come back to what's your one word that you want to own in the minds of others when they think of you? What does that look like visually? You know, if it's detailed, everything about you's got to look detailed. For me, it's very creative. I have to look creative all the time, right? I can't look boring. I can't put on a business suit, you know, and boring glasses, because it'll stifle who I am. So.
Someone's asking what you're wearing with that power top, but it looks like it's a power top and
it's a dress.
Oh.
It's a dress.
Woo! Nice. Lovely.
It's a dress. And then it's and then I put this on. One thing on Zoom though, and I'm just broke every rule on Zoom, but I stayed true to my brand. but solid colors are always better. Light, like beige can be a really tough color on Zoom because you're just gonna blend back if you're gonna blend in. So solid colors, like what you have on Jennifer, is beautiful, right? That blue is the best color that you can wear on Zoom. And then yellow is the very first color the eye sees. So if you want to stand out on Zoom, you put on a little pop of yellow, and when people are scanning all the you know, the Zoom photos, you'll stand out. But
I know that yellow makes me look like I'm perpetually nauseated.
You have to be careful with it.
Yeah, so yellow is not my color. I just try to use my sparkle. So I know that a lot of us, maybe we have a few minutes here, a lot of us don't really have the budget to do a new wardrobe, to pack our wardrobe with stuff. Are there tips for, say, creating a core wardrobe that is consistent, that will always be a rock star, and then pieces that you can change in and out that would be affordable for us starting fresh?
Right, like a capsule wardrobe if you pick 12 pieces.
Yes, I happen to love that idea.
Yeah, it is the best. It's the easiest way to do it. You know, I try to shop people's closet first and get creative with putting outfits together, because we get in a rut and we put the same things together. So it's hard to see the outside label when you're inside the jar. So it takes somebody else to come into your closet and say, okay, let's create new pieces, because my goal is to not have you shop a lot, right? It's like, we want to take what do you have, maybe fill in a few missing pieces, but a capsule wardrobe, right? A sheath dress, a great blazer, a great, you know, you have a great pencil skirt, because a pencil skirt looks good on every shape. Even when I was a 2X, a pencil skirt was good, right? A pencil skirt, a great blouse. For me, when I have collars on, that I had thyroid cancer a couple years ago, where I had to have my entire thyroid removed. And when I put things around my neck, sometimes it drives me crazy. So I have to be, and you have to deal with that with people, right? There's, you know, people have some sensitivities to things. But so the capsule wardrobe, a great shoe, oh gosh, a cardigan, some type of a sweater. But it really depends on your personal style. You know, if you're really dramatic, if you're very creative, if you're very traditional, if you're like a romantic looking. So it all really kind of depends what those capsule pieces are for the different style that you are. So, but I just say you have to have a capsule wardrobe. Like, you have to have your main pieces that you can mix and match. And I have on my blog, I took 12 pieces and I made like 96 outfits with them. And I did it for men too. So Mike, you can go and look at that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you. You have a minute? You have any little last moment here?
Well, my goodness.
No pressure. We can move on.
That's okay. My give is in the swag bag, and so you asked about the universal styles. I do offer a 6-month coaching that is typically $2,900, and I've taken $1,000 off for anybody that's in this group. But there's also there's other levels that we can do that are more affordable for you as well, that just talks about the universal style system. So that's something that you certainly can just ping me and email me, and you know, we can talk about that. But be intentional with what you wear, and don't dress out of habit, dress with intention for the day, and think about who you're seeing for that day. And it's all about raising your personal image to meet the value of your brand. And it says something about who you are, because you are your most important asset.
Ooh, lovely. Hey, thank you so much, Sheila. That was really great. I think so many people are clicking with that, and I, you know, looking at ourselves sitting there, seeing what we're wearing today, and say, how is this? This is me or not me? So thanks. You've gotten a lot of eyeballs rolling here. So what we're going to do next is we are going to sneak into, we're going to call it the break room. It's not a breakout. We're not going to do breakout sessions here. But what I'd like for all of you to do is put your screen in gallery view. So if you do not know, it's on the upper right-hand corner. There's, it can say speaker view, or it has a little tic-tac-toe box. You want to click that tic-tac-toe box and voila! Everybody's here. Wave, everybody. Let me know that you're in gallery view and ready to go. All right. Okay, perfect. So we now have time. Okay, perfect. So we now have time to ask individual speakers our questions. So we have time for that. And I know we also have speakers coming up in the afternoon. And if you have read their bios, I bet you will have some questions for them in advance. And so whoever wants to start, you can start in chat or raise your hand. You know how to click, raise your actual hand or the little click button hand. Anyone got a question? I'm sure there's questions. All right. Does everyone need a bathroom break in order to think of some questions?
Well, I actually don't have a question. I want to give a shout out for Karen Miller-Wise. I've taken the bank code test. I've utilized it. Robert, my husband, wrote my LinkedIn profile, and it was interesting because we had somebody from Stage who was, they went onto my LinkedIn and they were talking about bank and they were analyzing my profile, and it turned out that the person who wrote my profile, my husband, actually he's a nurturer where I'm a blueprint action, and it came across differently. And it was really neat because I never really thought about how the difference of even styles of writing relate to our personalities, and learning who your audience is, whether you're selling, you're educating, even communicating with your own family and your kids is absolutely key to a strong, healthy, productive relationship. So Karen, absolutely love bank. So thank you.
Thank you. Was there a question in there about the LinkedIn?
No, they compared my who I am versus my LinkedIn, and it showed two different personality types, and it related back to bank, and it was just neat on how to do the analyzing. And if you do have a business or you are trying to communicate, there's different ways, even through writing, that bank plays into.
Right.
Sean, may I ask, how did it work out for you? I mean, what did you do at that point? Once you saw it was written one way, how did you kind of come up with something? What did you end up doing?
Well, funny enough, I had to tell my husband, I said, honey, I think I have to write my own because I am that blueprint actioner, and nurturing is like last on my list. So
yeah. Well, yeah, it's interesting. I can jump in on this a little bit to help you, because you have to be careful with LinkedIn, because sometimes people have someone else write their profile for them, and it depends on who you want to attract. Do you want to attract people like you? You may or you may not. I encourage people, I can use artificial intelligence to cut and paste copy, and we can code what it looks like. And usually, often, you want all 4 codes. And so we call it power scripting, and I'm certified power scripter. So you can make sure that all the codes are balanced so that you're appealing to everyone. So one of the things I'm offering as a gift is to do an artificial intelligence audit on your marketing materials and your social media. Because things that are publicly created like that, websites, aren't always written by the person. Sometimes they're written by someone else. So you have to be careful when you use artificial intelligence to look at, if you're looking at the person's code to figure it out, do a text or an email, something you know they've personally written. But marketing collateral, you want to either put it in the code of your ideal client, or have it balanced across all 4 codes, depending what your intention is.
So question.
Oh, go, please. Oh,
I have a question. This is for Sheila and for Karen. Something is written on my profile somewhere, somehow in LinkedIn, that I get a half a dozen hits a month that should be on a dating site, and I'm happily married. And I don't know what verbiage is in there that they're finding it as a search, but there's something in there. So, what type of words would be there that would have people as a search? Just pop that up.
Have to look at
Gosh, yeah, I'm gonna have to go look at your site now.
It's like, I don't know why, and everybody's like, no, that's not.
Like you're
I
getting hit on?
honestly,
You're getting hit on kind of thing?
guys are like, oh, I want to know you. Can we go out? And oh, your profile's beautiful. But and it's like, okay, thank you for the compliment, but no, can my husband come with us? It's like,
I get my coffee at home.
it's like, really? And my friends are like, no, I don't ever get those dating site type comments. And I'm like,
It's your
I don't know
animal
what I've got on
magnetism.
there. That's it. I took my animal outfit off and put on my yellow just for Sheila.
I thought I saw animal earlier.
Gosh, I'm gonna have to look at your profile. I have no idea if it's words or if it's photos. I mean, if it, LinkedIn, that's different. You're not gonna be posting.
I don't post photos, but anyway, I just was curious how that image was being conveyed. If there was something that people should know to watch for so they don't convey that image on LinkedIn. I don't get it anywhere else, just LinkedIn.
You have to look without, you can't answer without looking at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Karen, regarding contact information, if it's kind of hard to put a phone number out there without worrying about spam or guys or whatever, because imagine if you did that. But you could use a Google number and screen it before it ever got to you and keep your own number private. That might help you as far as still being able to connect with people, but check them out first. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, Google numbers are great. So I was going to do this later, but now I think is a really great time. So you have seen Mike Christensen on the screen here, popping in and out, magically shifting us, magically moving faces and volume and muting and videos and all of those things. And I want to give a little shout out to Mike Christensen. He is our Zoom master. He is the spinner of the web. Michael Spider-Man Christensen. Yay. Awesome. And if we have any flubby dubs throughout the day, he is going to magically erase them. How about that? Don't we wish we could have him every day in our life just following us around? I do. Karen Millerweiss has a question. Pop in, Karen.
Oh, this one.
You had your hand up.
I did. I forgot. Yeah, Sheila, this question is for you. I was just about to buy a cream leather chair. My chair is broken. I need to get a new one. And I never wear white. I'm an off-white kind of gal. And you just made a comment about cream not being good, but I often wear dark tops. So I thought the leather light would be good. Is that a good?
Yeah, you could. No, cream until your chair will be fine because it's going to be behind you a little bit. It's not, front and center. So I'm just saying, if you wear cream on your body, it can just, brown and cream and taupe and those type of colors on Zoom can wash you out somewhat.
Mm-hmm. Which are my colors.
But a cream chair, yeah, that's, and again, those are, it's not a hard and fast rule, right? You have to stay on brand. Just like they tell you on Zoom to not wear patterns.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're creative, like
you're in action, actions are rule breakers. So
yeah.
But I love Jennifer's dark purple wall behind her white chair. I have a cream wall, so I'm thinking I need to paint my wall then a dark color.
I am on brand.
White chair. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Karen, remember though, you have those white and primary color banners. This one you have behind you is the warmest one. The others are bright white and primary. Consider how that beige will look up against that, maybe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
My e-women banners. Yeah.
So, hey, I have a question for Michelle. I love the idea of, the idea that we have to stop doing the same thing over and over again. Sandra Yancey of eWomen Network says, if you find yourself in a hole, first thing you do, if you find yourself digging a hole, first thing you do is put down the shovel. Stop digging and put down the shovel. What are some of the areas in our lives that we might not see that habit is kind of running the show, and that we think we're all in charge, but where do habits sneak in?
Well, that's just it. They do tend to sneak in, right? Because a lot of times you don't even realize you're doing it. And that's why I said a lot of times you don't know why. Yeah, it's not obvious. But things tend to sneak in. I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff, again, on social media, the joking about, quite honestly, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, but that I'm finding is starting to sneak in, where people are drinking more and more to numb what's going on. And you might not realize it's a habit, but if you actually look at where you were maybe 6 months ago, or, I hate to look back or whatnot, but that's not normally something you would do, or what's within normally your personality or how you treat things. So you might be numbing because we're in such a weird place right now, and utilizing, whether, like, again, the COVID-20, it could be food, where you're eating at off times because we are not in a particular pattern or schedule. But it's one of those things that sometimes you have to stop and just self-reflect to see what is off, because you just are feeling, you can feel it. If you're being honest with yourself, you can feel something is just not right. And sometimes you need to just get with a friend or whatnot to give you a little reality check, or get yourself out of the house, make yourself dress up and show up, so it breaks a pattern, so you can go, oh wait, this is more me, and you start to feeling back into your groove.
Well, I'm excited because I know that for a lot of us, COVID feels like this lawless Wild West where nothing matters, time is amorphous. And the speakers that we have coming up next, Marisa Maggio Harrelson, Sean Jones, Angel Marie Monticelli, and Dr. Karen Perkins, and then a little bit more with Kim Miner. They are going to talk to us about how to recreate structure and build that energy and be careful and good to ourselves during this nutty time. So I'm really excited that we're going to have that too. So yeah, there's Angel Marie. She's waving.
I'd like to add, if I could.
Add.
The cream color chair, whatever color you want, that's yours. But when you're talking about vibration, you're talking about energy. Feng Shui, you want something red behind you. Red will help you not to have people talk about you and not have those attacks. So even if I have a red chair, but yet when I didn't have a red chair, I just put a towel behind me and it was red. So think about vibration and field and energy, always. And the red stops. So how much red are you really putting in? Because that's a fire element.
Her head is literally on fire with her red hair. She's living like her hair is on fire. Right, Michelle?
Hey, Jennifer, I think Charlene has a question.
Awesome.
Yes, my question is for Sheila. Sheila, is there any test that we can take to find out more about our brand, our style?
I do have an assessment that I give people. Let's do this. If you were on this call, I'll let you email me. We'll do the assessment. I'll give it back to you, and then if you want to, I'll do that free. Typically, I charge $500 for just doing the assessment. If you're on the call, I will do the assessment, give you a little peek into who you are, what your style is, and then if you want to take it further, then we can do that. But I'll offer that just on the spot, free. $500 typically is what I charge just to do the.
So if you're looking at how to email Sheila, I just want to tell you that her name, Sheila@imagepowerplay.com, is here in the chat. There is an 1147 post by her, so you can narrow that down. So you'll be able to click on that email and talk to her about that. And then of course, sign up at her blog. So awesome. Yep. Michelle?
I have a question for Karen. I tried to do the text and I must be doing something wrong because it's saying I have the wrong keyword. So what was the keyword that needs to go along with your text message for the workshops? Oh, you're muted.
In the memo section, or the phone number is 64600. And then my name, Karen, Karen.
Oh, okay. So that's the keyword. Got
That will
it.
take you to my e-business card with all my different websites and how to contact me and how to get your code, how to code yourself, a whole bunch of things. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for asking.
So Sheila, what sort of people, I mean, all of us should, as you're saying, sort of elevate our local, or be intentional about, not everyone's going to dress up every day, but being intentional about how we express ourselves and stuff. But what are some events, or what are some types of people who really cannot afford to not pay attention to their image? People with you were mentioning someone who did a corporate interview the other day, and that kind of piqued my interest.
Well, keynote speakers, right? You're on stage all the time, whether it's on Zoom or if it's actual stage. So keynote speakers, politicians, owners of a company, if you're a solopreneur, an entrepreneur, and salespeople. Those are some of the main people that need to really pay attention to how you look. But a lot of salespeople need some help with that. I'm trying to think how to say it politely. Because it helps them, as Karen said, it helps them understand who they are, but it sends a message, and there's a lot to it, but a lot of psychology.
Yeah. I'm just, as you asked that question, I'm just reminded that I used to work with a gentleman who had this leather briefcase. It was so dog-eared and old. Oh my gosh, I couldn't believe he took it on sales jobs. Like the corners curled up, and it never had seen mink oil or anything. It's like 20 years old. But people that are high knowledge often don't really care about what they look like.
Right, exactly. Yep.
I do a segment in my workshops about looking at the shoes. People that are nurturers wear Birkenstocks and Crocs, and people that are knowledge are.
I do not.
People that are action, flashy, beautiful shoes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the quickest thing that can date a woman is their hairstyle. You need to change it every year. Once a year, just tweak it. Even if you change your part a little bit, you cut an inch off, you start wearing it behind your ear, whatever it is, it doesn't have to be drastic. You have to stay, on top of your hairstyle, because it can age you and date you faster than anything else you do.
Mm-hmm. Who decided that they had their optimal haircut in 1985, and they are staying true to that.
Right.
If none of us here are doing that, but can you think of somebody in your life who does that? Yeah.
Although I was reading the other day that the banana clip from the 80s, it was like a hot new thing again, and I went, oh, ooh, well.
Please no.
Like the bell bottoms are back, and the hipster, and it's like, are you serious?
Yeah, but it has to be your style. It has to fit you, so fit your body and who you are.
So
I'm sorry, Jennifer.
Oh, go. No, you go.
Okay, so I have a question for you, Sheila. So I have been going through changes because, I had corporate career, and then so I had all kinds of like corporate clothes, and then obviously with changing styles and stuff, and then now I have my TV show, and trying to figure out how to change styles of what fits me and my personality and stuff like that. And it's, how do you go through changes like that? And how do you figure out what fits, your personality, and how do you go through that process?
Yeah, well, and the style assessment I think will help you as well, because it asks you what are your goals for the year, and there's some things that you can pick, and based on your goals will help me determine not only your style, but maybe we'll have to bring out another element of another style because of your goal. I know it's so hard to explain. I could do a whole day on the universal style system. So I think, Kimberly, when we can get on a call together and I can help you with that. But it is based on, the great thing about this assessment is based on your goals. It's based on your lifestyle. It's based on, what do you like to do in your off time? What do you do what type of profession are you in? And there's a lot of things to it that takes into consideration to figure out really what your style is. And we're never just one dimensional. You're gonna have maybe your stage clothes, you're gonna have some of your business clothes, you're gonna have your play clothes or whatever. But it always evolves, right? We all have different seasons in our life. We go through different things. And you have to stay fresh and you have to change it up a little bit. I probably didn't really totally answer that, but it's really hard to do without sitting down and having a conversation about your goals.
Yeah.
Because it does play into, the color you put on, to the pattern you wear, all of that sends a message.
So for those who were not here in the morning, we've had some changes of faces. Isn't that a song somewhere? Faces, changes. Anyway, so there's a request for another. Yeah, you got that earworm. I got it all wrong, so your earworm's probably correct. Sorry. But since we have a little some new and different faces here in the afternoon, Kimberly, what do you say we take another photo?
Absolutely.
Let's do it. There's Angel Marie. You got to stop moving, Angel, for the photo. It's not a video. The Angel's just like a blur, which is actually a really good portrait of her.
I did say that when she was around, the level of energy would skyrocket. So there you go.
Yeah.
Maybe the people that are off camera can come on camera.
Yes, have everybody come back. Elizabeth.
Well, we have not had any breaks, so people taking breaks, we kind of want to respect that. So maybe if they're sitting there off camera, let's see you. And if you're somewhere else, well, we might not get them back.
Smile, everybody.
Okay, that's fun. Let's see. Alicia, I'm really excited. I wanted to hear some more about your international work. Like, I know people find you from around the world and you do that, or do you actually travel and stuff? Are you doing that virtually, or what's happening?
Yes. So I have women from all over the world, which is like, it's such a powerful time right now while we are focusing on doing live summits like this online. Which, like, at first I was like, oh, I want to be in person. I agree. I think someone was like, I want to hug people. I'm like, yes, absolutely. But right now it's a really powerful time because you do get to do them online. So I have clients from all over the world. And I was just about to, I got out of my own head, did some speaking, coaching, all this stuff. And I was like, I'm going to go travel around the world this year. And then, things kind of got shut down. So I hopefully will be in person. My hope is to go back to China and to go all around the world. Speaking about abuse, because it's unfortunately it happens everywhere. And so we get to talk about it, and especially places like China and more communist countries, like it actually is really not talked about there. Here in the States, at least, it's like, we kind of went through this Me Too movement where we're able to say it out loud. But what happens in China is no one talks about it at all. And So I get to go do that sometime.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really great. Now, what you're talking about, I think a lot of people are uncomfortable with Zoom and video, but it's here to stay, and that's something that I will talk about when I'm up there. But I think people feel like they can't have that intimate relationship or have emotional breakthroughs via Zoom and all of that, but it's here to stay, videos and Zoom. And in a field like yours, do you feel like people can have those breakthroughs? It doesn't have to be one-on-one because you couldn't reach everybody. How does that Zoom and online experience work for you and helping people?
Absolutely. So all my programs are online. And at first I was like, oh, I want to have all these in person. Like, I'm only going to do them here in Arizona in person. But the reality is when we have somebody who's right next to us, holding our hand in a sense, like if you've ever had a trainer at the gym, sure, you show up when the trainer's with you. But when the trainer's not with you, you don't necessarily show up. So what it does, it teaches you to actually how to show up for yourself when no one's watching. And so that's the power of these Zoom trainings. That's the power of having online programs, is because you don't need people to carry you around. You don't need anybody. You're perfect as you are, but you get support from others. And so what it does when you have someone online actually supporting you is allows you to, hey, you do have to get yourself up every day. But yes, if there's a hard day, you can message somebody or you can call somebody. But it's important to know that you can do hard things. And it teaches you even more that when someone's not necessarily there in person with you, because you still have to do those things on your own. So I actually try to fight it that it was all online and switching to virtual, but it's actually been a really powerful thing, and you just have to choose that. It's always a choice how you see things.
I guess that's a good reminder that technology, you know, we think of it sometimes as a double-edged sword, but technology really, really helps us connect with people who we can't connect with every day. And if we don't have time for a phone call or we're in the middle of something, we can very easily receive a text from somebody or just drop a text to someone we know is having a little trouble, just to let them know that we're thinking of them. And that's pretty awesome. They can be in a meeting and look at it, you know, not supposed to, but they'll have a love note. I mean, I think technology in this kind of way is really, really, really great connector. Yeah.
Yeah. And we have the choice how we use it, you know. We have the choice where we go online and
your real self.
Compare, or we can use it for powerful things like this.
Woo. Hey, Michelle.
Yeah, I just wanted, I hope this is okay for me to bring this up, but I'm part of a nonprofit called the I Am Enough movement. And when we're talking about connecting with community who is empowering folks, and this is men and women, these are coping cards that our group sends out for free, that on the back, you are enough, and you write because why. And it's an international group that's everywhere, that's in, I think, 49 states and 39 countries. So I encourage, if you go to our website, it's a great community to get connected with in this time, who can relate. And we also work with, like I said, domestic violence folks and do different events, but it's a way to get involved if you're looking for something and realize that you're enough. That's all.
That's awesome. I actually am connected with the women who started that movement. So it's an excellent way to let yourself know that there should never be a question that you're not enough. One of the things that with Envision You is that my vision is that for you to understand that in owning your truth is that that you should own yourself, that you are enough, is that by owning your truth that you own who you are, so that you can vision yourself being whoever it is, whoever it is that you are, that you can, your vision can be as big or as little as you want it to be to achieve whatever it is that you want to go. And that I established this here so that you can start this moment to change whatever it is that you haven't achieved, to make that, to start today, moving forward, to be different. You know, no matter what that is. Sometimes it's just that we're just not getting where it is that we want. We're just kind of blocked, you know, and we all struggle with that. Sometimes it's that we have some major adversity going on in our life, and so we need to work through that. So we're all in just different areas of our life. So, you know, sometimes we just need to have a spot where somebody can help us get beyond where it is where we are. But Envision You is about meeting you where you are at that moment. And so, you know, that's why I absolutely created Envision You, is to help each and every one of you to meet you where you are. So.
Hey, Kimberly, Kim Miner, I sent you a little text. You want to take a peek?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Question. Oh, Sandy.
Yeah, can we still ask questions?
Yes, please.
I have a question for Alicia. Is that, how do you actually, after myself, that been through an abusive marriage, get out of, you know, I don't like to be in victim consciousness, but yet I need to feel for myself somehow. So how do you, there's gray area in there. How do you deal with that? How do you work not being a victim, but actually feeling for yourself? It's important, I think.
Yeah, yes. So it takes time to really realize how important you are and how worthy you are of taking this time to focus on yourself. Because after going through abusive relationships, after going through abuse, it's easier to check on everybody else. It's easier to do all those things like I was saying, but really getting clear of like who you are again takes time. And so something that I would start doing is like writing out every single morning. I do this, and this is for everyone. I write out 5 things that I'm grateful for about myself. And yes, it's amazing to be grateful for everything in your life, but really getting clear on, like Sandy, like who are you? Like what are you grateful for about yourself? Does anything come to mind right now?
Yeah, that I'm humble and I went and changed my clothes after Sheila talked.
Yes, absolutely. I love that so much.
Better. I feel better.
Yes.
Good, Sandy.
Yeah. What an amazing example. Like you went and showed up for yourself right now.
Yeah.
So right there shows how much you're willing. Yeah, that shows how much you're willing to take action for yourself. I don't know if anyone else changed, but like that's amazing that you did. Because you're like, I don't want to wait until I get off this call. I don't want to wait until tomorrow. You're willing to show up for yourself now. And that's so
Actually, I feel better about myself. I really do.
Yes.
That makes my heart just so warm, Sandy.
Yes.
That's fabulous.
Yes. And then really like realizing that like, yes, your past was hard and you don't get to discredit that. You don't just get to discredit like you were in a hard relationship, but you do get to realize it's actually made you stronger. So even like focusing those grateful things on like, I am so grateful that I was strong enough to get out of that relationship. I am so grateful that I have feet that carried me out of that relationship. I'm so grateful that I have hands. Like getting really clear on who you are again and realizing like you are so worth fighting for yourself. Awesome. Does that support you?
Yes.
Perfect.
That's great. I will do that.
Yes. Amazing. What?
5 things I'm grateful for.
Yes, and guys, like whenever my clients have to do this, for the first 2 weeks, they'll tell you, they're like, this is terrible, Alicia, like I can't, they're like, I'm grateful for my face, I'm grateful for my hair, like, you know, kind of maybe some generic things, which is amazing to be grateful for your face, but after a while, they get really detailed on like, oh, actually, I'm grateful that I was able to get out of that relationship. I'm grateful for my hands for being able to write. I'm grateful for my voice because I felt like I never had it before. And all these things like, and so, and it's easy also to be like, well, I'm grateful for my dogs. I'm grateful for these people in my life, but be really clear about you.
Okay.
And don't get offended. Yeah.
I'm popping in here. Anyone who wants to stay on here can, but we are going to take a 15-minute break. So you can rest your cheeks, maybe load up your water, get a snack or something, and then it is 12:21. Be back here at 12:36, and then have another question in mind, and then we're gonna zoom right into our afternoon. Thanks, everybody. See you in 15.
Hi, Yasmin. I haven't had a chance to say hello to you.
Who said hello? Hey.
Kimberly.
How are you?
I'm lovely. Thank you.
Good, good. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Have you already
it's a nice change to have you. You know, normally I'm attending something of yours, but it's so lovely to have you attend something that I've so dear to me. So
Thank you, thank you. A lot of lovely ladies here. I can't wait. Are you going to speak next? I know Sam is.
I am the last
speaker.
The last speaker, yes.
What time is yours? Because I have to be in and out, in and out. I have so much stuff going on today. What time is yours?
Let's see. It's not until.
I know I put Sam on my alarm, so I'm going to be there to support Sam.
I don't speak till 3:50.
Thank you. I'm so happy you came, Yasmin.
Okay, yeah, thank you for inviting me. So I'm going to put 3:50, Kim?
Yes.
Okay. That's another alarm. We're making videos today for our, we started our e-courses. So we've developed our e-courses and we are doing lessons and lessons. So we have to create videos and it's a lot of videos.
Yeah.
So,
did Sam tell you that this is my summit. I developed these. I made them. So,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
A lot of work though.
They are. I can vouch for that.
Yeah.
100%. But it's, you know what? It's worth every second of it when it's all said and
Good way
done.
to get together. It definitely is a good way to get together, especially right now. And I'm assuming a lot of these ladies, I know some of them are from Tucson. I'm familiar with them. A lot of them are new. So it's good to meet different people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, good job. You did an awesome job.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Karen, hi. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yes, good to see you here. I sent you a private text earlier. I don't know if you saw it or not.
There's so much going on.
I know, it was a while ago. Yeah.
Nice
I have to go tend to something, but just read my text and then respond and we'll connect.
Okay, we'll do.
I was just thinking about you the other day.
Nice seeing you.
It was nice to see you here.
Okay.
But we'll be back. I have to go tend to something.
Okay. All right,
Okay,
cool.
Kimberly, I'm going to echo that great job. So wonderful to be here. And thank you for putting together, and with Samantha and all the people that are on the line. I could go through all of them. I'm so blessed. So I just wanted you to know that.
Aw, thank you.
Welcome, honey.
A lot of work, a lot of work.
It is.
I don't know if I have the patience. I can do the one-day events and those become sometimes nightmares because you're running after people, you're trying to get things organized, make sure everyone's doing their part.
Yes.
But yeah, this definitely is a lot of work.
It is true. Yeah.
I must have missed it, Kim. Are we on an official break or something?
Yes, we're on official break. 15 minutes.
Okay, what time do we come back?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Okay.
Couple minutes.
Kim.
12:36.
Thank you.
Hey.
Hey, Kim, how's Jody? You muted.
Well, that's kind of a sensitive subject at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Well, let me just put it this way, is that she was living here with me, and we kind of had an agreement that when you live somewhere, you need to pay to live. And she lived here for 4 months and didn't pay for 4 months or buy any groceries or anything. So
Yeah,
I had to nicely ask her to leave.
So where's she now?
I don't know.
I haven't heard from her in a bit. I know when she was with you, I would see Facebook photos and stuff all the time, but I haven't.
Yeah, so I would like to know where she is so that she could pay me.
I will find out for you.
So
I know Mike just texted me. Mike, tell me some more about you while everyone else is on a break.
Grew up in San Diego. How much time do I have?
Well, everyone's on a break.
Just kidding you, but yeah, I moved out here in 1994, and back in the 80s, I was in the restaurant business, and hospitality is, managing employees and getting the best out of them. I learned a lot. But when I came out here, I got interested in, how word of mouth was spreading so fast using internet. So I learned Google and got certified there. I was using paid search that was called Overture back in the day. I think Yahoo owned it at the time. It was before Google even had AdWords. So I got in fairly early looking at all this stuff. I built blogs. There was 1 year I built over 200 Facebook business pages for people. So I was learning a lot of stuff, but it all came back to content. Content is very evergreen and you can keep building on it and everything. So I'm very much a pro content type of person, whether you're curating it or you're coming up with original content. I think that's really important to get your word out there. Now, video content and telling stories is just huge. It's everything. And of course, the online meeting business, I got into this just recently in January, February, having to learn this because of a business group called Alliances. Kimberly happens to be a member of Alliances. But I had to learn it pretty quick because we have 50 to 60 people every Tuesday morning meeting online now. And then on Fridays, we have a radio show and we invite some of the people that have been on the radio show. And they would be unusual people, like the fastest reader in the world, you know, with the Guinness World Record, stuff like that. And then we would interview them with our members, and they would get to talk and do a presentation. So it was kind of fun, kind of thing. And back in January, February, I was doing a lot of work with Facebook advertising, building lead generation, building text lists and email lists. But it fell flat. I had a dozen clients just fall like dominoes because of COVID. You know, not much they could do when they had to close the doors because I was in the food, doing food business and stuff. Did have a tire business that would stay open, but they cut back so far that, so I've had to pivot. I think a lot of us here today probably have done some pivoting and, adjustments, right?
Absolutely. I'm looking at your LinkedIn profile, and somebody was talking about LinkedIn. LinkedIn in the last couple of months has revamped, and you can now do so much with your profile.
Yeah.
In addition to the videos, there is a voice introduction you can do for 10
I think I have that on there.
Yes, you have to do, it's not on the PC, but you can do it from your cell phone.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes, because I had somebody that we were communication, he's an expert in LinkedIn. And since I revamped my LinkedIn 3 months ago, I'm telling you, I get at least 25 to 30 contacts, just trying to make contact and business from it. All day, that's all I do now. My part with my company now is LinkedIn contacts and building that business.
Yeah.
And then my partner, now we're doing live YouTube as well. YouTube too, because Facebook is over inundated. Everybody just fell onto Facebook. And there's so much, people are missing you because there's so many people now on Facebook. This interstate of Facebook has gotten overcrowded and there's nobody policing it. So now you've got to find other ways. So that's what I was just telling Kimberly, we've started now with our e-courses. So we can, kind of do that piece. So let's connect because we do a lot of online events too. Kimberly has been on our online events. We've been doing that for the last 3 years now. That's how we met Kimberly and Samantha.
Oh, where are you from, if I might ask?
Originally, my mom's Egyptian, my dad's Persian. I grew up in England, went to school in England, and I've been in States since '92.
You know York at all? York,
No.
England? It's a northern part of it's in Yorkshire.
Yorkshire. I went to Cambridge. I lived in Cambridgeshire, so I lived there, and I lived in Avon, of course, lived a little bit in London as well.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well,
Mike, I have a question for you too. Did you get my docs? This is Karen Perkins.
Did I get your docs?
I sent you a slide deck in the chat.
Oh, you did? In the chat?
I did, a private one even.
Okay, I have not seen it. Got my eyes on so many different things, Dr. Karen.
I hear ya.
Okay, it's time to come back. Hello,
Are you able to share it?
I can share it, but Yeah, I can share it. I just wanted to make sure. Kimberly told me to make sure you had it, but
Yeah, it's for a backup, but it
I'm
looks like
good.
we have good bandwidth, and I think we're going to be fine.
I'm good.
Good. All right. Super. I'll take a little time to find it, but
Dr.
Oh,
Karen,
don't
I
stress.
love some of your photos on LinkedIn are beautiful. That's why you're getting all kinds of connections. They're really good.
Who is?
Dr. Karen's photos on LinkedIn.
that's why she's getting such guys
That's
hitting
what
on
I
her,
just
huh?
said. Yeah, she's looking very sexy.
Now we know the problem. Whenever Jennifer's up and ready to roll here, is everyone's back yet? Or are we still waiting? We're still waiting for a few.
We're waiting for a few, but while those of us who are here, this is, I mean, you're already asking some questions and stuff. If you were inspired with a question or two when you stood up and got some blood to your brain, did you come up with any other questions? Because this is a nice time to do that before we zoom into a little video.
I have a question.
Yeah, Dorothy.
But it is for Michelle. I don't know if she's on. I can't see her. Michelle Mello.
She's not here yet.
Oh, okay. Then I'll wait.
Okay. Anybody else here? Is everybody, let me ask this. Who's here from Phoenix area? Okay, rest of Arizona? Is the rest of Arizona represented? Is that just me? Where are other people from or visiting us from today? I know Sheila probably gets the distance award.
I think somebody said they were from Massachusetts. I thought I saw a comment, Jennifer.
Yeah, I think so. Massachusetts. Who's there? Who's Massachusetts in the house? Mia.
Yeah.
Mia. I'd have to actually look at a map and draw some lines to see South Dakota and Massachusetts, but I think Massachusetts wins the distance.
I think it does.
I think that Sheila in South Dakota win the temperature award for, she said the other day on one of our pre-meetings that she was freezing. And I'm like, it's 100 here.
I have a blanket.
What's the temperature like now, Sheila, in South Dakota?
You know, we had a cold spell come through, so we had the 50s and 60s like last week. And now it's back to the 70s and 80s. I don't even know. I haven't even stepped out today. I have no idea what it's like. So,
yeah, I've become the people that I used to make fun of when I moved here. So,
we've talked about moving, but I would really miss the 4 seasons. I know I would really miss it. So
we have 4 seasons.
We do.
2 of them are very fast.
I would miss the fall leaves. I would miss the snow. I would, yeah.
Yeah, you go to the
Sheila, you can go visit it anytime.
And not shovel it.
I know. Right.
Options.
Yes, you get options.
I know. And I love a big city too. Put me in.
Yeah, there you go.
I love New York.
Right.
I love LA.
Yeah.
Tucson's a small town that has a ton of awesome stuff. At least I think so. It probably will again. But yeah, music and culture and arts, everybody discounts Tucson, but it's a great little town. Especially for
I can tell you, coming from Michigan, that's what you say to justify of having to live where there's yucky weather. Is you'd say, oh yes, I would miss the 4 seasons. The fall's so lovely. Yes, it is. But it's lovely when you visit it too.
I'm a Chicago girl who ran away to Hawaii for 7 years. So
you understand what I'm saying.
I've not gone back to a single winter location for the rest of my life, and I'm okay with that.
Well, I can tell you, I moved here 4 years ago, and I actually brought my skis and boots and stuff. Let me tell you how many times I've used them.
But you're so close to Flagstaff and all that.
What?
You're close to skiing up there.
I know. I could go to Flagstaff. I just,
I'll take you, Kim. Let's go.
yeah.
Hey, Dorothy has a question from Michelle. I want to make sure that she gets to ask it now that Michelle is back in. Is that all right, Kim? Let me
Yes.
interrupt you for that.
Yeah, let her ask it. Ask away, Dorothy.
This isn't an easy question.
Okay.
And I don't know if it has an easy answer, an easy enough to answer. But
we have 4 minutes.
when I might not, maybe I shouldn't ask it.
No,
ask.
You started your talk with, you literally started your talk with divorce. So what does a person do that wants to move forward and divorce themselves from the situation without getting the divorce? I will never, never leave this man. If I do, he'll be dead. Literally. He needs me more than I can ever express. And it is very difficult for me because we've been married for 35 years, and to a certain extent, I am his only outlet for everything. Outside of physical abuse, that doesn't happen. But I won't leave him. So how do I move forward? How do I push myself through to be who I know I can be and find that strength and confidence and that mental belief to do what I want to do without slipping back to, is what I'm saying really authentic and really true? Because I'm not going to pour out what I go through to everybody.
Right.
You know, like I have to present myself with confidence, with that positive feeling. But my reality at this point in time is quite different. So, any tricks?
I wouldn't. First of all, thank you for being so open. That's the first thing I'm going to say. Is it's one of the hardest things you can possibly do. I have a lot more, I think, questions to answer you. Would you mind if I gave you a call tomorrow or something to chat about it? Because I have some clarifying questions that I would like, and I don't know how much you want to do that with the group here. But honestly, I just, yeah, I would like to just talk to you a little bit deeper on that.
Sure. Oh, I'd be very open to that.
Okay, I just
Thank
want
you.
to help you at the
I'd be honored.
Okay. Oh, sweetie, are you kidding? I'm honored you're asking.
I would have some insights on that also. So
Well, maybe I'll put together a call or something for tomorrow that we can do
Sure.
together. Is that okay? All right. I'm going to put my phone number in the chat, and anyone's always welcome to call me.
Okay.
And then Kimberly will figure out how to make that happen.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yep, I've been in that same spot. So
Yeah, I get it. So all right, yeah, let's definitely we'll do that. We'll chat and figure out if we can come up with the game plan for you. Okay.
That sounds awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You kidding?
I'm really glad you asked that question, Dorothy, because I mean your situation is your own, and it must be excruciating. But as we come back here and start refocusing here after our much needed break, I think it's amazing to bring up that question, because it is kind of a theme. Because how do we make huge changes when it feels like one thing or everything is against us, and we're afraid that we're balancing all these balls, and if we step out and lay that burden down, what's going to happen around us, and is it selfish, and all of these things. I really feel like Dorothy's question with some follow-ons is something that we can, everybody has that thing that is keeping them from going forward. may stay there, may have to adjust around it, but that is a powerful question. I think, does anyone else feel like that's a really good theme for today with every single speaker that we've heard from?
And to add on that, Jennifer, this is what I want to say to not only to you, Dorothy, but to everyone that's here, is that I want to celebrate you. You're an amazing woman, and every woman, and Michael, you being here too, you're amazing. You're amazing people. Just you, who you are, showing up every morning of being you. Look, take a moment to look at yourself in the mirror and celebrate you. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. And thank you to my incredible, incredible upline person. I'm going to start to cry. I was invited on this by Marisa, and thank you.
Hey, that's beautiful. Well, I am excited that we are back. Thank you, Dorothy, for sharing. And Karen with the heart hands up there. Heart hands to everybody. This is great. I'm glad that we're back. Are we excited? I mean, have we started processing or made those mental notes from this morning that we're going to have to sit down and really ponder and apply to ourselves? Yeah? Well, we're halfway there. You're going to have a lot more questions and a lot more notes for yourself. And I love this because all these topics really begin to weave together. And this is very exciting. And everybody's been awesome. And our next speakers are awesome. We have just a couple minutes. And Mike, you're putting on a little video here shortly. Is that what you're doing? Mike's got a little, can't hear him, but I know he's doing that.
Yes, you're ready for that then.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Fabulous. We're gonna watch a little video to get us settled back in. Are we excited? Yes. All right, let's watch our little video and come back ready to rock and roll.
Oh, let's go back one.
Oh, no.
I understand it hasn't been an easy road.
Nope.
And I'd love for you to share with us some of the most important lessons that you learned on that journey that are relevant to the people here.
Sorry, guys, things got a little out of order.
We started with an extra minute, so.
Wow, Kim, what an incredible morning at this summit. And for everyone here, I want to thank you from the bottom of all of our hearts for all the work that you and your team did. And I know it must have been a lot of work to pull this together, so just thank you. And I'd like you to share with us now advice that you would give someone who might be going down a similar journey that you've been on and maybe facing some of the same challenges.
Absolutely. I hope all of you, number one, have found so far today that you have taken away some tidbits that have started resonated in you. And with that, hopefully in what it is that I'm saying right now, that it will find a way to tie together. And that is that, you know, everybody has their own journey in life. And some of it we have control over it, and some of it we, quite frankly, we just don't have control over it. We're in reactionary situations, and so those reactionary situations become our reality, and we have to figure out how it is that we're going to get to where we want to go in life and decide how that's going to define us moving forward. And if there's anything that I can share with you is that you need to own who you are, no matter what adversities that you've been through, whether you feel like you have, through choices that you've made that maybe weren't necessarily great ones, or there are choices that were created unexpectedly for you. You have to own all of those. And if there's any flaws that you feel that you have that are out of any of those situations, you need to all of them. You're amazing just who you are. Those only are moments in time. They do not define who you are whatsoever. And that they are actually, if you really take the time to stop and think about it, and hopefully through the rest of this afternoon that you will see, is that they're actually your solid foundation to build from. It's kind of like when you're under construction of a house, you have all the tools that you have to have, and then you have all the supplies that you need for the construction of the house. And you just kind of need somebody there to kind of help you, give you a lesson of what it is you need to do to use those tools and all the supplies to make that house go up, to build it the correct way, to make sure it's sound structure, and to make sure overall that it looks just the way you want it to. Well, that's what's going to happen today, is that you can do that for yourself, is that you can take all of those adversities and all those flaws, and you can develop and make your own construction of yourself, and define what you look like, define how you want to be, and define of where you want to go. Let this be the stepping stone of all the unique characteristics that you have, that know that they matter, and know that you can be anything you want to be. That success definition is failure. And now if you've had any of those, you understand what failure is. So now the biggest thing that you can do for yourself is build from that failure and see what success looks on the other side, because now you get it.
All right. That was lovely. This is great. I love hearing about that, and I love hearing you speaking with co-hosts, Kim. It's really nice. And now we are ready to move on to our next exciting speaker. Look at Angel, just can't contain herself. Just wait till she's on. Awesome. Okie doke. So I am happy to introduce our next speaker, Marisa Maggio Harrelson. Now, I just met Marisa during this event. I know, during some of the pre-meetings. And when the instant I met Marisa, it was instantly obvious to me that this is a woman who is all about living a joyous life and about lighting a fire in others to do the same. Do you think that fire is also a theme that's going on through here? If all of us are just sitting in a puddle, I don't see how we're going to be in that puddle at the end. We're all going to be living like we're on fire. Yeah? Got that spark going? Well, Marisa is she's gonna kick it to the next level. So after hearing her today, you will understand without a doubt why her 8th grade class voted her most joyful. I was most talkative. It was terrible. Marisa is a TV news journalist turned yoga and meditation instructor and has spent time in India for her education. She's a global wellness entrepreneur, and she's bringing a breakthrough technology to the world and here to us today. So this is really a special day. Who can relate to this? Marisa is a mother of 2 young adult children currently attending Arizona State University online. Anyone got kids schooling online? Well, here's this. She and her husband, Scott, of 22 years, became empty nesters for all of 3 days this fall because of COVID. She says the online part is fine, but the ASU part is what really gets her goat because she and her husband are both University of Arizona graduates. She says the family rivalry is all fun, but are there any ASU or U of A graduates here who believe that for a second? I don't think so.
Bear down. Bear down.
Exactly. Marisa is educating the world about taking control of their physical and financial health with an extraordinary method she's created. She's here with us today to teach us about biohacking our lives. What? Biohacking? Well, she says it begins with a willingness to be open to receive, and we are all willing and open to receive today. Yes? Yes. Amen. Okay, then let's give it up for our speaker, a woman who's risen above all limitations, visited all 7 continents, and if that weren't enough, has literally been to Timbuktu and back. Let's welcome Marisa Maggio Harrelson.
Oh my goodness, you're amazing, Jennifer. Thank you, and all of the speakers so far today. Oh my goodness. What a gift to be on this platform with you, Kimberly. Thank you for empowering so many lives. So I am so delighted to be here with you all today. And I hope that you take away with you some information today that could truly transform your life. So I ask you, do you believe following your passion, your opportunity is worth a lifetime of work? And if so, have you found it? And how much time each week do you spend dedicated on finding it? Because if you haven't found it, you're destined to do a lifetime of work. Do you think that Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg left this planet feeling like she had served her passion and her purpose? Do you think that? What a great example. Now, we may not all be, RBG, but we all have a superstar warrior in each one of us. And Dorothy, you do too. We have a superstar warrior in our being, in our DNA, just waiting to come out. So it's about you owning your purpose, to find the passion within you. It is the beginning of uncovering that superstar that's in you, that superstar warrior that is in you. So your passion is to live big, right? To live bold. And is it a passing interest? Is it a hobby? Because it shouldn't be, right? You got to do stuff that makes your heart sing. So today, I'm singing. I'm going to share with you my passion for optimizing health. Why? Because without our health, nothing in the world matters. It doesn't matter our goals. It doesn't matter our dreams. It doesn't matter our desires, right? If you're neglecting your health, then those dreams, goals, and desires are going to be hijacked. But I'm going to teach you today a little bit about biohacking the hijackers of life. It's a game-changing evolution in science and in wellness care. And boy, does it matter more today about our health than any other time ever in this lifetime? Well, all you have is me today. You don't have a fancy PowerPoint. You just have me and my passion. So I just say, if you're struggling with your health and your purpose, like finding your real purpose here, then I invite you to reach out to me, learn about biohacking and how to empower your brain, and just let me share with you, coach you with some wisdoms that I've learned, because you know what? We all have a story. And please never, ever discount your story, because we are all made up of stories, and that's why we are here. Own your story, own your past, and let it rise you up. It is what has created you to be that magnificent, amazing, incredible woman that you are today. So I'm going to share a little bit about my story. I remember as a kid, 8 years old, Lexington, Kentucky, walking down the sidewalk, looking down on the lines, break your dad's spine, step on a crack, break your mom's back. And it was a Sunday and it was a summer and I was so bored. I was bored out of my mind. And I thought, oh my gosh, it was like Groundhog's Day. You know what I mean? So it was just like, how do I live big, God? How do I live big? How can I see the world? Seriously, you guys, I asked myself, how can I see the world one day? I really wanted to see the world. And I wanted to know and discover places other than where I grew up in Lexington, Kentucky. I felt trapped at 8 years old. Now, little did I realize I was putting out into the universe my destiny for my life. Might have come 40 years later, who knows? That's not my path is being open to explore my path and my growth. And that's what I invite you to do. So I was setting intentions and I was setting a higher conscious thoughts as a child and didn't even know it. Thoughts become things. It's the law of the universe. So I get into my teen years and I'm looking all around me and I'm seeing other people that have more than I do. I want her hairdo. Jennifer, I want your hairdo. I want your hairdo. I wanted those clothes. I'm the youngest of 5 kids. So I wanted some things that I didn't always have. I was the one who got all the hand-me-downs. So we don't choose when we're born or where we're born or our circumstances, do we? We really don't. But we have to learn how to adapt, or we don't adapt, or we biohack, we take control. So being the youngest of 5, my father, he was a coal miner's son. His dad was actually killed in Appalachia in the coal mines. My dad made it out of there. And he did get a college education. He was a World War II veteran. Honorable man. but he came from that depression area, right? And so it was always about growing up what we didn't have enough of. And us kids were awakened very many times in the middle of the night by our parents arguing over what they didn't have. Arguing over what money couldn't buy. So the mindset, of abundant living, I wasn't planning on that, or lack thereof, is taught to us at an early age, right? The mindset of abundant living. I want you to listen to that. We learn, we are educated about money, lack of or not, abundance, just abundant living as a child. So even though my parents were married 60 years and they did love each other, you know, it was a little dysfunctional. I'm sure many of you can relate to that, right? But my mom instilled in all 5 of us kids to dream big and to live big and to go after our dreams. Thank goodness she did that. So my vision was that I knew I had purpose. I knew I did. I knew I had purpose to serve people because I love people. Absolutely just love people. I would get the hall pass excuse at school. I also got not just most joyful, but I got the award for most excuses because I always found a way to get the hall pass so I could go socialize. So how was I going to get there? I was insecure, you guys. Can you relate to this? My self-esteem as a teenager was about this big. And I wanted to make a difference, but I'm like, where is my platform? I leave home at 18 for Tucson, Arizona. Family friends lived there. I just wanted to see a place other than Kentucky. So I went out there for just the summer, but I never went back. So I graduated from the University of Arizona in broadcast journalism. I worked in that field almost 20 years. 3/4 of that time, I liked it. But then, you know, what was hard for me is that I like to cover good news and health. I always wanted to cover health stories. And I wanted to make a difference and I wanted to serve. But in television news, it's like, if it bleeds, it leads. I also really didn't like a news director telling me what to do all the time, but I didn't know any different. So I left that profession when my kids were born, tried to go back into it for a little while, and I just couldn't do it. It was too hard for me. So I've always tried to reinvent myself. I've always had amazing work ethic. I've done different marketing and PR jobs for people as a mom, being an older mom, working from home, that kind of thing. But I still felt, here I am trying to reinvent myself again. What is my purpose? Because if I didn't get a contract for someone, I wasn't getting paid. I was on a hamster wheel of life. I was spinning hours for dollars. And because I wanted more in my life and I was being all open-minded about it, always been on that personal health and growth journey, development journey, what I was putting out into the universe was everything I wanted and didn't have. That's what I was getting back. I wasn't getting back what I needed to get back. I had to shift that. I had to go into, again, the thoughts becoming things, but shifting those thoughts to really putting out what I had, what I wanted. I just started feeling my cells and saying, it's there, it's there. So it's shifting. It's the law of the universe. It's very remarkable. So I get certified in yoga. I've been a teacher. I've been a student of yoga for years and years. But about 10 years ago, I actually got certified to teach yoga. And that is really, I believe, where my destiny unfolded. It's where I felt my purpose in life was going to come. So this was just the beginning, right? So I teach yoga and meditation together. I love helping people transform. I just love the connection, what yoga is. It's life. It's the unity of the mind, of the body, of the spirit. It is the hygiene of life. It's like you brush your teeth every day, right? So you want to get the plaque out. This is getting the plaque out of your cells, out of your cells. So I was loving helping people and myself tap into what was infinitely possible, because your yoga mat is a playground for exploration. It really is like a laboratory of life. So when you're feeling balanced on your mat, your life is pretty much in balance. And when you're really awful on your mat or out of balance, it's very reflective of what's happening in your world. So meditation is also a huge part of that. Now, who out there says, oh, I've tried to meditate and I just can't. I can't do it. I just can't. Well, yeah, right? So when you're vacuuming your floor or you're folding your laundry, guess what? you're meditating. Maybe some of you don't even do that. But when you're doing something that you love, it doesn't require a lot of mind work because you start becoming in the flow. And then you enter this space of surrender, ultimate surrender, acceptance of life. And that is meditation. So that allows other things to flow to you. And I think that's what happened. I felt like, wow, I've never been so happy in my life. So things started shifting and things started opening up. So for me, you know, I was feeding my body, my mind, my spirit, and I was really deeply connected to that feeling of joy that I had as a child. And I'm eating foods that support me and tools that help stimulate my brain. And movement is so important, like Alicia talked about. And whether that, it doesn't have to be yoga, it could be tennis, it could be hiking, it could be pickleball, it could be Tai Chi, like Angel just loves. But movement moves energy and it creates clarity and it lowers stress and it lowers cortisol levels, which can be absolutely toxic, so that you can't fulfill the purpose that you were put on this planet to do. So when you find your passion, and that's what I invite you to do, is really dig deep and find your passion. That's living in the flow. And when you live in the flow, things will come to you. I promise you. So I've always been open to new ideas, to health and wellness, to natural alternatives, to opportunities. And it was during my yoga journey that I was introduced to biohacking. And you're going to be able to download the PDF that you get, the swag PDF. And there's some biohacking tips in there. And I invite you to do that with my contact information if you want to reach out to me. But what I learned about in biohacking is this new science of nutrigenomics, nutrition for your genes. Think about that. Nutrition for your genes. We feed ourselves, right? But if we're feeding ourselves crappy foods, then this natural temple is going to have reactions over time. But if we can activate our genes through nutrigenomics, nutrition for the genes, herbs and naturally occurring compounds, we can activate and not supplement our DNA. And did you know that only 3% of our DNA is coded at birth? And the other 97% are affected by how we live our life. So learning about biohacking has actually been transformational in how I wake up each and every day and how I approach self-care and wellness. We have 37 trillion cells. Think about that, 37 trillion cells. And they're made up of energy and they're made up of memory. And these cells contain things that you may or may not have heard about, like oxidative stress or free radical damage. Have you ever heard about that? The wear and tear on our bodies. You see this apple and you see how it's turned brown? That's oxidative stress. That is not a good thing. It is linked to hundreds of diseases, and that's what's happening to our bodies as we age, just naturally, no matter how well we take care of ourselves. It's the rusting of the inside out caused by aging, because the cells are bombarded by free radicals, about 23 septillion. I don't even know how to write that number. I think it's like 23 zeros after the 23, but it's a crazy amount every day that our bodies are producing every single day. And it's linked to everything because it links to inflammation. Remember, cells are energy. So what kind of energy, what kind of memory are we trying to feed our cells? What hijacks the health of our cells? That's what's playing a huge role here. And, you know, researchers, now remember this, we have there's a lot of neuroscience out there and people are getting, you know, coaching in neuroscience. And it's fascinating to me what the brain will do, because the average person will have about 60,000 thoughts a day. 60,000 thoughts a day. 80% of those thoughts are negative, ladies, 80%. And 95% are the same flippin' thoughts. And just in the last 10, 13 years, researchers learned about the human mind, the brain, the gut-brain connection. We are all one. We're not just one component of our body. We're not just our thyroid. We're not just our heart. We're not just our cervical areas. We are a component. So our heart, it has emotions, emotions that influence us on a cellular level. Look at what Time Magazine came out with. The science of happiness, you guys. This is my passion. This is what I am teaching about, because we have got to be a happier brood here in the world. This is our time. This COVID is an opportunity for us to shift what needed to be shifted. And I just love that science of happiness and joy, and look at all those emoji cons. So we can biohack. You have the power to biohack the hijackers of life through your brain, through being mindful, being more conscientious, moving the body, nutrigenomics. Remember, those thoughts become things. So what if you could neutralize, revitalize, and energize your cells and clean up the cellular garbage? Would you? Well, you can. Do you want to feel better? Do you want to have more? Do you want to have more energy, more brain energy, a healthier gut, better elimination? That's really important. As I mentioned, we're just not one component. We must neutralize our cells. We must revitalize, and we must energize every cell of our being. It's wellness care today. Wellness care versus sickness care. This is the evolution of activation through the science today of nutrigenomics. And I'm so honored to be a part of a company that is at the forefront of this, that is pioneering this. It was only 17 years ago when researchers actually completed the Human Genome Project. Remember that, where they were able to map the DNA and map our human genome? And that is amazing, because that's where they can figure out, wow, how can we understand how the body works so that we might be able to treat or even prevent disease? I found my passion. I found my flow. And now I am educating and supporting people all over the world about wellness on so many levels. It just works. My yoga, my meditation, nutrigenomics. And this is important. We must be literate about our health and not take it for granted. Consciously aware. We must be literate, like you're learning how to read, learn how to take care of your body. No one wants to be illiterate about this. Don't be illiterate about your health. It's the pioneering science of wellness care, providing opportunities for living a more abundant life, a happier life, a healthier life, and a financially healthier life. All kinds of pathways can open up. Opportunities are endless when you put your radar up there, your energy. There is a superhero within you, and finding your passion, whatever that might be, will bring you that superhero, will bring out that superhero in you. But you have to take care of your health. You have to do that self-care. So I hope that whatever you've listened to today has inspired you in some way to take control of your life, your body, your mind, your spirit, your soul. I invite you to read the Biohacker's Guide. It has some nice tips in there on just tiny little things you can do. I'm offering free meditation class for anybody that would like to have even a private meditation class. Reach out to me. You can find me on Facebook, and you can, my information is in the guide. So that's what I would like to invite you to do. And just maybe we can get together and I can coach you and find out what it is that your purpose is, or your passion, or help you even maybe uncover what that might be. And I want to leave you with this. I want to leave you with a beautiful Maya Angelou quote, is that people, and many of you have heard this, but I love it. People will forget what you said, and they will forget what you did, but they will never, ever forget how you made them feel. So I hope I made you feel a little more joyful today. I hope I made you feel the promise of unleashing that superhero power that's deep inside you, so that you can live a life and help others live a limitless life. So please take care of yourself, because without your health, nothing else matters.
Yay, Marisa. Thank you so much.
Aww.
Oh my gosh, that was really wonderful. And thank you for sharing so authentically. It made me cry, and I thought that was beautiful. And we have a few extra minutes for questions here. I'm going to make one point before I turn it over to question answer. Please, everybody, look in your chat before it scrolls away. Open your chat and look. You'll be able to download the document about all the speakers. So you're going to get all that information. If you lose it in the chat, you can find it in there. And also your digital swag bag is there. So while we have a few minutes talking back and forth with Marisa, just grab that, and you can do that while we're listening to her amazingness. If at the end of the day you want to save the chat, you can. These three little dots on the bottom right, you can save your chat. It will only show your private messages to you, not everybody else, but you will see the public message. All righty, so that's a little housekeeping. So now, Marisa, where's some questions here? I have a question. Do you guys have questions? Pop them in the chat. Marisa, so tell us a little bit about, oh my gosh, there's so many questions. I want to know about Timbuktu and your sandals, but that might be a cocktail conversation or something. I don't know.
Oh, that sounds fun.
But
There's resveratrol in red wine. Resveratrol is very good for you. You just have to drink about 70 glasses a day to do it. One of these little.
I will take that as a challenge. Okay. So how did you discover biohacking? And it seems to me that there's a specific system. I mean, you gave us all these benefits and all this beautiful stuff and all the systems that we want to address, but what is that? What is the structure of biohacking when you're helping somebody?
Well, the structure of biohacking, so the company that I'm a part of, LifeVantage, we have breakthrough natural patented herbal blends of activators. They're not vitamins, they're not supplements. And so, you know, when we address the root cause of why people age and get disease, which is oxidative stress, right? So this is actually eliminating it 40% in 30 days and up to 70%. It's activating pathways in the DNA that are responsible for cellular repair, that are responsible for boosting mitochondria, that are responsible for activating a molecule called NAD. You're gonna hear more about it. Time Magazine just did a huge thing on NAD. Without this molecule in our body, we are dead in 30 seconds. And it's like the chief cell officer of the cell, making sure the garbage is getting taken out, making sure these other pathways that the products actually activate are doing their jobs. So we're responsible for, the products can help with cellular repair, gut health, brain, neurotropics. You're going to start hearing more about those. This is what's out there, you guys, today, is neurotropics, nutrition for the brain, firing up those beautiful neurotransmitters that we already have. People with focus issues, amazing results, just incredible. Skin, our largest organ. Our largest organ gets bombarded by free radicals, right? It's the first line of defense. So this is activating, and the science is there. It's on PubMed. That's huge because we have a lot of doctors that are involved in our company. They only look at things that have clinical peer-reviewed published research. So there's a lot out there that they're just kind of giving you a little bit. But if people are interested, I'm happy to share, you know, any information. Reach out to me. I can put my Facebook link on there as well. There's an ABC investigative report John Quinones did on this flagship product, on our flagship product many years ago. And it will blow your mind. It'll blow your mind. I overheard a conversation at yoga, and that's the only reason I know about this. And I thank God every single day. But I wish my mom would have been alive. She dropped dead of a heart attack. And you know, Alzheimer's, all of it, Parkinson's, cancers, they're all related to oxidative stress. So I'm just passionate about helping people be healthy no matter what it is that they want to do in their life. But if they're not going to be healthy, if they're not taking control, just like your closet and you're branding yourself and you want to look good, well, you better be looking good on the inside because it doesn't matter.
So does anyone else have a question? Raise your hand to the camera and we'll get your question on. Question? Yeah, Charlene.
Yes, Marisa, you mentioned about a biohacker's guide.
Yes, it's actually some tips on biohacking. It's in your swag PDF that has all the speakers, little gifts. in its electronic version. And then my phone number is in there too, so you can reach out.
Okay.
And it can be infrared, like infrared sauna, you guys, is biohacking, right? It can be yoga and meditation. That can be biohacking. Drinking a lot of water. We should be drinking half the whatever our weight is, are the ounces, half of that. We should be drinking every single day to keep our bodies hydrated so that the organs can function.
Awesome.
And communicate, and the digestion can work.
You know, it's really interesting because, you know, we think of the body as just a really awesome, but just this kind of organic thing that just does what it does, and it's a miracle and all that. It sounds like what you're doing is sort of marrying that sense of our bodies as this wonderful, beautiful organic system with the science that happens, the chemistry that happens, that makes, you know, we think it just happens, but even our synapses are, you know, there's science, we potassium and sodium, and it sounds like to me you're really speaking to that chemistry that makes that organic, beautiful magic happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of research on like NRF2 activation. This is our flagship product, activates this pathway called NRF2. And once you start doing research on that, you're just going to be blown away because it's the master regulator of the cell, and being able to activate it. Big Pharma's trying to. Pfizer abandoned research 3 years ago for a drug for Alzheimer's because they couldn't find a way to activate this pathway without killing people. And ours is patented, 40 years of research, and it's all natural, a combination of 5 plants, and clinically proven, synergistically working to activate this pathway. It's really beautiful. And that was actually an accident. That was not even known that that's what it was doing at the time. So
we have,
cool.
we have some good questions in here. There's a lot of real, so reducing oxidative stress, does that help? I'm going to read a couple. We have just a couple minutes. Reducing oxidative stress, does that help build immunity? That's part of it. And then that's one of the questions there. And I think other people want to hear that. And how do you make yourself want to eat healthy foods is what someone else wants to know.
That's a really good question because, you know, if you're eating a lot of carbs, your body's going to keep craving carbs. And because carbs turn into glucose, glucose turns into sugar, and cancer cells need sugar. They love it. So you have to just take little baby steps. You can't just do this all in one swell stoop, you know, or whatever I'm trying to say. But you know, when you're going to change your diet, you're going to have to start getting rid of the crap, okay? Starting reading labels. And when they have high sugars in them, do not buy it. And crackers, you'd be surprised.
I'm going to have this, make sure we get back to Mike's question. We have 2 minutes. If you reduce oxidative stress, does that help build up immunity?
Mike, that's a great question. And yes, because when you are cleaning up the garbage in your cells are going to be able to work better and your body's going to be healthier. Part of what this product does is it activating this pathway. So over time, it's activating a mother antioxidant enzymes that's very responsible for your immune system called glutathione. And getting your gut clean is critically important, by the way. Getting your gut clean is very, very important for your immune system. And our immune systems are more important today than ever before. Do research on just NRF2 and prove it, and you'll be surprised.
Wow, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Marisa. I am sure that people are going to be contacting you because there's so much that people want to know about. I mean, you're really great. Someone commented there how nicely you have broken down the science into something that's more understandable. And that right there is a gift. So
apple cider vinegar, yes, thank you. And someone said apple cider, yes, apple cider vinegar is phenomenal. It helps put the alkaline in your body. It takes out the acidity. We're a very acidic society. So yes, keep doing it. I try to get my son and my husband to do they're like, ugh! I'm like, do it anyway. And you can there are apple cider vinegar supplements, but the real stuff, you guys, it's the real stuff that you need.
Awesome. Okay, hey, thanks, Marisa. And remember, everybody, you got the speaker's contact info, so be sure to connect after hours here. Now, right now, I am going to toss this to Kim. We have a little video and then a little bit more from Kim here. So there you go.
All right. Well, I hope everyone up to this point has, I know I have thoroughly enjoyed every single speaker. I wish I had more time with every single speaker because I don't think there's been enough time. Who agrees there's not been enough time for every single speaker, that like you could have heard more? Me. So, but with that, you know, with the Envision You, it's definitely, you know, when you have a whole day and you learn about so much about, you know, about owning your truth, there's four things that we want you to learn about at the Envision You Summit. It's about owning your truth, owning your past, setting intention, and taking action. But here's the thing, is that it's one day and you take so much information in and you get it all up and going, and then the day's over. And I know, and Kitty, she's all about it too. She's taking it all in, but she gets to hear it from me every single day. So Kitty's well adjusted. But I want all of you to be able to have it every day where you can learn more and more and more and take everything that you've taken in today. And we have the Envision You membership. And with the Envision You membership, I'm going to take the screen here and share it. And can you all see this? Can you all see the screen over here where it shows the Envision You? What I've done with the Envision You membership is that I have created an area where I have tried so hard to make sure that what you have taken in here today, that it continues on with what the 4 premises are, is that every week I interview entrepreneur women to bring to every single one of the members. Is that, you know, as entrepreneurs, how is it that women are entrepreneurs? How is it that we're able to make that decision to become an entrepreneur? And here's the biggest thing, that when I wanted to become an entrepreneur, you know, I had been in corporate America for 25 years. I knew how to be corporate. I was really good at being corporate, but I knew the basics of doing what needed to be done, but I didn't really understand all the intricacies of being an entrepreneur. So I understood, okay, I needed to seek out people who were entrepreneurs. I don't want other women to struggle with that. So I interview entrepreneur women every single week to bring that resource out to other women like you, who we have that conversation on a regular basis of what it means to be an entrepreneur woman. What are the challenges that all of us are facing? Because let's be honest, we're all facing them every single week. You know, it's not a good week every single week. We are all facing ups and downs. We're all in this pandemic together. You know, we're all facing having to make different changes to figure out how to do business differently, correctly, right? Let's face it. You know, the pandemic changed the way that things had to be done, right? We had to figure out on a dime, how can we move our business in a different way? So I try to interview women on a regular basis. What are your challenges? What made you decide to become an entrepreneur? What made you want to do the business that you're doing? You know, what are the challenges that you face? What are the ups and downs being in your business, of being a woman entrepreneur? Let's face it, as a woman, when you were in corporate America, you had to challenge being a woman in corporate America. Now, as a woman, you get to make the rules, right? For the first time, you get to make the rules of what it is you want. But there are challenges of being a woman entrepreneur too. It's not totally different than being in corporate America. So how can we help each other of being out there as a woman entrepreneur? What are some of the benefits that we can share with each other? Part of being a woman entrepreneur and making the own rules and stuff is that how can we lift each other up instead of being in corporate America, where it's about how are we stepping on top of each other to get above, to reach it to the top. You know, some of the other benefits are is that I have weekly meetings. I have weekly Facebook Lives that I do where it's about what's the thought for the week. You know, what is it that I can give to you of what is the thought process for the week? You know, I have monthly Zooms where we come and we talk about, you know, what a particular subject of what it is that we can focus on and come together and do an event for the month. I put my coaching out there for the month. I normally, you know, do my coaching for all month, and I put that all in there as a resource for underneath that membership. You know, I also have a Facebook community that's part of that membership too, so that all of you are together so that you can interact and be a network for each other. So you can be a resource for each other and connect with each other. You know, we also have, I have the summits listed in there so that you can have it as a training resource. Look at all the information you get from every single one of these speakers here. So then you can go in and you can use it as a training library. I have that available for you under there as a membership, so that will always be there as a resource for you. So normally I have all this information. I also have bonus, I can't even speak. I also have bonus courses that are in there. There's trainings that are in there. There's all kinds of tabs in there and stuff. It's a continuous resource. I also have affiliate partnerships in there and sponsors that will be as resources for all the members and stuff, that they will have special discounts and stuff for all the members that are in there. So you get all those bonuses and stuff too. I normally offer that for the value is normally $297, but I offer it for all of you for $27 a month, and you get all of that as an Envision You opportunity for $27 a month. So I just want to put that out there, that there is a link that's putting in the chat so that you can continue from today moving forward to be able to benefit and continue what it is that you're learning here today, of being able to keep that Envision You going, of owning your truth, owning your past, setting an intention, and continuing to put your actions into place. So thank you. And I hope that I don't hope, I know that as we continue on with the rest of the speakers, that you will be continually impressed with what we have going. So thank you.
Thank you, Kim. That was great. It's great to know how else we can work with you and what we can do moving forward. Thank you so much for sharing that. Yep. I know people are going to be excited. Okay, so where are you all ready for our next speaker? All right, our next, I hope you have your pajama bottoms on, because this speaker will have you up and moving, and you might as well keep those pajama bottoms on, because the one afterwards, you're going to be really moving. So here we go. So the topic here is stop putting limits on yourself. Now, the day has been great. I mean, the day's been great. I think we've all seen a bunch of places where we put limits on ourselves and opportunities to change. Well, Sean is going to help us with that. She's a woman who found her entrepreneurial spirit at the age of 8. She began cleaning her neighbors' vehicles, cleaning homes, and even babysitting to earn money to buy the things she wanted without having to rely on her family. Does everyone wish their child was like that? Yes. but she didn't get to go to college right off the bat. It wasn't something that she could do. She was working in the family's business and just couldn't quite get her attention and time wrangled so that she could do that. But her dream was to become a child psychologist and help children learn to overcome trauma. And it's not until her 30s when Sean became a foster parent and was able to help children become reunified with their families or be placed with families who would give them a forever home. Sean herself has 2 children, Aiden and Ashlyn, and 2 stepchildren from her husband, Robert. And then Sean's surprise blessing in life when she was 32, and Ashlyn came to her as a foster child when she was barely 3 months. So then she became Sean's legal daughter. So that's a really beautiful story. His, mine, ours, and a little chosen gift. Yeah. She's owned several businesses, been on boards. Community work is important to her, but her passion is speaking to help others and bring light to those who need it. Whether it's children, entrepreneurs and business owners, women or men, Sean enjoys being a resource for others. She enjoys working around the home, using her hands for creation, a creative person. That's awesome. I've checked out a cool craft room and Pinterest page. Watching action movies. Karen does the action, and you're doing action, you're watching action movies. And you're going to help us learn to better understand our intuitive gifts. Yeah? Please welcome, please welcome Sean Jones.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you, Kimberly, for having me on today. So what I do is I work with businesses of all natures, and I'm used to teaching people on how they can get seen, whether it's in our own platform or in their worlds where they want to reach. But you know, this isn't what I want to talk about today. I don't want to talk about my business and being the CEO. What I want to do is talk about me and my journey, because I know that I have connected with so many women just like you who have helped me to achieve where I'm at today. And that's powerful because, you know, we as women oftentimes will label ourselves as to what everybody else is thinking and what they expect of us. And the truth is, we're all unique. We all have our ups and our downs. For me, I am very strong. You know, it was earlier, one of the speakers was saying, you know, write a word that best describes you. And I put steady, but I was kind of hesitant because actually I am strong. I am like the dependable one. I'm like that train that just keeps along, chug, 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 chug. But here's what's happened over the years of being that steady blueprint action taker. I never dealt with things. I dealt with them on the surface. I was the one and still am. Hey, you have a problem? I have a solution. You need something? I have a resource. You need an idea? I'm here. And I spent all my time focusing on everyone else but me. So what happened? I created Pandora's box. I see some heads on there shaking going, yep, I can relate. I have a little Pandora box hidden someplace, and sometimes we tuck it under our sweaters and our smiles and all the makeup and all the fancy stuff that we have. But guess what, ladies? At some point, it all comes out and there's no more hiding it. So you can show all you want when you're out around people, and you can put that cute smile on, and you can, you know, say all the right things and do all the right things. But if you are not listening to what you really need below the surface, you're going to fail. You're going to hit that rock bottom. And when it hits hard. And it's having these support outlets like what Kimberly is creating and many of us that really do pick us up when we need it. For instance, I grew up starting out, I was blessed with a gift that I have just recently started talking more openly about. And I didn't understand it because the gift that I was blessed with became a point where it was hard to deal with. I thought, I'll put it in my little box. Nobody will ever see it. It's okay. Well, I'm over 40, and I don't know what it was, but that was my magical number for me. It opened up. So the gift that God gave me was empathy. It's an empath. I am strong at being an empath. And what that does is it overwhelms me. I'm a psychic medium. I always joke about I'm like Britney Spears, and I have my entourage that follows me everywhere I go. And, you know, some of you may not believe, and that's okay, but I live it. So what happens when I walk into a room and I'm having one of my power days, I call them my power surge, and bless my husband's heart, he's had to really go down this journey with me. I pop light bulbs because I have so much energy that radiates inside. What can you do with all that energy and you don't know what's going on? You're thinking, is this just me? Am I out of control? And it was scary. And then I thought, well, maybe I'm depressed. And I was trying all kinds of things out there. And I was doing, how many of you do it? Internet surfing. We've all done it, whether it's your WebMD or you find all the latest websites and you go, oh, I have that, oh, I have that. And reality is we don't have it. Well, it's through these connections, the real basic level connecting. And I teach people how to connect in my business. Again, you need something, I know someone for you. But I couldn't connect with me. I created my own disconnect because I didn't embrace what I was going through. I work with a lot of people. Angel Marie is one of my mentors, actually, and she has really helped me to overcome where I'm at. We have big, huge events. I'm on other people's stages. We have our events. And by the end of an event, I couldn't figure out why I was so exhausted. I eat right. I do my exercises. But I wasn't religious on taking care of me. So then I really was thinking, leading up to this summit, things that I've had to do to change and transform me so I can live a happy life, not just on the surface, but below. Because when I would stand in the mirror at night, my hair is not done, it's pulled up, I have no makeup on, you can't see my eyebrows, everything gets painted on in the morning. I didn't like who I saw in the mirror, and it made me sad. And I've never been a sad person. And then I thought, how many times have I had random people just come up to me in a grocery store or at an event, and all of a sudden they just spew out everything that they needed to get off of their chest. And I'm like, you know what? I need to do more of that. I need to have an outlet. And I found that. And I found that by listening to what my body is telling me has made the difference. So then I thought, well, what can I do differently? You know, I'm so used to directing everyone else. I needed somebody to direct me. And that's where these connections come in, because now I have a circle, a team of people that have put me on that path. I learned how to sleep by shutting my mind off. I'm learning how to continue focusing, because I'm one of the, I guess, the top 20% where the frontal cortex likes to be overactive. Anybody not be able to shut down? Again, I'm seeing a bunch of heads shaking up and down. I never thought that I would find relaxation and peace. I could teach everybody else, but I couldn't learn myself until I stopped. And I sat there on the ground, on my knees, crying because I couldn't take it. So let's fast forward. I created routines. I'm a blueprint followed by an action. And people tease me about that all the time, because talk about a conflict there. I like everything laid out, but yet I want to do it now. So I had to take my own pill. And what does that look like? I get up, I now have learned to breathe. Breathing is more important than we can possibly imagine. If you're not out there breathing from your belly, deep within that gut. Ladies, if you're like me and if you're up, sometimes you stand up and you like to try to breathe, but just suck it in so maybe you don't show your muffin top. Well, guess what? Let the muffin hang out, because you know what happens? It feeds your body. And I was one going, well, I breathe already. Come on now. The funniest story, about a year ago, I was at an event. And some gentleman wanted to give me a hug. I'm like, okay, so I gave him a hug, and it was nothing dirty. I didn't feel uncomfortable about it. But you know what he said while he's hugging me? Woman, you need to breathe. I was like, okay, what does that mean? And I walked away not really realizing what he was saying until I had to go through some more stuff in my life. And now I realized there's different ways to breathe. I breathe when I'm at traffic lights. I breathe when I'm with my kids. I do breathing before I even hit the ground running, but really belly breathe. I've learned how to let things go and not bottle them up. And because I'm not bottling them up, I'm learning that I'm able to communicate even better. I am able to get the message across. I also have found that by incorporating stretches and doing my exercises and writing in my visualization journal, that's powerful. I called a friend up just yesterday and I said, you know, I'm really taken to this journaling, but it's not like I'm sitting there talking about my day, because that's not me and it will never be me. And I can say this with definitive stance right now. But creating that visualization, I have had more things come and open up, and the light, the words that I need to share are just flowing through. And it's a mixture of, you know, my creative side. I love working with my hands. I love getting dirty. Playing in the garden, ladies. Let's clarify that real quick. But I get to take everything, and I am more relaxed now than ever. And what does that do when I'm out there talking to business owners and entrepreneurs, whether you're starting up or you're at a certain place in your business and you're stuck and you're coming to me for help? Because of the work I've done for me, makes me more powerful for each and every one of you and everybody else that I come in contact with. So what I've thought is, like myself, I am more than what I believed I was. I will always be a mom. I will always be an entrepreneur. I love starting companies from scratch, get them to a certain point, and I sell them off. I've done that for years. But what I love more is helping everyone. So what I would like, and I know that we're not allowed to take ourselves off of mute, so I'm going to go rogue here. Jennifer, I hope you're okay with this, but I would love for all of us ladies to take ourselves off of mute, unless you have kids or fur babies in the background screaming like banshees. Take yourself off, and I want you to just shout out, I am love. 1, 2, 3. I am love. Love is me.
Love
is me. I also want you to take, and in the box, I want you to write what you believe you are. And that's going to be key, because then I want you to take a screenshot of what you write, or write it in a notepad, copy it someplace. And I want you to revisit this in 30 days. And the reason why is I want you to look at where you're at today. Think about all of the speakers, everything that we've talked about, and then go back and see how you view yourself in 30 days. And it goes back to that 30-day habit, right? Anything you do for 30 days becomes a habit, but you got to be willing and ready. Jennifer, how am I on time, hon? I think I have just a couple of more minutes.
You have 5 minutes and 18, 17, 16.
Fabulous. All right. So here's what I would like. Either shout out a question you have. I'm okay with shout outs. You don't have to put me on the big screen. I'm good for that. Or type a question into the box. And here's what I love. This is what I do best. I may not have the answers, but I guarantee there is somebody on this Zoom that has an answer for you. And I want to hear, what is something that you are personally struggling with? Because you're not alone. Ooh, I love all the eyes going. And ladies, that's where our Pandora box comes from, because we have a fear of sharing. And it's those fears that we tuck into our box. But let's bring them to the surface. That's why we're here, right? Samantha, I am honest. I will definitely say you are, and I appreciate that about you. I am creative, joy-filled, and fun. Charlene. But what is a struggle that you ladies are having? Because you came here for something, right? Balancing mompreneur with personal life. Guess what? There is no balance. Once we understand that there will never be a balance, the balance comes at what can you give at that time? What are you willing to give up? Because it's physically impossible. Balancing is like, you know, those that say, I'm a multitasker. Guess what? Your brain can only do one thing at one time. Think about it. Your brain's going one direction, your hands are moving in another, but you're not really focusing on the one that you're doing with your hands, and you're not really focusing on whatever's going into your mind. And I'm a mom. We have 4 kids between us. We never had a kid test together because I'm over 40 and I think that that store is closed. But, you know, I hear some laughter there, but it's okay. Well, let's see. Curious, loving, compassionate. Oh, Jackie is like Mother Teresa, and she always shakes her head at me. If you haven't met with Jackie, you need to, because she does work a lot. Overthinking. Oh, again, 20%. We all overwork our frontal lobe. And it is hard to overthink and analyze and check and balance. But a good friend once said, as long as you get your message out there, it doesn't need to be dolled up, because oftentimes that gets lost in transition. What it is that you're wanting to accomplish, it doesn't need to be all that pretty and fancy, because you can get lost in the details. And I know that's easier said than done, but that's where the relaxation comes in. How do you truly relax? Well, here's a visual. 30 minutes before you go to bed, close your eyes. Put some incense in. You know, my kids, each one of our kids now have incense in their rooms, and they all love it before bed because it calms them down. Robert had an issue with that at first, and then now he goes with it. So we're like Smokey and the Bandit at night. But close your eyes. Lay on your favorite pillow. Doesn't matter if you have your covers on or down. Lift your head up about 2 to 3 centimeters off your pillow, and then set it back down. Breathe from your gut. Repeat that one more time, and then lay it back down. Then you want to take your toes, draw them towards you, hold them for 3 seconds, let them go forward. Next, you're going to take your hands, and I want you to clench those fists as tight as you possibly can, and then rest them in a position that feels comfortable. Now, you're going to feel some energy, and Angel's going to tell you all about energy, and you're getting your chi, but the tingling feeling will go away. And then just kind of relax. Feel that your body, relax those facial muscles. Breathe in heavy and force the air out a few times. If you need to, put on some soft music, put on your wave music, whatever you need, and guess what? You will feel calmer. So I see that there's some comments. Yeah.
We can just move right into the question answer because it's already started. So we have 5 minutes here. So whack it up.
Okay. So are there any questions? Anything that I can answer, clarify? Well, I guess I was just that good, huh?
You answered so many questions. That's the hard part. You answered so many questions, but I bet you there's some questions out here. So, oh yeah, about some really great comments that you could probably comment on in the chat.
Absolutely. So I am going to post as far as, do I do readings? No, I do not do readings. But I appreciate the question. Daily routine, I get up at 4:30 in the morning. Robert goes downstairs. I'm in my space, and I start with my big 16-ounce glass of water with lemon in it. Then I do my breathing. I clean out all my chakras right out the door. I go into all my stretches and breathing, and I incorporate some planks and some, non-stretching stuff. And then by that time, my husband and I and our kids, whoever's here at the house, we get up, and by 5:30 in the morning, we are out the door. It's a combination of walking and jogging. We do about 2 minutes. And then it's a healthy breakfast followed by visualization. And then I hit the showers and I am good for the day. And if I miss that routine, I feel like my whole day is off. The other thing I also incorporate is every day at 11 a.m. grounding. I literally set my clock and the kids and I go outside. I do my another little walk, followed by walking barefoot in the grass to ground myself. And it has made all the difference. So that's my routine. And the people that I work, who do people work with you? Okay, so I work with businesses of all backgrounds, whether they're trade, for professional services, speakers. What we do is we introduce them to our community. We help get them in magazines, up on our stage. We have a radio show, an academy. So we do look for professionals that have educational content, like Speaker's Pathway is one of our academy classes. And what makes it so unique is our classes, they're free to attend and there is no selling. So that means that you can get free education and you don't feel like you have to buy something at the end. But we do find that whether it's real estate or how to find your niche or, you know, give testimonials, there's a whole array of classes. They're there for everyone because the key to anything is education and support. And I go to bed. Oh, I love that. So I am in bed by 8:30. Then I wind down, do a little reading, start my classes by 9 and then sleep by 9:30.
Oh my Lord.
Wow. Yes, I am the early bird. All right. Well, thank you all so much for your time. I do believe Dr. Karen Perkins, thank you so much for sharing my info in the box. And I think Mike is going to be uploading my swag.
All right. Hey, thank you so much, Sean.
Thank you.
It's inspiring with actionable tools. Awesome. Thank you so much for doing that. And all righty. So now our next speaker is Angel Marie. And yeah. So
oh, I forgot I was not on mute.
Yeah, you just stay on mute for a minute. Angel Marie Monticelli is up next, and I kid you not, she's a real life human energy ball. If you were watching her, she was like trying to get out of the block like a marathoner, and so we have to hold her in check till time. I swear you will burn calories just watching her on screen. But she guarantees that she'll have all of you up and on your feet. Is that true, Angel?
Absolutely.
Okay, so get ready to raise your energy with the creator of the Shine On Movement, two-time best-selling author, master speaker, empowerment coach, singer, and Reiki master. Angel Marie has helped thousands of people just like you with achieving more confidence, energy, and joy so that self-care, success, and mindfulness are top priorities in their life. She teaches how to get unstuck, reduce overwhelm, and have more joy in our life. She's been working with people around the globe for over 2 decades. So get ready to be energized, feel happier, master stress, and believe and know that you matter. This woman is a joy to speak with. Without further ado, the woman who's already used up 3 of her 9 lives, Angel Marie Monticelli.
Thank you. Yay, yay. Let's get them up here, ladies. And I'm going to ask this of you, is everyone, and I can see you. I can see you. So who's not doing that? Sandy, I want you to come on. Come on, Dorothy. Let's do this. Marianne, Jessica. Thank you, Jackie. You know why? Because I'm getting you to put your hands over your head, over your heart. And you know what happens when you do that? You raise your blood pressure. You raise it moves in groups. So keep them up there. I want you to keep them up there. And thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Keep them up. Let's keep moving. And now let's start to clap. And let's really clap. I don't want to clap too loud because it's so loud, but you know what you're doing is you're raising your chi in your nervous system. And it's helping you to focus because I want you to do what? I want you to focus and focus more on what I'm saying, but feel the energy because everything is energy, isn't it? Can I get an echo? Yes. Keep it going. When I say something that you agree with, let's do this. Yes. And you echo that. Yes. Everything is energy. And the hottest topic right now is healing energy. What is energy? Get rid of that energy. I don't want your energy. I don't want that negative energy. But you know what? There's a lot of negative energy out there, isn't it? There really is, you know. And what kind of negative do we got going on? We got despair, we got sadness, we got pain, agony. I could go on and on. I don't want to do that. So clap it out. Here's your first tip. Write it down, everybody. Write it down. Clap it, clap it, clap it. Pick up your feet, and clap it, clap it, clap it. And you move chi, you move energy. And that's really all you need. It's like my good friend Einstein said, energy never dissolves. It merely changes forms. And you know what? I know that you can change the form of anything. Some of you might have emotional eating. Some of you might have that you feel depressed. You have no motivation. Well, I'm here to tell you, you can change the form because it is that powerful. I want to give you, before we move on, because there's a positive. So let's change the form of what I just said, because we don't want to stay in the negative, right? So what I want you to do is write a positive. What is a positive that will help you? So go ahead and write that positive. Happy, appreciation, love, gratitude. Come on, let me see it. Let me see it. Let me see that enthusiasm. You know, those things that help you, that you say, hey, I'm all right. I'm all right. And I want to do a shout out and say thank you to Sean also, for working with me. And Sean, your morning routine kicks it. Way to go. Go ahead and write that. Gratitude, celebration. Yes, Jackie, grace and ease, absolutely. I want to go ahead, keep going. Yes, poise is that's a new one. I haven't seen that one in a while. Yeah. Excitement, right? It's a choice to be in those vibrational fields, right? So I want to give you a quote first. And yes, it's out of the Shine On book because it's my favorite quote. And I think you're going to want to remember this because I might have a free prize, whoever can remember this. Happiness, secret number 23. Happiness is feeling like you are on vacation all the time. Where are you at? Go ahead and let me see that. Let me see, where are you at if you're on vacation all the time? Because your brain can only do one thing. Mauricia said that. What you think about, you bring about. And it is so true, isn't it? So what is it and where are you? The happiness is on vacation all the time. Yeah. So where are you at? Where are you going on this vacation? Come on. Let me see it. The beach. Oh yeah, I'm with you. I'm going with you. Who is that? Oh, Elizabeth, yes. I know I liked you for a reason when you came on my meetup. Yes, that's amazing to think about. Yeah, anywhere other than here, the mountains. Yes, thank you so much for playing because this helps you to play with an enthusiastic mind. You're co-creating now. Isn't that exciting when you co-create? And you know what? I do hear you. Thank you for all the responses. I hear you. It can be challenging. We've got grief out there. We've got a lot of stuff going on and it comes from the heart and it's emotional and it's challenging. I so hear you. But yeah, you know what? I promise you something. You're going to have a fresh, new perception of your life because I'm going to give you 3 things. Stop your stuck. How many people feel stuck? Come on. How many people feel stuck and where they're at sometimes? Yeah. The other one is release negative juju. I call it juju to make fun of it because we want to get rid of the juju, right? And then the others attract joy because we all want joy. So let's go to the first one first and stop your stuck. Eek. So everybody right now, get up. You know I was going to do it. You know I'm going to do it. So everybody up. And I'm going to put myself on and there you go. Everybody up. I can see you. Come on, undo it. Let's see it. Sheila. Yeah. Mauricia. Yeah. Samantha. Yeah. Sean. Thank you very much. Charlene. Kimberly. Yay. At least. All right. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start moving like this. Okay. I can't see myself because I can see all of you, but I can't see me. That's funny. So we're going to move and then we're going to do the Shine On Shake. And it's the Shine On Shake. Do you see this? Yeah. And you might not like what your arms look like. You might not like what you look like. Get over it. Keep moving and move it. Move your feet. Keep it going. Going up, going down. Now this is us moving some Tai Chi. Okay, I'm going to move back a little bit. We're going to take our hands going out. And we're going to bend just a little tiny bit. We're going to breathe it in. And Sean put it right. And what we talked about was belly breathing. Absolutely. Let's do it one more time, and I'll do it really loud. And good, good, good. Now we want to open up that heart chakra, because I don't want you today with me being here with you today. I don't want you to think about anything. I don't want you to think. Stay standing, stay standing. I don't want you to think. I want you to come from here. So coming from here is opening up that heart chakra. Everybody breathe in. And on the breath out, pull. Pull, pull, pull. Good. Breathe it in. Move it this way. And breathe it out. And pull, 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 pull. Good. Now move it this way. Breathe it in. Relax, relax, relax. And pull. That's clearing, balancing your heart chakra. Can you remember that one? Very easy, isn't it? This here and here. And let's open up the solar plexus. Because why? The solar plexus gives you what? Your power, ladies. Yes, and gentlemen. So breathe it in, and on the breath out, stretch it, stretch it. Good, good, good. Come back to center. Good. Breathe it in and go the other way. You should feel it right in here, but what it's doing is it's opening up your solar plexus. If you know anything about chakras, you understand that our chakras are what gives us our energy. There's 7 chakras, but in reality, there's 1,800 chakras. There's a lot of chakras. So thank you so much for playing. I really appreciate it. You can go ahead and sit down if you would like, but I really encourage you right now to stand. Why? Because for 25 minutes is all that the healthcare studies have proven, to stand for 25 minutes and to sit for 25 minutes. We've been sitting most of the day. So do you want to feel better? Stand for 15 minutes. It's up to you, but it will really help you. So I'm glad that we got to do that. But what I'd like to know is, how do you feel? Do you feel different? And do you feel, and can you feel? Do you see, I'm not saying what do you think, I'm asking what do you feel, and how do you feel? Everybody take a moment. Do you feel heavy? Is your stomach full from eating lunch? Do you feel like you're sitting in that chair and you're really just, how do you feel? And see, this is interesting because why? Most people can't tell me. I feel light. Yes, energized now after moving, energized after moving. These exercises were great, good. I feel light. I feel like I was sitting too long. Yes, the tingly. There you go. Now you're getting it. When you're feeling tingly, you're really connecting to the feeling of your vibrational field. You are energy, vibration, and frequency. That's quantum physics. Can't be denied, cannot be argued. 7 laws. And in that, you are energy. Everybody, take your hands up here. I can see you. I'm going to call you out if I don't see you doing it. Just a laugh alone will catch you. There you go. Now I want you to, there you go. Put them together. There you go, right there. And breathe. And now, those words that you put down there, you put joy and appreciation. I want you to put that in there. And now I want you to play with your energy ball. There you go. I want you to keep playing with your energy ball, because I'm going to make this bigger so I can see everybody. Good, good, good. Mia, doing awesome. Yeah, you can feel it. Slow it down and really play. Samantha, can you feel it? Just do this. Yeah, you can. Jennifer, good. Kimberly, slow it down, Kimberly, and really feel it. And put that love in there. Good. So now what I want you to do is I want you to put joy and appreciation in this energy ball. Why? Because love is a challenging one for all of us. So let's put joy and appreciation. And when you're ready, I want you to breathe it into your heart. Ready? And put it into your heart. Put it into your heart. And I want you to hold it in your heart. Hold it in your heart right now. And I want you to keep breathing as you hear me. Because you know what? This is on the energy chart. And this energy chart has love right here. 528. But above that is joy. That's why I had you do joy. Above that is gratitude. This is real. If you're in shame and blame and fear, tough one to be in, right? So just hold that heart and keep your breath. Now, give me one word on how that felt. One word in the chat, please. I feel lightheaded when I talk. Yes, and deep breaths. And you feel this beauty, this love. This is awesome. Now, you know, today, I'm not going to teach you how to do a habit. Go ahead and put it in there. I mean, I'm not going to ask you, hey, I'm not going to give you a habit, a visualization, affirmations, a morning routine. Yes, I can do that. And you have all those. You have the 7 days. You got the 14 days, the 21 days. Oh, good job. Yawning, relaxing, yawning. Yawns are releasing energy. So you had some stuff to release whenever you yawn. Balance, refreshed. Absolutely. And you know what? Congratulations to you that have been doing the 7-day challenges and the 14 days and also the YouTube videos and the workouts and the walks and the habits. And they're good for you. Yet, you know what? I want to take you deeper and into a really deeper place. Why? Because when you go into a place that's even deeper than that, that's when you connect to energy. And then you understand how to zig and zag. And the reason for this is, can I tell you my favorite story? I'm going to tell you my favorite story. Can I get, yeah? Everybody? Yeah? I'm going to give you my favorite story. I not only almost died once, not twice, but 3 times. Because you see, I was under so much stress and so much anxiety from the world, from relationships, money, finances, that I was going down. I went to the doctor and the doctor said, you're this close to having a heart attack. And I'm like, whoa, am I gonna die? He goes, well, you've been previously diagnosed with lupus, fibromyalgia, arthritis, and Sjogren's, all immune system. Yeah, you're real close. And I just looked at him. I walked out of there. I was frozen. I was in this fog. I sat in my car and I couldn't call anybody. I couldn't do anything. I just sat there and was like, what is going on? And when he said to me earlier, what are you doing? And I answered, oh, I have a wellness center. I'm helping people to be well. But I'm dying inside because of stress. And what happened was, as I took a look at my life, I actually closed the center, this wonderful wellness center, filed bankruptcy. Then my 4-legged died. And I really had to take a check. Anybody been there? Come on, anybody been there and has had any of the doctors say, this is what's going on? And it stops your life. And that's what happened to me. And let's fast forward all the way to the 3rd one. And when the doctor said, again, you're this close. That's when I stepped out of that office and I took action. And I started studying the power of food, the power of mindset, and the power of energy. And when I combined all of them, my health improved. And today, you can clearly see I have that clarity and that joy, but I also have incredibly blessed with high energy. Why? Because it's a choice. It's running my energy. That's why I had you do this, because I want you to connect to your energy, to that heart energy that has more energy vibration, neural nets in it than the brain does. And understanding how you flow your energy is also a perfect way to understand how you do pattern interrupts. The shine on shade, pattern interrupt. It shifts you. Yes. Doing this, pattern interrupt, because it made you breathe. Good job for everybody that's standing right now. Really good. But remember what Einstein said. You can move any vibrational field, a belief system, an energy, and you can move it and make it something different. Sandy, you asked about the abuse and how do you ever get rid of it? It's in your foundation, honey. Crush the foundation, but you have to go into the foundation. You have to look at that vibrational field and we have to remove it, and that's my genius. And Dorothy, you said the same thing about images and how you felt about weight. Very easily done, but yet having those tools will really help you. And you can also be in chronic pain, which many of you say, do you ever sit down, Angel? Well, I dropped a microwave on my foot 20, 30 years ago. We're like 35. And my foot is crushed. They want to replace the whole foot, the whole bone joint on my big toe. Me standing helps me to be someplace else, mind, remember, and I don't hurt. You can do anything with emotional pain and chronic pain. You can manifest anything, your wants, your dreams, any of that. You know, it's like my good friend Sherry, she's a fellow speaker, and you know, she was losing, like had a lot of, really unfocused. I was having a really hard day, felt really stuck and no motivation. And she tried the YouTube videos, she tried that routine, the habits and all that. But then when I called her, I just gave her some coaching and I gave her one secret. And what happened was, and within 24 hours, she was like, wow, I'm inspired, I have more energy. And she got a speaking gig. And you know what? That genius and that is what I put in an online course because I've been working on it forever. So you know what? That's what will help you to create something different is run your energy. How do you feel? Not what you think. 95% is running again and again and again. And I'm asking you to get out of that. And one of the best ways to get out of it, everybody up again, everybody up again. And I'm gonna put it on so I can watch everybody. Now, everybody, when we do shine on, it's gonna be right here, okay? Everybody shine on. And we go shine, shine, shine on, raise your vibration. And I can't see me, so I hope I'm in the screen because I'm looking at all of you. And we're gonna do, we are going to sing, I'm hoping. We are going to take a moment and move to the Shine On song. Listen to the words because they're for you. I wrote them for you, I sing this. It's the Shine On movement. You got ambition, fire and soul. Look within your heart, let your spirit flow. Ask for what you want, show them what you got. Take you to the top, don't you ever stop. All right, everybody, shine, shine, shine on. And then move it, raise your vibration, yes. Shine, shine, shine on. Way to go, ladies, listen to the words, because they're for you. Looking for the answers, seeking you will find. Open up your heart, leave it all behind. Smile and laugh, always give back. Glowing like a star, show them who you are. Shine, everybody, shine, shine on. Raise your vibration. Way to go, Kimberly, yes. Shine, shine on. Way to go, Sean. Citizens, way to go. You're the secret, you're the answer. You know who you are. Look within you, breathe and focus. You're a shining star. You're the star. Shine, shine, shine on. Raise your vibration. Shine, shine, shine on. Yeah. Don't you worry, don't you fake it. Be just who you are. You're the answer to the question. You're that shining star. Everybody say, I'm the star, I'm the star. Shine, shine on. Raise your vibration. Shine, shine, shine on. Last one, here we go, here we go. Now that you can see all that you can be, breathe into your heart. Don't you ever stop. Shine, shine, shine on. Raise your vibration. Shine, shine, shine on. Yeah, woo! Okay, all right. Somebody's got the speaker view. All right, cool. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for playing. I so appreciate it. Yes, yes, yes. And you've got that. You understand that beauty. Yeah, thank you for the hearts. Thank you. And you understand where you're coming from and how you can show up and be that beauty. I'm going to go back to here so I can see, because I cannot see if I'm in the screen. What happened to my speaker view? Okay, cool. So this is awesome. You did the movement. You absolutely help with the blood flow, the nervous system, also the mental, which helps you to stay out of the flight or flight, right? So very good. I love it. So brilliant. Yes, but I warn you, I do warn you, this is temporary. And this is an example of what we can do. But yet I want to tell you that there's so much more to give you, and so much, because we want to do the pattern interrupt. So give me something that's your pattern interrupt. Your pattern interrupt. Let's see. And why am I not getting speaker view? That's interesting. Because when I do speaker view, I get Jennifer. I don't know why. Okay. So anyway, I'll just go back to that. That's great. So it's temporary. So what is your pattern interrupt? Yeah, made me smile. Puppies shining on. Yes. Loves the puppy. Yeah, love. Absolutely. Do you feel hopeless? Yes, you feel hopeful. Yes. That's awesome. Thank you for saying that, Karen. So I actually wanted to help you, to inspire you, because if you need a pattern interrupt, maybe it's something like this. Yeah, I wrote it. I know that I wrote it, but it's designed to help you. So somebody tell me to stop, or put your hand up. Jennifer, since you're right there. Oh, there you are. Okay, the host was, okay, good. Yeah, so stop. Communication. This is designed to help you have a pattern interrupt and help you to go to the next level. And it really helps. Now, who can tell me, and who's going to put it in the chat? Hurry up, because you're going to win a free book. Who's going to do it? What is my quote? What is that quote? Angie, we have 4 minutes. Thank you. And who's going to get it? Who's going to get it? Someone tell me what my quote is. Oh, Sean, thank you for saying you love my book. Shine on. No, what was my quote? Happiness is feeling like, yes, Elizabeth. Bam, Elizabeth, someone write that down. Elizabeth, I'm sending you a book wherever you're at. It's awesome. Thank you for playing, everybody, because it's so important. And I'm not going to kid you. I don't want you to wake up in another year and not do anything. This isn't just another presentation that you just take the notes and put it in the corner. This is about understanding how to run energy, how to really step into your power. And you know what? I'm so happy that you played along. And I hope that I delivered. I believe I delivered my promise to you, because I helped you get that unstuck. I had you release negative energy and you feel more joyful. But I want to make this permanent, because I want you to put yourself first. And I want you to activate your self-awareness so that you can have more energy, confidence, and joy. And you know what? Are you ready to get unstuck? Everybody? Everybody? You ready to get unstuck? You know what? I have 5 modules, 25 years, takes less than an hour, and I want to gift you a huge coupon code for my online course. Why? Because then you can take me home with you. You have meditations, have me in your back pocket. You want to listen and go, oh, she's crazy. And you want to move up and shine. That's what that's about. Because you took the first step. And I'll put everything in the chat, because you took the first step. Instead of $249 is what it goes for online, it's $49 for you. Yeah. And me and Kimberly, we talked about this, but you know what? It will shift your whole life. It's not a routine. It's not a habit. It's not an affirmation. It is understanding your energy and connecting. I hope that was helpful for you. And you know what? It's Shine On Boost. I'll put all the information later. And also, remember to do your stuff. Remember to get off your butt every 25 minutes, because right now, in what's happening, you matter.
Thank you, Angel. You matter. And wasn't this super awesome, everybody? I bet you'll say, yes, it was. Well, hey, we have question and answer for Angel. Careful your question. She'll have you up and going again.
So unmute yourself and give me your question. And
you were talking about making shifts, and like I say, shift happens.
It does. Remember, your issues are in your tissues. You can't just think them out with an affirmation. You cannot do that. I've been doing this a long time. The abuse and the sexual abuse that I went through, I can't think that away. I had to step into the vibrational field of it, my belief in it, and then go to the foundation and crush it. That takes time, but it also is really simply done. Just stay with it. Yes. So do you have any questions for me? Because when it comes to even, Sandy, you brought up about abuse, and how do you make it a story? Mm-hmm. How do you not have it emotional? Because that emotion triggers the thought up here, and then you're in your head and you're in struggle and fear. Here, love and acceptance, staying here.
Angel, where are some of the places, like, are there some places in our body that store trauma more than others?
Well, you could say that, yes, but however, your issues are in your tissues because, like, your skin, your cells are the biggest. So it's really not understanding, but feeling that you are releasing and letting go of those traumas. And first of all, they're not traumas. Everything we've gone through, we have done to learn. And when we say we're just practicing, then we look at life differently. And it's just energy. Remember what Einstein said? And you can move anything. That's how powerful you really are. Be on vacation. It's an adventure. Any other, as a massage, I find most people carrying their, carrying their stress is either, lower back. What is lower back? If you have lower back pain, it's because you don't feel supported. That's the lower chakra. Most people are walking around with that. Or they're eating too many carbs and it's affecting your kidneys, and your kidneys are yelling at you and it has nothing to do with your back. Stop eating so much sugar. But then,
no, go ahead.
And then, but yet then you have emotional eating and you're like, how do I get through the emotions? Well, that takes getting into your beliefs, and it helps. And that's what helps is you to step out of your emotions and feel your getting the heart and the gut together and get out of the head. That's what my genius is.
Hey, Angel, Michelle and Alicia would like you to adopt them. And can you talk a little bit about you do remote energy work? Someone is telling tales on you because you didn't tell us yourself. Sean wants to make sure you get to share your awesomeness with us. And we've got a couple more minutes, so feel free, share.
Thank you, Sean. And man, Sean, you're the best testimonial because of everything you said and me being able to work with you. And you said it was okay to say that, and you already gave me kudos, so thank you. And you adopting that morning routine and you doing that and staying with it and being in the field. And yes, I do energy healing and clearings over the lines. I still have people coming in for Reiki sessions. Tomorrow I have a level 1 Reiki where I teach you how to do it on yourself. And you know what? That is one of my missions and my commitment to the world is that everybody goes to level 1 Reiki. Why? Because it's really understanding you. How do you zig and zag? What are you feeling, Jennifer? Really feeling. And how do you zig, Kimberly, and zag? And why do you? Dorothy, why is it what is your why? So yes, I do a lot of remote, and then I also do clearings of houses. Shh, don't tell that to a lot of people because that's pretty major. That can take hours if you have something going on in your house. But that when you close your eyes and you have full-length movies and you see colors, honey, you are stepping into, you don't have to find anything. You're igniting your inner energy. This spirit, this awesome energy, and it's not in your head. Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I'm like so excited. So,
wait, you're muted. Oh,
it popped back mute. Sorry about that. So when I was talking about stepping into my gifts, I channel. I had 14 vortexes in my house, ladies. Now, what that means is it was a freeway of visitors in and out of the house, sucking my energy dry. And through Angels, she's taught me how to close them. So think about it this way. You have a mirror, and if your mirror is not in the right part of your house, you will wake up feeling drained at night. Well, with these vortexes, when you feel like you're out and your energy's all, it kind of opens like little doorways. And through those doorways, things, whether you like them or not, good, bad, or indifferent, they like to pop through. So if you find that you're having nightmares, you feel overwhelmed, you can't handle things, well, guess what? That's some of the things I was going through on a frequent basis. 14 vortexes in a home is a lot. And so through different techniques and understanding how I can control that has made a huge difference.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing, Sean, and bolstering Angel. Angel, why don't you got something to wrap up here? We're ready to move to our next speaker.
Yay, I can't wait for the next speaker. I'm going to just give you some information right there that I just put. And please, you have to get with me because I'm not putting the code for that big of a discount on here. So please just personally message me and I'll give you the code if you're interested. And you will get a bonus. Either you will get a half an hour coaching with me, which will change your life, or you will get my book. It's up to you. When you go in, invest in yourself. Invest in yourself. And remember, this is one thing I always leave with, which is change your mindset, energize your life, and shine on.
Yay! All right, who would agree that Angel is very shiny and that we all feel a bit shinier too? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, we are going to have fun with our next guest, our next speaker. Our next speaker, Samantha Scholes. She's a respiratory therapist and she's an integrative nutrition health coach. She specializes in helping clients overcome sexual health issues by working closely with them to improve diet and nutrition, relationship communication, reduce emotional eating, and follow doctor's orders when needed. The result is a healthy, sexual, empowered client that feels strong enough to communicate what they truly want sexually in their relationship. Feeling sexy, empowered, and beautiful in your own body and skin allows you to move forward in an overall more confident self. Don't we all need more of that? Yes? Didn't I promise at the beginning that we were going to bring the ooh la la here today? Well, we got the ooh la la. So after many years of working at a trauma facility, Samantha went back to school. She focused on healing the whole person with diet and nutrition, overall balance of body, mind, and spirit. So when she pays attention to lots of topics in her practice, but burnout and sexual health are her specialties. So she has some questions. Do you remember the days that you spent all day in bed with your honey? You do not have to raise your hand or whatever. You can if you want. Have you ever wished for more intimacy in your relationship? How about some wild and crazy passion? Well, that's all up next. And now let's welcome the woman who, interestingly enough, coincidentally, has spirits following her around just because she is such an awesome and caring person. And who used to cut Merle Haggard's hair. Let's welcome Samantha Scholes.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here today, and it's so amazing. Actually, all of the speakers, I didn't know everyone, but it's amazing how much we are alike. And so actually listening to the morning has kind of changed what I am going to talk about now, and then we'll get to my presentation, of course, the fun stuff. But I wanted to tell you a little bit about me. Like Jennifer said, I did work at a trauma center for years, and that was for 10 years. And at that time, I really had 3 things going on, and I went through this huge spiritual awakening, and I'll tell you what pushed me into that, okay? So working at the trauma center was just enough. It was so much. I could be working with someone dying, going to the next room, someone else is dying, you know, so all day long, just a lot of anxiety, adrenaline, and then of course drinking some coffee. And of course I knew Diet Coke was bad, but I was drinking it just to keep going. And, you know, I just started feeling really, really burnt out. And then I can look at it more closely now because I'm not living it. But when you were living it, like Michelle had said earlier, like you're in the weeds. I like to call it crawling through the mud because you can't really see what's happening while you're going through it. So I was also, Michelle, married to a narcissist, and that was for 18 years. This was happening at the same time. And my brother was dealing with cancer and actually dying. So that, you know, that was a 4-year thing where you don't ever know what's going to happen. It's just always in the back of your mind. And then working in the hospital, seeing people dying. I did a lot of CPR, so my hands were on the dying a lot. breathing for people, of course. So I was always very close to people. And like Sean said, I had no idea why I was so exhausted. Well, you know, besides the narcissist and a brother dying and working at a trauma center. But I decided, I thought I was losing my mind. I decided to go to a counselor. And that was truly like the first time I had ever been to counseling. Sorry, I'm going to put my timer on. And I only went 4 sessions, and I walked out of there. By the last one, she said, "You're not crazy. You're living with a narcissist, and I think you're an empath." And I said, "What?" Well, I knew I always had a kind of a knowing of things. Like I was kind of knew if I was leaving the house late, it was for a reason. Like I knew that because, or I wouldn't go places because I know I shouldn't go there for some reason, you know? So I always had that knowing. But to actually hear it, and then I started doing all of this research, and then guess what? Come to find out, all of these spirits are following me. Ones that I have lost in, you know, in the trauma bay or whatever. And since I would say as an empath, I do hear certain things, but I'm kind of oblivious. I feel it more in my body, but so I don't really get a lot. So I happened to be around somebody that was a medium or psychic, and they said, "Why are all of these people following you?" And because I wanted to be so close with the people that I had lost, I said a little prayer every time I lost somebody. You know, I would say a little prayer, and then, you know, that's why they're coming back to thank me. And so it was really rewarding to hear that. And after working, you know, at the trauma facility and going through all of that burnout and everything, I just decided to change my life radically. This is what I do. I don't do it little, I go big, right? So no, you know, my narcissistic husband, gone, out of here. Trauma center, gone. I went back to school, and then of course my brother passed away. So those 4 things resolved themselves, and oh my goodness, I felt so much lighter. Of course, I had to heal myself as well. So that's where the burnout came in for 2 years. It took me 2 years, which is just now, is 2 years. I am feeling normal, okay? So like we said earlier, I do coach burnout, especially healthcare workers are going through a lot of burnout now. I just want everyone to know that I'm here for them. But really anybody that goes through burnout. But I've also been working closely with a naturopath on sexual health. And that's how that came up. And I just thought I would embrace that because, like Alicia had said, you know, I've experienced things in my life too. And I really hadn't planned on talking about it. And a lot of people don't know, but something very similar happened to me when I was 16. So, but it wasn't family. It was kind of a date rape thing. And it really affected me. And I just crashed and burned, and it took me forever to come out of it. But what did come out of it, because I went inside to heal myself, because I grew up in a small town, I couldn't talk to everyone, or anyone actually for that matter, or everyone in town would know. So I had to kind of go inside and heal myself. And I don't look at it now as something that shapes me or forms me. Now I actually embrace my sexuality, which it didn't happen overnight. It didn't. But over time, I have learned how to heal myself, be confident in that way. And actually, I enjoy my sexual life now as being a grown adult. It's so amazing. But one thing I found out is that a lot of people, just like money, right? And families, a lot of families don't talk about money, and a lot don't talk about sex. So I think it's very important. And so I'm going to turn on my presentation here. Let's see if I can find where'd the share screen go here? Oh, sorry guys. Okay, there it is. Yes, where's the share screen button? I lost it.
Bottom.
It should be at the bottom, a strip there. Maybe just mouse at the bottom, see if it shows up. I can play yours for you if you don't find it.
Yes, if you could, because I don't see it. It's not coming up.
Okay, all right.
Anywhere, that's
one moment. I think this is the first screen here.
You don't have to worry, Samantha. My intro gave you a couple extra minutes, so You have, don't
Okay, good.
sweat it. You're just fine. 2:55 is your stop time. So doing awesome.
Okay, great. Thank you. So what I wanted to talk about a little bit today is understanding and enjoying your sexuality. So we can go to the next one.
Okay.
Okay, so understanding sex and sexuality, I feel like we all know what sex is, but sexuality is really how you express your feelings, your thoughts, your attractions, and your behaviors towards other people. So it's really important to kind of embrace that. And as women, that is truly our power. Okay, we'll talk more about that a little bit later. We're going to talk about childhood trauma and sexual abuse, sexual issues within the relationship, and understanding how diet and nutrition affect sexual health, as well as enjoying your sexual bounty. So really, when you start to embrace your sexuality, it can be very intimidating and scary, especially if there are any body image issues, or if somebody feels very self-confident or conscious about their body. They might not necessarily feel like they want their partner to see them, even though they know that they love them and they're there for a reason. So let's keep working through this. Go ahead and move one more, Mike. Okay, so I think we all realize how childhood trauma and sexual abuse affect people really for a lifetime. Now, you can heal that, but when you haven't had a chance to bring those shards, I like to call them, I think of it as thorns like in your heart, right? They're just there once something happens to you, and then we're gonna peel those out, right, and get rid of them. But what it takes is kind of realizing we might have to bury it and keep it down, but once we start moving this, like Alicia had said, it's very moving, and I don't know, you're kind of a basket case for quite some time. But what can happen with childhood trauma and sexual abuse, and you might see this in people, or you might not kind of know, like when you meet people, you might know something about someone, but you don't really know what it is. So sometimes you can see there will be trust issues. You know, if somebody has hurt you, you might have a tendency to not trust that particular, whoever it may be. Boys, girls, it doesn't matter who it is. Risky behavior, sometimes you'll see that. It's kind of because the emotions have been buried and people are trying to feel again. They're trying to feel again. So risky behavior comes out of that. Using sex against people, and I mean, that kind of goes with the risky behavior, but that does happen where, you know, who knows, like if somebody were to run into somebody and, you know, it could end up in sex just like that, and it might not necessarily be that way if someone had worked through their underlying condition, let's say. Malnutrition, I know this seems kind of strange, but something like sexual abuse or childhood trauma affects people very deeply. And so you never know what comes out of that. Malnutrition can come out of it, like anorexia, things like this, addictions, anxiety, depression. So, you know, if there's somebody that you're around that you're seeing like, why is there so much stuff and like all of this excess energy, like you can feel it from them. And, you know, sometimes it's nice just to hone in on that person and say, how are you doing? You know, someone will, it's amazing how they'll spill the beans the second you ask them something. Like you said, Sean, people kind of, you know, come to you, and they do to me too. I had no idea why everyone at the grocery store asked me how to help them find things, but they do. They just know it, especially older people. But, you know, people will be drawn to you because we have this innate knowing of who we need to be reaching out to. And so you can trigger something and have somebody spill all of this on you. And so it's good to have resources to help people out.
What the world was that?
So anyway, solutions for this, of course, counseling I would highly recommend is first line. I was, I think because of my generation, I'm 52, and even in that generation, I didn't really feel like it was okay to necessarily go see a counselor. It was really stigmatized for a while, but I had remarkable results when I did, so I'd highly recommend that. Now, spiritual connectedness, it's huge, because with spirit, whatever you like to call, spirit, universe, God, whatever you like to call your God, getting connected and going inside is truly the best way to heal you. You're not going to find it outside yourself. Even though we reach for people to help us. And you know what? I found myself doing that. Like, I felt like I was drowning my friends, like, because I had so much stuff to talk about, and I didn't actively know how to properly talk about it. So anyway, mindset coaching and nutritional coaching go together as well. And that's the type of coaching that I was trained in. So integrative nutrition. So it's not only food on your plate, it's what you're putting in your mind and what you're putting out there in the universe. So Mike, if we can move to the next one. Okay. All right. So let's see. Have you noticed anything in your relationships happening like this? Are you noticing that there's disinterest by one or both parties? You communicate less, you hardly ever have sex, you're angry more than normal, you're not really touching, kissing, or snuggling, and you prefer to spend time with other people. Sometimes these are key things that tell you something is up in your relationship and it's time to talk. I know talking is very hard, but we have to look at why this might be happening. So what is this saying? What has changed in your relationship? You really want to reflect on that. And we'll talk more about it later, but formulating a plan on how to talk about it. So now think about if there's health challenges, because sometimes that can really affect people's libido and it kind of destroys their heart a little bit. So those are very touchy things, but you can communicate with your partner and figure out different ways to make everything work for both of you. Okay, it doesn't have to be silenced. It doesn't have, because you would never want to blame the person that's ill and not feeling well enough, or that their libido's not there. That's not their fault. Okay. And then yes, freely. Are you able to talk about sexuality freely? And how about, are you really able to talk about your desires and what you want in your life and what you're feeling is missing? So the way to talk about that is formulating a plan and timing. Let's start there, because timing has a lot to do with everything. I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but I sure have. I have gotten so much better about sharing my emotions. I used to feel like, I just needed to blurt it all out on whoever it was. And they're like, oh my God, well, you haven't talked in 5 years about this, but what do you mean? So, it's really key to kind of, when the timing's calm, or even you could say, hey, can we schedule some time to talk? It's very important to talk about. And the mannerisms, your mannerisms, most of our speaking is body language and what the messages that people are picking up. It's not necessarily what you're hearing, the words. And non-blaming, right? So you don't necessarily want to be like, you always, you never, you do this, you do this. Who really wants to hear that, right? It's about how you feel. I feel like we don't spend enough time together. I wish that we had more date nights. I wish that we could get a little experimental, So it's really a key in expressing truly what you want and how to do it. Mike, can we move to the next one? Okay, so diet and nutrition. Usually I start with an anti-inflammatory diet, and these are just some little things that will help men boost testosterone. So tuna is good for the high vitamin D. Egg yolks, unless you have high cholesterol, of course, that would be the difference. They're more nutritious than whites. Oysters are high in zinc, okay, and they stabilize hormones. Shellfish, which crab and lobster, high in zinc. So as you're seeing for men, zinc and vitamin D are very important. And if we can supplement it naturally, I mean, we're seeing more and more men at 30 years old with low testosterone, and they're wondering why they have man boobs and a big belly and they have no energy. You know, it doesn't make them feel very good. So if they can eat some of this stuff to help them with their muscle mass, bone density, and sex drive, that's wonderful. For women and balancing our hormones, avocados are great. They help with cortisol levels, which is wonderful. There's another one in here that the leafy greens really help with cortisol, and they're high in iron, so they help you with energy. Salmon is great for your omega-3s, and I like this, pomegranates help reduce estrogen. So we know that as females, we don't want to have too much estrogen running through our body. Broccoli also helps stabilize those, and nuts are good for stabilizing your blood sugar. And actually, by changing your diet quite a bit, you can turn some of your health issues around just by changing diet alone. So Mike, can we go to the next one? Okay, so now it's enjoying your sexual bounty. So like I was saying earlier, as women, our power is really our sexuality. And it doesn't mean we have to be outwardly sexual like everybody knows it, but it's our power. And once we harness our power, we take it with us wherever we go, and it's how we show up. So it's very important to really embrace that. So here are some fun ways to kind of spice it up a little bit. So a date night is always a great idea. What it does is it tells you that you have time with your honey on the schedule, and you're both making it a priority to spend time together. So that's really fun. And, you know, get back out there and show them what they love about you again. You know, make it fun, spice it up, get a new outfit. So how about you want to spice it up, then maybe go and try some new lingerie, or go to the adult store, or whatever you want to do. Have a picnic, you know, out on a lake somewhere. Just, it doesn't have to be fancy, and it doesn't even have to cost a lot of money. How about play? Are you playful anymore in your relationship, or is it just pure drudgery? Like, you cook dinner and you go to work. You know, it's time to play a little bit. That's what's fun. That's what you love about your partner. And that was happening when you got together, I'm sure. So try and bring some of that back if you can. And then over here it's talking about timing and knowing how to talk about it. And this is truly what I help people with. It is obviously the diet and nutritional coaching, but it's everything that goes with the whole person to bring it all together. Now, not a lot of people want to talk about sexuality to their partner at first. You know, so that's what I'm here for. If you need help formulating how to talk, if you just want to talk, that's what I'm here for. And so, Mike, if you could go to the next slide, please. And this is how you can get a hold of me. And I'm offering a free 30-minute health strategy session for anyone that would like to chat. And that's what I have today. Does anybody have questions?
Oh my gosh, Samantha, that was perfect. And your timing is perfect and everything. You and Alicia probably have the two topics that everyone has the most questions about, but are least likely to ask. But let's
sorry, I didn't see all the questions. I'm not so good.
No, there weren't any. I just was using prompts. But this is awesome. So questions, let's just clear the air. We're all in a safe space. Who has a couple questions for Samantha? Put them in the chat or raise your hand in gallery view and we'll pop you in. Sean.
So one of the things that and Samantha, I love what you have to say. Communication, it is key in every type of relationship. And sometimes it's through those talks or just random passing with your partner that you really get insight, you know, and it could be at random times. For me personally, I wear a shower cap when I go hit the shower if I don't want to wash my hair that day. It was receiving a gift from one of my kiddos at Christmas that the family's sitting around and found out that that's like Robert's big thing. He's like, "Ooh, I love it when you wear a shower cap." I'm like, "Oh." And who would have thought? I mean, the most random of things. Definitely not Victoria's Secret great either. So, but yes, I love what you have to say, Sam. It really is about communication. It helps in so many ways.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I found too is that a lot more men are not as they're not outspoken about the communication either too. I found that I'm much more bold and much more communicative in being the woman, and that comes across as much more intimidating and being more of a breakdown in the relationship versus being a positive in the relationship.
I know it's kind of wild because we're still, I mean, it's still, I think, our generation a little bit, you know. I think it's starting to change just under us quite a bit, but honestly, it's all in the way you tweak it. As long as there's no blaming, then it's really, but you know, nobody likes to be blamed for anything. Even if you know you're doing it something wrong, nobody likes blame. So it's all in just how it's worded. And I haven't always worded things either. Like I said, I used to just throw up my feelings on people. And I was like, what's wrong with them? How come they don't respond appropriately? It's because I wasn't asking it appropriately. I hope that helps.
I have a question. I think we make a lot of assumptions, and I mean, I know most of my female friends, there's no concept of how to ask about what you want sexually and stuff, but we assume that men just are out there and bold with it. But do men also have a hard time talking about what they want and need?
They actually do, because they don't know. Like, they're afraid. They are honestly afraid because they don't, especially men. Like, I feel like it's easier for us to talk to men about it because I don't know if they're more educated sexually or what. Like, we have gender roles put in there. But yes, I mean, they're more open and they love it when the woman comes to them and talks to them about it, because you know, if it opens the line of communication. Like, he can say finally what he wants too, what he wants. And then that opens up her to say, this is what I want, or this is what's been missing, and sometimes you'll find it's not even sex. Sometimes it's snuggling, touching, kissing. Do you know we're supposed to have 3 hugs a day to feel whole? And how many people are getting it? Probably not a lot.
Right now, though, even, especially right now. Yeah.
Well, even now, you know, now everybody's getting on each other's nerves because we spend so much time together. So it's like, it's a constant thing where it's really just trying not to blame and realize that everyone has their issues. And so let's just talk about it. Let's be adults. Let's, you know, why not make your sex life better? Why not communicate about it? Why? And you'll find that people, if you look at why people cheat, a lot of it is because they can't communicate with their partner. Like, they want something else and they're not getting it, but they would rather go outside than talk to the person they love. So that tells me there's something majorly wrong. We need open lines of communication about sex.
Absolutely.
Samantha, I have a question.
Yes.
I have several friends, as a matter of fact, that the wives are home and the guys are cheating. And of course, the woman doesn't know. And I'm like, there's nothing wrong with this beautiful woman. What the heck is going on?
Right.
Communication, men will internalize. They internalize. Sometimes it's so difficult, no matter how well you communicate, it's very difficult to get that information out of the man. How do you recommend that you really get to the root of the problem that they're not communicating, so you don't lose that intimacy or the communication, because there's definitely communication breakdown.
Yes.
So how do you recommend?
So usually it's just practices, you know, and meeting with the people. So what I like to do sometimes is meet separately with the man and then the woman, and then we can come together, because it's amazing just how much people won't tell the truth when that other person's around. So really it is just communication, and there's not really, I'm so different and intuitively with each person. I kind of go into whatever scenario is happening right then with that particular couple. So it's really hard to say, like, do I do this, this, and this? No, I'm just listening to what they're saying and trying to open up that line, because you want, you know, your friends to be communicating with them. And yes, guys automatically sometimes will be like, you're crazy. It's, you know, not me, it's you. But, you know, depending, if there's domestic violence, then you handle it differently. Okay, that's where you need help from somewhere else. But if this is actively happening, we've got to try and get that communication open, even if there's that lying, cheating, and evidence is always good, because, you know, you're like, no, I know this is happening and I want to know why. I want to know why this is happening. Like, I love you, I want to be with you, and I can't if you're going outside of the marriage. So
sometimes their expectations, and these couple of men that I know, their expectations are totally different. They're too weird, too high, too the only way I can say is it's weird. The women cannot fit in that expectation that they have of their wives. Thus, they go outside. Younger women, you know, like somebody has said, watch porn or do whatever. Sometimes the expectation is too high, and these men are not, they don't want divorce. They just want to spice up the life, and they're okay having 2 or 3 multiple women on the side, and the wife knows nothing about it. And we know, it's like, do you tell the wife? What the heck do you do?
Well, yeah, see that, no, well, since I'm not a marriage counselor, I don't know how to handle that part. I wouldn't even want to touch that one. I don't know. But, you know, I really do believe that if someone were feeling like their partner is cheating, is just calling it out all the time. And especially, like I say, when you say, look, I see this list of phone calls, like, I know you're calling somebody, what's going on? Like, I love you and I want to be with you and I want to work this out, and I'm not okay if there's other people, you know? And maybe she doesn't know it, but I have a feeling she knows something, so.
Yeah, you always
I'm piping in. Yeah. We have to move on here. I know now that we've started the ball rolling on this conversation, this one could last till Monday morning. But we're going to move on here because we have still more awesome people to hear from today. And I really want to thank Samantha. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yeah. Our next speaker is Dr. Karen Perkins. She has so many accolades and so many honors and stuff attached to her name that we just had to really kind of boil it down, because it's just, I don't know how she did all this stuff. So have you ever wished for instantaneous and permanent results? Dr. Karen Perkins is the master of the 7-figure jump. She holds the Applied Scientific Doctorate in NLP, Emotional Intelligence, and Mind Programming Tools. 5-figure, 6, 7, or 8, she guides you on reaching your own legacy status and to enjoy more time, more money, and less stress. Dr. Perkins teaches and lives her living first class system with measurable standards. And she's used the system for nearly 3 decades, leading successful businesses and individuals to own their legacy status. She does this through guiding clients through the creation of their own unique recipe to boost the 5 key factors for measurable success equaling money. Time, productivity, growth, and relationships. That knowledge, along with her other key ingredients Dr. Perkins teaches, leads to more time, more money, and less stress. And I want to tell you, this woman is so well-rounded. She has all of these great business accolades, but she's also, now she's part of the top 11 superstar women in business to follow for 2020-2021. Of 11, she's one of 11. And she's a thought leader and cast member of how thoughts become things. With she's shoulder to shoulder in this with people such as Bob Proctor, John Asarif, Don DeMartini, Marie Diamond, Joe Vitale, Dennis Watley, etc., who were the people in The Secret, right? So without further ado, let's discover Dr. Karen Perkins' secrets that she is sharing with us today. Dr. Karen Perkins, welcome.
Hey, thank you. It's always interesting to hear somebody else talk about the stuff on there. You're like, well, yeah, I did that, but she just made it sound so much better. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Just doing my job, ma'am. Doing my job.
Oh, done did good. And y'all, I'd tell you just to call me Karen, but that would be confusing because of Karen Miller Wise. So Dr. K is what my students like to call me just to tease with me. So call me anything you want, even late for supper. That is okay too. Today, I am so excited because I kind of get to wrap up everything everybody has been saying, because what I do overlaps a good portion of it, as everybody else's stuff is overlapping a lot as well. And what I want to talk about today is our own perception and reality. So I'm going to just jump in here and make sure I've got the right one up. Come on up. Share screen. Am I sharing the right screen? Am I sharing? No?
Yes, you're great.
Okay, you can see it. Just want to make sure you can see it. Because I can't tell on here. So, not my reality. And this is living beyond others' opinions. And it's interesting because others form opinions based on their own life experiences, based on how they feel about themselves, based on past things that may or may not have happened. And, you know, it's funny because you can take any two people, see the exact same thing, have the exact same experience, and they have two completely different outcomes. Siblings, twins can have something happen and they see it differently. But I love, you know, you've heard Judy Ford, she said, your opinion of me is none of my business. But we make it our business, don't we? I mean, how many of you make it your business when somebody has an opinion about you and you kind of suck it in? Anybody ever absorbed somebody else's opinion? You didn't want to, but you did? Yeah. It's like, yeah, we all do. Well, I want you to picture this. And I got to do this right. So picture this. It is the late 1960s. There's this little girl sitting on the floor playing with this doll. She's got these long blonde ponytails, big blue eyes, and just as adorable as can be. And her oldest brother comes walking into the room with his mom trailing behind him. And he's screaming and yelling and saying, I'm going to join the Vietnam War if you like it or not. And she's just telling him, you can't. And she's crying because he's going to die. And he storms out of the house. And the mom turns to this little girl and says, see, you are so obnoxious. He can't stand to be around you, so he's going to go die because of you. Whoa, now there's an opinion that's not a real good one, is it? Now picture the same little girl watching her siblings all line up along a bed while their dad takes the paddle to him because somebody had done something and nobody would admit it to it. But she wasn't lined up because she didn't matter. Never got yelled at, never got hit, wasn't sexually abused, was basically tolerated her whole life. Now, see, that's my backstory. I grew up believing I wasn't even worthy of being angry at, other than the one time my mom told me it was my fault my brother went to war. Now, luckily, he didn't die in war. He came home again. But then fast forward to the early 80s. And my opinion of me was so skewed that my girlfriend and I sat down and counted all of the guys I had dated more than twice in high school as I was getting ready to go to college. And I don't remember the number now. I mean, it was like 200 different guys. And it was not uncommon for me to have 2, 3, 4 dates on the weekend and Saturdays alone. It was not uncommon. Standing joke was, though, because my brothers always made fun of the way girls kissed, I wasn't going to kiss anybody because I wasn't going to be made fun of. So it was all friends. See the story I'm telling myself? They didn't want to go out with me. It was friends who were in a competition to see who could get Putnam, or yeah, it was my name at the time, Putnam, to kiss them. What a story to tell yourself. So fast forward just a little bit more, and I get engaged. And everybody's telling me, you've got to marry this guy because nobody else would have you. You are so lucky he's even willing to marry you. You call the wedding off 2-3 times a week because you just know this isn't right. But your parents say, oh, honey, you don't marry him, you're going to be alone the rest of your life and nobody else will have you. Last thing this man says to me as we get to the chapel before we get married is, if you back out now, I'll kill you. Now imagine staying with this man for 27 years because you immediately start having children and you don't want them to live in a divorced home. Okay? I had a lot of weird backstories. It had nothing to do with me. This was everybody else's story. But I sucked it in and believed it. And this led me to my self-talk. My self-talk was a lie. I knew I couldn't accomplish anything in the home. I knew that I was not worthy of being loved. I knew that, quite frankly, I wasn't even worth being acknowledged or I was tolerated. And I had to find something to succeed at. I had to survive. And because my ex chose not to work, I was forced to work just so that my kids could survive, have a place to live, food to eat, etc. And that's where I found I thrived. I was fabulous in the workforce. However, I wasn't a great employee, but I was a wonderful boss. That's why I'm self-employed. I'm a great boss. That being said, though, I really did excel in business. I excelled in school. I excelled in learning. But I came home every night and felt like a failure. So then I began speaking. I am on the road with these seminar groups, motivational speaking, telling people what to do, how to do it, and how to have a happy life. And I really was happy. And then I'd come home and feel like a fraud because I'm telling them to have a happy life and look at the circumstances I live in. And then again, I think, well, you've never been abused. Nobody's ever hit you. You haven't. How can you whine and complain? Well, really, how could I? I whined and complained because I bought into everyone else's backstory. And one day I read an awesome book. And that's where my favorite quote that you will hear me quote all the time, I got it. And it's what you believe to be true is true for you. It's your thoughts. And you've heard that several times today. Your thoughts become things. Marisa, I love that you said that because, your thoughts do become things. I wrote, and I have to show you, Kimberly, you'll love this. My main symbol is fire. You got that? Here's my fist in fire. I love that. But, I wasn't allowed to be emotional because it was like frowned upon by my siblings and I would really get mocked. So I stuffed everything in. I was the one that did all the good stuff, but still was tolerated. Well, I read this. It was what you believe to be true is true for you. And I said, you know what? I'm awesome. And I didn't believe it, but I said it anyway. I'm awesome. I'm awesome. I'm awesome. You got to repeat it over and over and over and over again. But it's so hard to do. But your thoughts, they become things. In fact, your emotions come from your thoughts. Your thoughts flow through your amygdala, little itty bitty tiny pinhead, and your amygdala assigns your thoughts to a physical reaction and an emotion. And, emotions is energy in motion. We've talked about energy today. Emotions is energy in motion. That energy in motion comes from your thoughts. So you just have to change your thoughts. You change your life. You change your emotions. But what are some of the challenges people face? Well, it's so hard to believe that I'm all that in a bag of jelly beans. Has anyone here ever had a hard time believing you were all that in a bag of jelly beans? I mean, people tell you, hey, you're great. You know you did something good. I'm in C-suites in corporate America. People are turning to me for answers, and I'm freaking good at it. And I look in the mirror and I'm like, oh yeah, you're not all that, and you are not a bag of jelly beans. In fact, maybe some squashed marshmallows that have been rolled in the dirt. What's wrong with that picture? Why do we do this? Because we allow ourselves to be sabotaged. You know, it's so hard. So you have to go back and say, what is it I'm going to believe? Have you ever been so busy or so overwhelmed? Have you ever felt like you're just hitting those roadblocks and feeling stuck? And you really want to have those desired results. Well, you want instant results? You've got to use scientific reprogramming. You've got to use your thoughts. You've got to use your beliefs, because your thoughts become your beliefs. What you believe to be true is true for you. You want results today and not tomorrow. Now, that's one of the things that I do. When I'm doing coaching, I just don't do the regular coaching, which everybody should have a coach. Man, we have heard some fabulous coaches today. Phenomenal. I encourage you to reach out and find the one that's going to work best with you. Everyone needs a coach. But I do my coaching, but I also do my NLP, which is where I'm going to go in as we're coaching. We're going to do some visualization, and I'm going to reach in and help you with those things that are sabotaging you. And we're going to get rid of them, because I had them. And I have to tell you, saboteurs, they're all around us. Everywhere we look, there is a saboteur. It could be our friends. It could be your family. Could be that person in the grocery store that you overheard saying, can you believe she came in public in that? And you assume they're talking about you. And they might be. They might not be. Now, I'm gonna give an admittance here. And I'm really ashamed to admit this, but I'm going to admit it. I see some women sometimes in the store that are grossly overweight, and they have on their mini skirts and their little cellulitis flapping around, and I think, oh, how can you go in public like that? But do you know where that stems from? Nothing to do with them. They look awesome. It stems from me being embarrassed being in public. It stems from me being 5'1" and weighing 250 pounds and ashamed to be seen. Because I heard, see, you're not only a failure in the home, you're a fat, lazy slob. I was not lazy. Yeah, I was overweight. I still am. Hey, guess what? I love me at the weight I'm at, no matter what weight that is. Man, I've been a size 2. I've been a size 22 and bigger and everything in between. That does not define me. I define me. And these saboteurs are defining their comments based on their own self-belief. My self-belief when I say these things to myself is because I'm saying I would have been horrified and was horrified. These women look great. The men look great. And when I stop myself from those thoughts and I look at them, I think, man, there's one sexy person. I am so proud of them for getting out in public and looking as beautiful as they do. And I am so ashamed that I allowed myself to be a saboteur for myself and someone else. And you have to ask yourself, who is your biggest saboteur? It's usually us. What self-talk are you telling yourself? What lies are you repeating? Because they're nothing that but lies. Unless it's positive and good. Do we have things we need to change? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to improve every single day. That doesn't mean you're bad now. It means that you're awesome, and there's one thing you want to be a little bit more awesome at, so you're going to work on that today. And tomorrow you're going to look back and say, man, I'm even more awesome than I was yesterday, and yesterday I was freaking fabulous. And you got to tell yourself that over and over and over again. Because I'm going to tell you this, your self-talk, Your self-talk can be the difference between happiness and depression, between success and failure, between understanding and pain. In fact, sometimes your self-talk is the difference between life and death. You have to communicate with yourself intentionally. And that goes with what was said earlier about being intentional with who you are. You've got to, that self-talk. I'm going to tell you real quick, it's that mind first that matters. Mind first that matters. And does your self-talk really change things? Yeah, it does. What your thoughts, and we've talked about this and heard this already, but your thoughts can control machinery. Your thoughts are so powerful, they can control machinery. I mean, think about it. Those people who get the mechanical hands, how do they get the fingers to move? Your thoughts actually can change your genetic makeup. That was talked about earlier. Your thoughts can change your neuropeptons. It can change everything within you. In fact, I have to tell you, I was so excited because I think, the biggest compliment I ever have had in my life yesterday. I've been working with this wonderful woman who had been diagnosed with cancer. And everybody told her she had to have chemo, and it just made her so sick. And in her heart, she didn't feel like she had to have it, but hey, protocol is you go through this many sessions of chemo. And we started working together just after her third session. And we've talked about finding your voice and feeling what is right for you. Now, I am not a medical doctor, and I did not give her any medical advice what to do. But we talked about what her options might be. Her options, not mine. We did some visualizations. She visualized things going into her cells and fighting the cancer. She had her fourth session, made her sick. And she said, Karen, I can't do it anymore. She says, I'm going to tell them stop and go ahead and do the surgery they were going to schedule in October anyway. And if anything's there still, then we'll deal with it. And I said, it's your choice. Make sure in your heart and in your gut, you're good with that choice. Well, she had surgery a week ago Thursday. Everything came back, 0 cancer in her system. 0. Her oncologist Thursday, 2 days ago, said, I have only seen this happen twice in my long career, and you're the second one. What did you do? And she said, I changed my thoughts and I changed my attitude. Your self-talk's a choice. I changed it. And she says, I told him I changed it because I was working with you and you gave me a voice and the courage to know I could change my self-talk. And I didn't have to buy in what somebody else believed. I mean, isn't that beautiful? And that is so beautiful. And it's those kinds of things that gives me the determination to change lives. It gives me the determination to go out there and find people who just need someone to love them and support them, who need somebody to help them help themselves. Now, I'm going to tell you real quick a little story, and then I'm going to zip through this other stuff because I think this is important. We have our own choices, and some days we just feel like thinking differently. I mean, I taught for years how to be positive, how to have good thoughts. And I woke up one day on the wrong side of bed. And as Phyllis Diller would say, if she had done that, she'd have been naked in the garage. Luckily, my garage wasn't next to my bed. So I'm negative, I'm ornery, and I'm thinking, stop it. Angel Marie, I should have just gone, get rid of this. But I thought, you know what? I deserve a day of bad attitude. So I'm speaking in my hometown, which for me is even worse because you can't be a prophet in your hometown. Self-talk, good or bad, not necessarily true. I get to the hotel. They'd had a massive party the night before that wasn't cleaned up yet, so they're still cleaning. My boxes have not arrived. My staff that was supposed to help me haven't arrived. So I'm doing everything myself, going, see, you deserve to be irritable today. You deserve it. You've earned it. Man, you're always positive. Enjoy your miserable day today. And I did. And I did my presentation smiling, pretending I wasn't being miserable, and the whole time thinking, oh, man. And you imagine some of the self-talk I was having about my group. Embarrassingly awful. And then to make it worse, about 20 minutes before I'm done with my important presentation, somebody from the hotel comes running in and says, Ms. Marzo, because that was my first marriage and I was a Marzo, we have an emergency phone call for you. Now, I will forever be horrified at what my first thought was. My first thought was somebody better be dead or dying or I'm going to kill them, because they're interrupting my important presentation to these people. They paid to come hear me speak. How dare you interrupt me? And I got on the phone and I said, what do you want? The call was that my son was being rushed to ER because he had attempted suicide. I'll never forget how the room stopped. No sound except for the ticking of the clock. The pungent smell of spoiled milk from the party the night before smacking me, and my heart exploding. And I thought, how dare I have a bad day? I had no idea he was in this state. And I coached and taught people out of themselves. And sorry, I can't talk. Normally I can. I had to allow myself to kick back into habit, and it was the attitude of gratitude. Now, what on earth did I have to be grateful for at that time? I'll tell you what, 12 years of practice is what saved me. And later my son told me is what saved him. What can I be grateful? I'm grateful he didn't succeed. I'm grateful he got caught in time to rush him to ER. I'm grateful we have a hospital that is one of the leading hospitals dealing with these situations. I'm grateful that I have a friend that's recently gone through a similar situation. Not that she went through this situation, but that she'll understand exactly how I feel. And I'm grateful I have the opportunity to continue to love and show my son now that I love him. And when I got to the hospital, I was able to remove myself from the picture. And I was able to focus on him. And later he wrote an ode to Mother for Mother's Day. 9 months or so later, and he said, you know, Mom, everybody else came and looked at me and I saw in their eyes, how dare you do this to me? How could you make me feel so sad? And you walked in and you had the look in your eyes of, honey, I love you. We're going to get through this and you're going to be okay. And never once did I feel like I had done something to you, because I felt that my life would be better dead. I'd be better off dead than alive, and so would the world. And then I also realized all of these gifts that I had not been sharing with others that meant the most to me. I had no problem sharing with complete strangers. I didn't have my son sit down and I didn't go through the hypnosis with him, because everything around us is hypnosis. My parents were my first hypnotists, and so were yours. And quite frankly, a lot of the things our parents hypnotized us on were pretty screwed up. I had hypnotized him in the fact that it's okay to buy into others' opinions of you, because he watched me live a loveless marriage. I realized then that I could be happy, but I needed to be happy in the home too. And that's when I found the courage to leave my ex. That's when I found the courage to work with my son And you know, I do it with my clients too. I make them end a session telling me how awesome they are 10 times. And they have to pause in between each one to have it reflected back on them. Yes, you are awesome. And recently it hit me even more than before. And I'm going to go ahead and just stop sharing because I've gone another direction, which is what the Spirit moved me to do. This spring, my grandson came to live with me, only for me to find out how horrible his life has been the last 9 years. And I had no idea the abuse was going on in the home that was going on. And he was staying with my ex-son-in-law. And here's my 15-year-old grandson, big kid, a big kid. And if he did something that could be taken wrong, and I'd go, really? He'd cower like I was going to beat him. And I'd tell him how great he was, and he'd go, yeah, well. And I remember the night I sat there across the room or across the table from him, and I said, you know what? From now on, you're going to do what my clients do. You're going to tell me how awesome you are, but in your case, you're going to tell me I am awesome, I am worthy of love, and I am loved. You know, it took that kid 20 minutes to be able to spit that out. And then it was, he couldn't even pretend. He was so broken. Every night he had to say that to me, and every night he had to wait for me to say, yes, you are awesome. Man, you are so worthy of being loved. I love you with all my heart. I later became his legal guardian because things were so bad in that home. And I'm so grateful that I was able to live what I lived, so it was important to me to study this. I am so grateful for my past. I would not have become the woman I am today had I not had the opportunity to experience others' opinions. But you know what? Their opinion is not my reality. My reality is what I choose it to be. My grandson reality has changed because he now knows he is awesome and he is worthy of love. And by darn, sorry I swore, he knows that he is loved. He knows it. And he's got a lot of work ahead of him. I still have a lot of work ahead of me. No matter how phenomenal I am, I have work to do. I have great coaches. I have great mentors. And that's what I want all of you to do. I want you to find somebody that can look deep inside of your heart, inside of your mind, inside of your brain, and see those blocks that you have and see them so crystal clear, because we can't see them sometimes because we're in the middle of it. Find someone that can see those that are so crystal clear, and they can pluck them right out for you. I don't care who it is. You know who's best for you. I don't. I know if we're good to work together. In fact, if you want to do a free discovery session to see if we're good to work together, Sean, will you put up the link? They want to do a discovery session, just go into drkarenperkins.com/schedule. I'll give you a discovery session. Maybe we're good to work together, maybe we're not. I'll be honest with you. In fact, I want you to know life is so good. I love what my little sister always said. She said, Karen, the sun is always shining. And I'd go, can you not see the freaking storm clouds and all of the thunder and lightning and the wind blowing and the hail coming down? And she'd say, you fly all the freaking time, Karen. Well, yeah. Well, when the plane gets up in the sky, where does it go? I said, well, yeah, it goes up above the clouds, Karen, doesn't it? Well, yeah. And what is there above the clouds? And of course, being a smart aleck, I said, the moon. She's like, okay, maybe on the other side of the hemisphere, the sun is always shining. What we have to do is know that the sun is always shining. And let our reality be the sun is always shining. Yes, it may be storming right now, but I'll get past it. And another one of my favorite quotes is, it's not about learning how to weather the storm. It's about learning how to dance in the rain. Your life is freaking awesome. You may have horrible things that you're going through right now, and I am so sorry if you are. But they don't define you. Your reaction to them do. That's what defines you, is what you choose to do with it. It is okay to have a heavy heart. You can still choose to be happy. That choice is yours and yours alone. And sometimes it's easier to choose that than not. But don't choose to be miserable and ornery and get that phone call and say, somebody better be dead or dying or I'm going to kill them. Choose to be happy so when you get that phone call, you can say, oh, I hope everybody's okay. And put yourself in that position so that you're in a position to help you and others. You live your truth. Others' opinions don't matter. Their opinion is based solely off of their experiences, their embarrassment, their life, and what they have chosen to believe.
Mm-hmm.
You do not need to believe that. And I'm going to go ahead and cry it and wipe my tears. And I'm sorry, that's not where I'd intended on going, but that's where we went.
Karen, that was amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. K, for sharing all of that with us. I know we're all really moved by that, and I think we all have examples in our lives of where, you've connected with us. So we have 5 minutes for question and answer, and so switch to gallery view so I can see when hands are raised, or just raise a hand and pipe in, please. Who's first?
Hey, Sean.
I know, I feel like I'm the overachiever today on this. I actually want to give a shout out to Dr. Karen. It's no secret that we have our son who is 14, and he's not with us right now. He's in a group home, and that's really hard to say that as parents and co-parents, that we had to go to such lengths to help our son. And Dr. Karen has been working with Robert and I, and she has given us some tools to work with our one son. And Karen, I'm just going to talk to you personally. You are such an inspiration on so many levels. You've coached Robert even how to work with me because of my personality type, and to open up and to show things below the surface. Your coaching package, which I can see the box in the back, we have, and it is incredible. The journal, the books that you've written that are in there. I love the beautiful thumb drive. Who can say that a thumb drive is beautiful, ladies? I mean, come on now, that was a reason enough to plug it in. But what I really appreciate most is how you're there, Karen, whether it's by phone, text, dropping a PM, just all the way around. So I appreciate you on so many levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. You're amazing. She talks about my home study kit, and I do private coaching, and I have my kit, and then I also have the kit that I do with the coaching. But on my website, if you go to drkarenperkins.com, and under contacts, you put in a note. I can't give away too many of them, but I will give away 3 of my home study sets. They're $1,500 online. First 3 people to go on and put in their email and tell me I want your home study kit, I'll send it to you, and I'll contact you, make sure we get the address and things. But I'm proud of my home study kit. I think it's something that's a work of love that I put together over 30 years. And, I have a lot of other things I did, but this really is that I love it. And I love doing my NLP coaching with people. more than you'll ever know. I love it. I love it. I love it. And I love it when people like Sean see things that I didn't even realize was a big deal. And so thank you, Sean, for that.
I know
Okay,
that I call you, Dr. Karen, when I need to have, inspiration for myself. I know that, I work with a lot of people and work on a lot of things and stuff. And, I need somebody that I can go to, and you're the person that I can go to talk to. And there's not a lot of people that I can go to and have have somebody come to me and talk to me straight and understand where I've been.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Kim. And I just so honored. I'm honored to be on the summit. I'm honored to know you. I'm honored to be your friend. So thank you.
Oh, well, the feeling is very mutual. Trust me. Very mutual.
Okay, I've got a couple that said would love it in here. You're gonna have to put it on my contacts because I won't get it from here. And again, it's just Dr. Karen Perkins. It's so easy. drkarenperkins.com. And right there's a contact. It's got a thing to fill in the notes. Just put want your set. And it will have the gorgeous thumb drive in it. I laugh. That's the thing that Sean loved the most about it. I love that thumb drive.
Can you tell us more about the wonderful 11 Top Women award that you're getting?
Yeah, it's an international award, and I was contacted by a gentleman in England that said, we've been watching people throughout the country. I've spoken in, I think it's 54 countries now, and I have clients in most of them. And he says, we've been watching you for the last couple of years, and we are putting together our group of women that we are honoring this year. Originally it was 10, then they added somebody else, which I think that's awesome that they did. And it was some of the women, I have no idea who they were, I'll be honest. And then there are others, Forbes Riley, we all know she's going to get on everything. Forbes always does. But there were 10 of us, now 11, so I'm going to say 11 of us. And they said, we've been watching you for a while, and as far as we're concerned, you're one of the top 11 female rock stars in the world that people should be following and implementing the strategies and tactics that you teach, and they should just know you. And I mean, kudos to me. And I rolled my eyes, self-talk. Yes, I'm still learning to fix my own self-talk. I'm much better. But it was really quite an honor, and I was excited. Had a big magazine article come out about a month ago on it. And so, yeah, that was quite the honor to have them contact me and say, hey, you are it. See, I thought for sure you were going to ask me about Bolivia.
Bolivia? Well, we have 1.5 minutes. Tell me about Bolivia. Tell us all about Bolivia.
Where I was smuggled out of the country during civil unrest.
Yeah. That's a little story, isn't it?
Oh, that's a fun, I make it a minute. So I'm on a humanitarian aid scouting mission, and we're in Bolivia, and then we're going to Peru to find villages and schools and things to help with their water systems or schools, whatever they need help with. And Americans aren't real loved anyway in several of those countries to begin with, and Caucasians that are American are even less loved when people are not happy. And there was civil unrest, and I do mean civil unrest, and the government had just signed some kind of a, I don't know, pact with the United States, and people were freaking out. And they had bombs, and they were shooting people in the streets, and it became very clear very quickly that we could not stay there. And yet we couldn't go to the airport. I mean, there was no way out. And so our host put us in the back of a Jeep, threw boxes and blankets over the top of us, drove through all of this. He had to go over in a Jeep. He had to drive over bottles of flames, you know, gassing it with flames. Yes, talk about Jeep blowing up. It didn't. Over football fields, over people's farmyards. I mean, we were up hills and down hills and around. It was interesting. And we got to the border, and it was even more interesting, but we got smuggled out without anything bad happening to us. And I look back now and I say, you know, that was one of the most interesting experiences I've ever had. Don't know that I'd want to go through it again, but it really was quite fascinating to see how quickly things could change, and that I could sit in the car and scream and yell and cry and whine and write out my will because, oh my gosh, I'm going to die. Or I could go, hey, this is pretty interesting. What field are we going to go over next? And I don't have a death wish. I'm not afraid of dying, but I don't have a death wish. But it was interesting because one of the other people with me was freaking out. And finally, the driver said, if you don't shut the mouth up, if you don't shut up, I'm not going to be able to drive. And I just went, glad that was not me, wailing and screaming. And it's not that my situation was any worse or different than his. It was, I chose not to react that way, and I chose to see that I am going to survive, and let's see how we're going to do it. Let's watch this play out. So anyway, that was really quite interesting.
Well, thanks for that story. How awesome. Leave them wanting more, as they say, and you have done that today. Hey, thank you, Dr. Karen. Everybody, yay! Thank you, Dr. Karen. All right. Well, I have a few minutes to talk about myself here for a moment and tell you what I do. I don't have a story about escaping Bolivia. However, with what I do, Jennifer Phelps, my company is Jennifer Phelps Organize, Design, Reinvent. This kind of day is so powerful for me because what are we talking about? We're talking about reclaiming our real story, rewriting our story, getting rid of those negative and limiting messages that not only other people have put on us, but that our self-talk, it's just a rut. We have a hard time getting out of that. So we have trauma, we have negative messaging, we have our awesome selves too, we have mess, we have all of these things. My question for you, because this is the one thing that we hardly ever talk about, look around yourself, your physical environment right now, and tell me what story is your stuff telling you about you, right? So we've talked about your story, and we've talked about your vision. Well, I'm here to talk about your stuff and your space because, you know, Dr. Karen says thoughts are things. Well, things are chock full and dripping with thoughts. We have negative messages everywhere. Even if we have, well, we don't do this, we didn't clean up this, we have clothes that aren't our size, and it doesn't matter what you wear that day, that you look like awesome person, you won't feel good because you weren't in the smaller size. We do that to ourselves all the time. We walk in our closet and our brain, because its job is registering every crummy thought you've had about yourself as you're picking your clothes for the day. It's your brain's job. And you wonder why when you leave the house, you already feel like, you feel terrible before you leave the house. So what I say is, let's make sure that the story that your stuff and your space is telling you is the one that you want. I mean, we go to all of these workshops and we elevate ourselves, and then we walk in our door or we look around and we say, ugh, forget it. Who am I kidding? I can't do that. So we've taken 3 steps forward and sometimes 2 steps back because our environment, literally we're living in the past. Literally, we're living in the past. So what I do is I work with especially professional women and entrepreneurs to recreate their space, to rewrite their story, to free them of the negative messaging that is inside there, so that while you're working on your inside, we can create a space so that you can be supported inside and outside. And for all of you knowledge people, we also need spaces that help us get things done quickly, efficiently, and effectively, right? And we need spaces where we walk in and say, hey, this is us. I have room to grow. This expresses who I am now. And I have room to grow into the person that I am visioning for myself today, right? Well, that is what I do. I help professional women with their homes and offices. I do virtual coaching. Right now, super important, you know the Zoom backgrounds? I'm the Sheila Anderson of your Zoom background and your house. So that Zoom background is the world's window into you, your business, your brand, your private space. So I help you do that authentically. I say clear, branded, and authentically you. That's what your Zoom space should be. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it should not distract from your message, and it should not communicate to people that you are not authentic and you can't do your job very well. So I help you look like a rock star so that you can make more money, so that you can build relationships, so that people are attracted to you because they see you in your space and your brand from your business in your space. So that is me, Jennifer Phelps. Jennifer Phelps, Organize, Design, Reinvent. And my website is jenniferphelps.org, like organize. So thank you for the moment I have here with you today, and we're ready to move on. If you have questions, put them in the chat, please. And I'm happy to help anyone. I have a free 30-minute conversation. So you can call me. It's like a relationship therapy session. You can call me and tell me what a jerk your office is and how it makes you feel terrible about yourself, and it gets in the way of everything you want to accomplish. That's me. We'll have a conversation. So I get to now turn this over to Kimberly Miner, who has more for us. Kimberly, you there?
I am.
All right.
So here. Yes. So and I need to stand like Angel says, because I've been sitting all day. So, is everybody, how has the day been for everyone? Is everybody just beyond excited? Woo, woo, woo. Oh my goodness. Well, I will have to say is that I am forever changed by every single speaker that has spoken today. I have taken away again a plethora of knowledge and things that have resonated in me, of things that I have, I'll sit down again because where the camera is, because it seems strange now that I stand up. So I'm now sitting again. I've taken things with me that we're always in the growing phase, and there's things that I'm going to take away with me from each and every single one of the speakers that have spoken today. You know, we all, as we are finishing out here on the Envision You, I started the day with what the premises is of the Envision You, and that's on the 4 things, and that was owning your truth, owning your past, setting an intention, and taking action. I think that we have truly began that vision with every single speaker here. And I believe that if you really take in what it is each speaker has touched on today, you can envision yourself of owning where it is, and we have met you where you are today. I want to speak on of where it is that I speak from. And, you know, this happened to me the last time that I spoke. You would have thought that I had spoken with Karen, Dr. Karen, as to what she was going to speak on as I speak today. Because I always speak on that, even though I talk on owning your truth, as I have worked so hard on owning my truth, I always speak on of my resiliency, because my resiliency has helped me own my truth. My resiliency is what has gotten me through everything that has happened in my journey of adversity. You know, resiliency is something that is in each and every one of us. We don't have to look very far to find what gets us through anything that happens in our life. All you have to do is stop and look within yourself. In moments when life seems like it's at its toughest and you think like you can't go any further, the moment that you actually get through the next moment, that's your resilience. We're born actually with resilience. It's life and society that actually affects us and teaches us that somehow we don't have resiliency. It alters our ability to be able to function and deal with life in general. I know that firsthand because when I look back at where I started, I came from myself from a family that from the outside, it was an upper middle class family where it was a great family. It was a kind of a leave it to beaver type of family. And, you know, it was not that long ago that I've written my book that is coming out in January called Silence No More. And I remember the first thing that my father said to me when I told him that I was going to be writing my life story. And his first comment to me was, well, you know, we had a good family, right? He was more concerned about how he was going to look than he was about what it was that I was accomplishing or how I was affected. It was my resilience that pulled me through that moment of even having that conversation with him. It brought me back to when I was a child of knowing that I never had any worth as a little girl with my father. I sit here today, in 2 weeks, I will be 52 years old. And I sit here today to tell you that my father still has never once taken me out to dinner. He has never once did one thing with me. He has never taken me out to dinner. He's never done one activity with me in my entire life. He's never told me he's proud of me. When I told him different achievements that I've done, his comment to me was, well, I don't understand why you haven't done that, why you couldn't have done that about 8 years ago where I could have done something with my company. What am I going to do now? I'm retired. It's my resiliency that has allowed me on my own to pull myself out, to understand where I felt where my lack of self-worth, my self-esteem started, goes back to where that picture perfect leave it to beaver back of growing up from being way back as a child. There was years of feeling like, where did I belong in my family? Where was my place in my family? It started years ago where, you know, not only did I had a nice family, but I had a mother who was so busy being resentful that I was a unexpected person that came, you know, pregnancy that created where she wasn't able to achieve her dreams. A father who didn't have time for me or didn't feel it necessary to put his time into me, that didn't allow me to create worthiness. But for some reason, I kept finding within myself the resiliency to keep going forward. But I kept feeling this inadequacy within the self-doubt, no worth, kept struggling. And what that led to is that by the time I was a teenager and I had led a life into a dancing career, is that I led myself right into a horrible eating disorder by the time I was in 8th grade. So from the time I was in 8th grade to the time that I was through college, I spent the time basically killing myself because I had no self-worth. I had no self-esteem. I spent the time seeing what I could do to being a bulimic and an anorexic, and a very successful one at that. But I also achieved a very successful dancing career at that. So in order to be able to accomplish that, I had resiliency that I kept pulling from. Resiliency can get you where you want to go. But you also have to understand that if you don't take care of lack of the no ability to not deal with the self-worth, that not having any self-worth and not have any self-esteem, you can't own your truth. You can't get where you want to go. It will continue to block you. I didn't get the help that I needed while I was a kid. I didn't get the help that I needed when I was a teenager. When I couldn't dance anymore because they had found out that I had what they called osteoid osteoma, and I had an orthopedic surgeon tell me that, and you know, you walk into a doctor's office and they tell you as a medical, because that's just what they do. They're like, oh, we'll just have to cut out 50% of the bone and, you know, oh, you just can't dance anymore. It is a practicality. I walked into that office with the identity of a professional ballet dancer, and I walked out of there with no identity whatsoever. And I spun totally out of control. So the one thing that kept me and my resiliency going and the identity that I had, I no longer had. So what did I do at that point? I didn't know what to do. I spun totally out of control. So I sunk even further and I didn't get any help. So what did I do? I had to pull from my resiliency to try to get through day in, day out. Resiliency is what continues to keep us going. These are examples of that when you actually have to get through, but it was the low self-esteem and the low self-worth that then propelled me to wind up in a domestic abusive marriage, because that was greater than the resilience that I had. The resiliency kept me going day to day, but the low self-esteem and the low self-worth was not allowing me to own my truth. It's so important that you own your truth. It's so important that you own your past. When you continue to be silent, when you continue to not allow people to know you need help. You know, we heard today of talking about owning your legacy. Dr. Karen talked about of the sabotage. She talked about what your reality is. My reality is that I had no self-worth. I had no reality. If you don't own those things in your life, it will destroy you. You may have resiliency to go through, but you will continue to create obstacles. I continue to create obstacles in my life. There's nowhere to go if you don't own things. We learned today from Alicia G. She talked about how you don't have to own to be a victim anymore. You don't have to own the fact of the term that I was abused. You can get rid of that. I don't have to own to be a victim anymore. I don't have to own to be the victim of a survivor of domestic abuse. That doesn't have to define me anymore. I get to choose to walk away from that. I choose to be resilient. I choose to own my truth. I choose to own my past. I choose to create my intentions. I choose to take action. I choose to have a vision. I choose to have goals. What are the choices that you choose to have from today moving forward? You know, Marissa talks about if you take care of your health, that it will give you the foundation that will give you what you need so that your body can give you the strength that it needs. You know, Sean talked about today that if you take care of yourself, if you create a pattern for yourself, that you will have everything you need to give yourself the power within yourself to move forward. You know, Angel talks about that, you know, the breathing techniques, the Tai Chi that you need, the Reiki you need, that if you bring that power in, that you will create everything that you need for yourself. We all have the power within us. We have the, if we use the breathing techniques, that you can feel the power. Did she not give us the exercise? Did we not do the exercises like this? We created like this, and we brought the, we could feel the energy, and we went like this, and we could feel the energy and stuff. We could feel that. That's the resilience. You can feel the resilience within. You have it to, you have what it takes. You have what it takes to own your truth. You have what it takes to own that past. We had a discussion in the breakout where we were talking about the things that, with our guests, the things that are going on where we're meeting you. You have what it takes to today, where you can envision yourself moving from here, moving forward. We talked with Samantha. Samantha brought an amazing gift to us all today, did she not? She talked about how we can own of having a different relationship for the very first time with our significant others. You know, maybe it's our spouse. Maybe it's a significant other we have in our life. Or maybe none of us are in a relationship right now, but you know what? When we come into that next relationship, we'll have a different relationship that we've never had before, because we have mechanisms that we didn't have at our fingertips. So we have it for the very first time. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Samantha, for bringing that information to us. That's part of owning our truth, because we have information now that allows us to own who we are. That's all part of it. Oh my goodness. We bring all of this information together because it all, that's what it does. It all brings all those things together. It all becomes part of us, right? It all engulfs part of who we are. When we bring all that material together, and then you know what? We had the luxury of being able to have Jennifer talk about what she does. It's all about interpretation. Oh, and let's not forget Sheila showing up for our best version of ourselves. When we show up as our best version of ourselves, what does that do? It sets us up for success. You know, I sat here and put this on today. I feel like my best version of myself right now. You know, it makes me feel good. You know, how do you not feel good about yourself when you dress up your best version of yourself every morning? You know, one of the things that I heard Sheila say, this Sheila and I in our group together, and I'll never forget when she made this comment, is that, you know, even when we're in the midst of this pandemic, where we could show up in our pajamas all day long, not do our hair, not do our makeup, who would care? Well, you know what? Our productivity goes down. Our ability when we're talking to people on the phone, even if we are, let's say we've been furloughed, we've lost our job, and we're looking for a new job, our ability of how we come across on the phone goes down by 50%. So if we maybe dress up from at least the waist up, and we sit up in our chairs and we get on that phone when we have to make those important phone calls for at least an hour or two to those people, we're owning our truth, aren't we? We're showing up.
We're owning who we are. This is the things that we can do because we are resilient. We have what it takes to show up, be the person we want to be, so that we can envision where we want to go. One of the things a week ago, you know, it's been a long time that since I've heard it in my corporate career. It's called about paradigms. We all are born with paradigms because that's who we are. And there's a thing between know and do. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is exactly what Envision You is all about. When you're owning your truth, owning your past, setting intention, and taking action, is that you know what you want to do, and then there's doing. But you can't know and do because we have a paradigm of who we are. If you don't own who you are and you don't own your past, you can never set an intention and change so that you can take action. Because you're always going to do things the exact same way because you're set in your own paradigm. So when you focus and do the things that we talk about in Envision You, you can put it right in the middle of the know and the do, and then create your vision and create your goal and achieve what it is that you want to do. So what is it that your vision is? What is it that your goal is? What can we help you achieve starting today? So I hope today that you find your vision, and we hope that we can help you get to where you want to go. And I just thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for being here today, and that we helped you think and get outside of this so that you can be there tomorrow. Thank you.
Hey, Kim, we have question and answer now.
Awesome.
Anybody have questions for our intrepid leader, the woman of the hour?
What is your vision for Envision You moving forward?
My vision for Envision You is to continue to bring more avenues to Envision You, to build on it, to bring more programs to Envision You for more of the guests that are here. So it will continue to get bigger, to touch more people. So there'll be more programs available.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marisa.
Questions? Oh, there we go. Sean has a question.
I'm not really a question person. I'm more like, let's rave about somebody if you truly know them. Yes. So Kim, I'm going to boast on you for a minute, if that's okay. As she giggles at me. So I have had the pleasure of knowing Kimberly, well over a year now or so. I would give it over a year. 2 years. So see, I'm behind the times on that. When I met Kimberly, and I say this lovingly, okay, she was the little Juice Plus gal. I wasn't quite sure. That's all we talked about was Juice Plus. We met in a library, started talking, got to know each other, and it was, I'm all about Juice Plus. And then fast forward, over the time that I have been working with Kimberly, getting to know who she is on the inside out, she is incredibly dynamic. She is also a living proof that you can reinvent yourself, that you can own choices that you've made and take a different direction. And, you know, like her, I have my escapes on my knees too, but Kimberly is passionate. I appreciate how Kimberly does not take no for an answer. She looks for the avenues, she adjusts, she guides others on their journey. She's always raw and real. And if you want that person around you who will tell you exactly the way it is without that sugarcoat, that's Kimberly. You know, she goes out of her way. Kimberly is now a very polished speaker. She had a little hole in the wall studio for her podcast, and now she has a real studio. She has worked her pants off, ladies, to put this event together for us, the second one, to put together these groups and bring a community of all of us together. We're women first, and everything else is just a title. So Kimberly, I want to give you one huge applause and say thank you for being in my circle and a friend.
Thank you, Sean.
Can I say something? Yeah, is it clear? Okay. So I have known Kim actually only, I guess it's about a year, maybe a little over a year. And do you remember what we were doing in March, Kim? We were at the herb shop, and we could not get anybody to come to our presentation. It was unbelievable. And look at from March to now where you are. Good job. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
May I say something? It's Michelle. Kimberly, I just wanted to first of all thank you so much for letting me in this circle. Because like I said, I came here from Chicago 2 months ago, and in all honesty, last 2 years have been a little rough, and not knowing you reached out to me so many times just to make sure I was okay, and you didn't even really know me. And for that, I am forever grateful for Adam. And more than that, I mean, I just, listening to all your hearts today, I'm gonna get emotional about it because it was beautiful, and I can't wait to see how I can serve you guys and enhance your lives and do whatever I can in my power to make things better for not only you guys, but everyone else you serve. So Kimberly, thank you for being that catalyst.
Oh my gosh, Michelle, I just want to tell you, I just adore you. Michelle and I share, we both spent over 20 years in corporate sales in the packaging industry, and we share so many similar stories. So, you know, it's a man's world in there, and it is not an easy one to be in. So right here, sister. So thank you.
Can I say something about Kimberly? Actually, it's for Kimberly and Sam. I've known you now a couple of years or so. Kim has spoken, and both Sam and Kim have spoken at our events. They speak, Kim, for you. You speak with passion. You speak from your heart. You care about people. And Samantha, you speak from the depth, and you bring out the pain and suffering, not only that you've had, but also what others have had. So kudos to both you ladies for bringing out the passion, the love, the care that you do, and you speak from your heart. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Yasmin.
Thank you.
Oh, my heart is full. So,
Jennifer, you're muted.
I said we have a few more minutes for question and answer, but since you are the speaker up next, talking about the mastermind and all of that.
What
you want.
Yes, I'm so excited to make this announcement. With every time there's a summit, I'm always trying to do more, for everybody and stuff. And so, Mike, if you can put the video on for it, and then I will talk about it afterwards. So, all right, put it back in gallery. So I am announcing the Envision You Mastermind. It is a 6-month mastermind where it is limited to only 20 people. And we will meet once a month. And it includes my coaching program. It includes the Envision You membership. It includes a once a month group call. You will have an accountability partner with that. And it will all be all encompassing. And there will be, at the end of the 6 months, there will be a 2-day mastermind where there will be a deep dive of everything that you've gone through over the last 6 months. So the program normally, the value of that program is normally, with everything that's involved in that, would be a $25,000 program, but it is, I'm offering it for $4,997 and am offering a 6-month payment option on that. So, but it is, again, it is only limited to 20 spots on that. So I'm hoping that that we will be able to get those spots filled with people who want to make a huge life-changing effect. It is going to be something that your life will absolutely change 100% forever on that. So that's where that's at. So if you message me and it's something that has to be, we have to take care of outside of this in order to get signed up. So, and then I also wanted to show too is that there is available too is that we do have Envision You t-shirts if anybody would be interested in it. So
awesome. Oh, cute.
I know. So if anybody's interested, we do have those available that we can have shipped to you.
Now, Kim, you're still next up.
I'm still next
up because you have an announcement for what exciting things next up. So you can just keep going.
I will just keep going. And so, yes, we have our next summit, which will be February 13th. It will be Envision You, own your, well, I changed the name of it that's on there, but it will be Own Your Dream. So February 13th, 2021. I made the date wrong on there. So put that on your calendars. If right now, if you want to go ahead and get your tickets now, you can. So we can get that taken care of and get your spot saved. So if you want to put a message in the chat, if you were interested in getting your spot saved on that. All right, and then the last part will be that we always end every summit with everybody has to get up and everybody has to participate in the dance. So Michael, if you will do the honors.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. Hotter than a fantasy.
I want to thank all my
highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire. Filled with catastrophe, but you know she can fly away. Oh, she got both feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Oh, she got her head in the cloud and she's not coming down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. She's like a girl, but she's a flame. So bright she can burn your eyes. Better look the other way. You can try, but you never forget her name. She's on top of the world, hottest to the hottest girl, saying, oh, we got our feet on the ground and we're burning it down. Oh, we got our head in the clouds and we're not coming down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. Everybody says when she comes by, she can see the flame that's in her eyes. What she wants is lighting up the night. Nobody knows that she's a lonely girl, and it's a lonely world. But you can let it burn, baby, burn, baby. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. Sing it out, come on. She's just a girl and she's on fire. She's just a girl and she's on fire. Hotter than a fantasy, lonely like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire. Filled with catastrophe, but you know she can fly away. Oh, she got both feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Oh, she got her head in the cloud and she's not coming down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's just a girl and she's on fire. Hotter than a fantasy, lonely like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire. Filled with catastrophe, but you know she can fly away. Oh, she got both feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Oh, she got her head in a cloud and she's not coming down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. She's like a girl, but she's a flame. So bright she can burn your eyes. Better look the other way. You can try, but you never forget her name. She's on top of the world, hottest to the hottest girls in the world. We got our feet on the ground and we're burning it down. Oh.
Woo!
Awesome.
Fire.
All right, I just want to personally thank every single one of the speakers. I want to personally thank Jennifer Phelps. Without you, this would not have been the success that it was. I want to personally thank Mike for the Zoom. It was absolutely amazing. Thank you for all your work and stuff. And thank every single one of the guests that were here today. So, and I look forward to seeing you all at the next summit. So we'll look forward to that. And please reach out so that we can help you, all of you, in any way possible that we possibly can. So have a wonderful rest of your evening. Have a great weekend. And we'll look forward to seeing you all soon. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
So much.
Bye.
Aw.
You all rock. Keep shining on. Yes, you too, honey. Yes. Love you. Bye.
Okay, I'm done.